If the seven-colored celestial sovereign was seriously injured and forced into closed-door cultivation, then who was the seven-colored Taoist I saw in the brilliant void seven-colored realm? Wang Lin rubbed his temples and no longer thought about these messy things. He looked into the distance at the four auras far away. In truth, he had felt these auras when he first entered the ancient celestial realm. The reason he came here, aside from destroying the statues, was to meet the one familiar aura among the four. He also understood some things. He was going to find the person he was familiar with and make a deal. He stepped forward and walked toward the depths of the ancient celestial realm. He rushed forward, and after traversing millions of kilometers, he waved his sleeves. A storm swept across the remaining statues of the three ancient clans outside of the destroyed area. Thunderous rumbles echoed and those statues collapsed one by one. Wang Lin didn't stop and continued moving forward with a gloomy expression. The statues on the earth continued to collapse, and some of the healing celestials awakened. They quickly appeared and retreated. In a flash, 7 or 8 celestials appeared around Wang Lin. They gave off a golden light and their eyes were filled with anger. They stared at Wang Lin, but none of them spoke. Wang Lin didn't even look at them. These people might have been powerful before, but they couldn't arouse his interest now. When he thought about how difficult it was to search their souls, Wang Lin gave up the idea and allowed them to follow far behind him. However, if anyone dared to attack him, Wang Lin wouldn't mind killing some celestials. In fact, Wang Lin hadn't killed enough. If not for the fact that he had other plans, these people would have no chance surviving before Wang Lin. While moving forward, 4 giant statues slowly appeared before Wang Lin. These 4 statues were as tall as heaven itself. They looked like 4 heaven-piercing mountains. There were endless amounts of statues of the 3 ancient clans behind these 4. They went as far as the eyes could see. There was a vortex slowly rotating between the eyebrows of each of the 4 statues. Wang Lin's gaze swept over them and he felt 4 tyrannical auras inside. Wang Lin was extremely familiar with one of the 4 auras. That aura came from the vermilion bird. This aura felt like the ancestor of the vermilion bird. Wang Lin had the same feeling when he saw the first-generation vermilion bird in the Fallen Land. Vermilion bird. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The aura from one of statues was almost exactly the same as the aura from the first-generation vermilion bird from the Fallen Land. It was obvious one of them was an avatar. 7-colored celestial sovereigns vermilion bird general. Come and see me. Wang Lin stopped and floated in the air as he spoke. His voice was calm and spread in all directions. He stood there and gave off a powerful pressure, as if the heavens themselves had to be below his feet. As Wang Lin's words echoed, everything was quiet. The 7 or 8 celestials that had followed him stopped and looked at him with cold gazes. What an arrogant little doll. You destroyed a lot of embryos on your way here and killed several of my celestials. You are a descendant of the vermilion bird, and such actions are already considered greatly evil. This old man White Tiger will teach you a lesson on behalf of the vermilion bird. A gloomy voice broke the silence and an old man in white walked out from one of the vortexes. His face was filled with wrinkles and his body emanated an ancient aura. With one step, he left the vortex from the statue and charged at Wang Lin. He was very fast and created a howl with this movement. This howl was like a fierce tiger roaring. In Wang Lin's field of view, a giant shadow as long as the world itself appeared behind the old man. The shadow was a giant white tiger. This giant tiger had a fierce gaze and gave off a pressure that could suppress the world. The old man gave off a powerful cultivation of mid-stage arcane void. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he looked at the old man. His right hand formed a fist and threw a punch at the old man. When they collided, a thunderous rumble echoed and caused the earth to tremble. In the end, the white-haired old man was forced back several steps. His eyes were now filled with dread. Wang Lin's body flickered. He didn't retreat but calmly looked at the old man and slowly said, "If your injuries were fully recovered, you'd be able to fight me, but right now you're not my match. If you take one more step, I'll kill you." Wang Lin's voice was very light. It was not as cold as the wind nor did it contain any killing intent. He was just calmly stating the facts. When his voice entered the white-haired old man's ears, the old man silently pondered. The attacks just now by both of them were merely a test, and the shock the old man felt made him dread Wang Lin even more. However, he was unable to retreat just because Wang Lin had told him to. At this moment, he clenched his teeth and was about to step forward. Just as he was about to step forward, Wang Lin's calm gaze met the old man's gaze. The white-haired old man's mind trembled and he subconsciously withdrew his step. The more calm Wang Lin's gaze was, the more pressure the old man felt. "I don't want to kill you. There is nothing surprising about the ancient celestial realm in my opinion. Just a group of crippled cultivators from the immortal astral continent calling yourselves celestial in this cave and controlling the so-called lower realm ants. It is simply ridiculous. In my eyes, all of you are like ants as well." The old man's expression became even more gloomy. He was not surprised Wang Lin knew this, as he watched Wang Lin check the memory of that celestial. Originally, he sneered in his heart. He understood the celestial sovereign very well, and in his view no one could break his seal. However, he never could have expected Wang Lin to actually open the seal, access the memories of the soldier celestial, and see the truth about this place. This was what caused the white tiger to feel fear. It was also this that caused unspeakable fear to appear in his heart. Wang Lin didn't look at the white-haired old man. His gaze turned to the vortex between the eyebrows of the second statue. He slowly said, "Vermilion bird, come out to see me. This is the last time I ask. Don't wait for me to kill you and search your soul." Wang Lin stood there and calmly looked at the sky. An invisible pressure spread out from his body and shrouded the area. The white tiger old man revealed a cold gaze. Wang Lin's attitude made him very uncomfortable. He had reached the critical years in his healing, and because of how the healing laws worked, he couldn't use more than early-stage arcane void cultivation. If he did, he would have issues in the future. He originally thought this much power would be enough to kill Wang Lin. However, that attack from Wang Lin was extremely strange and had caused the white tiger old man's mind to tremble. It made him feel like he couldn't see through Wang Lin's true strength. In addition, Wang Lin had broken the celestial sovereign's seal, which caused the white tiger to feel dread and fear. However, he had been cultivating as a celestial for countless years and wouldn't be pushed back after just a few words from Wang Lin. His pride also won't let him retreat. He was a celestial, and in his view, no matter how powerful Wang Lin was just a lower realm ant. The more calm Wang Lin was, the more pressure the white tiger old man felt and the more angry he became. He was not only angry at Wang Lin but more at himself for feeling fear. He couldn't imagine how he could come to fear a lower realm ant. With a roar, the white tiger old man's eyes released a white light. This white light contained an extremely powerful and domineering aura. This aura came from the old man's cultivation method. This was the power of the fierce white tiger star. As he roared, the white tiger old man stepped forward and charged at Wang Lin. His right hand formed a seal as he pointed at the sky and let out a roar. "So what if I force you? If you can take 3 of my spells, then you have the right to talk to us." The old man's voice rumbled and a thunderous rumble echoed across the ancient celestial realm. This sent off countless muffled echoes and made it sound like it wasn't just one person who roared but countless people. As a result, this roar was heaven-shaking and formed a powerful impact that caused the earth to tremble. First style, tiger roar sweeps the mountains and rivers. The old man waved his sleeves and a monstrous white tiger appeared behind him. This white tiger was extremely mighty, and its eyes flashed white as it looked at Wang Lin. It let out a heaven-shattering roar. This roar shook the sky. The sky of the ancient celestial realm looked like it was about to collapse. Fish-like scales appeared in the sky and fell, creating irregular cracks in space. The earth behind Wang Lin trembled violently. A violent wind roared and the earth showed signs of collapse as the trembling increased. The earth seemed to have suddenly gone soft, and the rumbles continued to spread endlessly in all directions. From afar, it looked like countless scars were created on the earth. It was extremely shocking. The roar from the tiger completely replaced all other sounds in this world. The sounds echoed and integrated together to form an extremely powerful force. As the earth cracked, it suddenly collapsed. The sky seemed to collapse, and the fragments shattered. This caused the world to be shrouded in darkness. The only thing that remained was the violent tiger roar that was becoming louder and louder. Wang Lin's ears rumbled as he stood in the air. The sky above him disintegrated and the earth below his feet collapsed. His entire body was surrounded by the roar of the white tiger. The wind caused his hair and clothes to flutter. It was trying to rip his body apart. If it wasn't for the fact he had the body of ancient god, his body would have collapsed even with his mid-stage spirit void cultivation. Then, after his body collapsed, his origin soul would be seriously injured. This tiger roar contained a pressure that was no weaker than the might of the heavens. In Wang Lin's eyes, the might from the tiger had broken a limit and could devour all life. This was the ancient celestial realm, the core of this cave. If it was outside, in the inner realm or the outer realm, then the sky would change colors. Countless planets and even space itself would collapse. Many cultivators would die to this roar. Wang Lin's body didn't retreat from the roar and wind. He was calm and closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, everything in the world became false. This false was something created by his mind, so it was not actually real, but Wang Lin had comprehended the true and false Tao. If he thought it was false, then his body, his origin soul, his mind, his everything would think the outside world was false. The true and false essence was a type of ethereal essence. It was born from the heart. The moment Wang Lin closed his eyes, his hair stopped fluttering in the wind as if the wind had disappeared. His hair scattered and draped over his shoulders. His clothes were also flapping in the wind, but at this moment, they also calmed down. It was as if there was no wind hitting them. It was as if there was no wind around him. However, in truth, the roar of the wind became several times stronger, and the tiger roar was also several times stronger. The collapse of the earth extended and the disintegration of the sky spread. Wang Lin's body remained untouched and calm. Wang Lin's calmness before the wind and tiger roar was a huge contradiction that didn't fit in with the rest of the world. The white tiger old man let out a roar and took a step forward. He moved like lightning toward Wang Lin. In an instant, he closed in on Wang Lin. He waved his right hand and golden light gathered in his palm, forming a golden blade. This blade was 10 feet tall, and the white tiger old man held it up. The moment he closed in, he raised his arm and chopped down on Wang Lin's head. This chop caused the tiger roar to become even more intense. The sky changed colors and the wind became even stronger. The blade fell on Wang Lin, who had his eyes closed. There was no resistance. The blade chopped straight through Wang Lin. A sharp sound echoed when the heaven-splitting blade cut through Wang Lin, but no injuries appeared on his body. It was as if the blade had only cut through a shadow of Wang Lin. True and false essence. This is the true and false essence. Damn it, the 7 laws the celestial sovereign set prevented the birth of ethereal essences. If not for the fact that he was seriously injured and had to withdraw those 7 laws, this person would have never had the chance to comprehend this ethereal essence. The white tiger old man's eyes were filled with shock, but he was also unwilling to give up. He waved the blade in his hand thousands of times. Sharp howls continued to echo, but Wang Lin's figure remained an illusion. The blade chopped through his body, but nothing about him changed. The moment the white tiger old man swept the blade for the last time, Wang Lin opened his eyes and said one thing. "Have you chopped enough?" After he said this, the old man retreated without hesitation. But as he retreated, Wang Lin stepped forward. He immediately appeared before the old man and raised his right hand. His right hand formed a palm and gently hit the old man's chest. This palm was gentle and powerless, as if it had no killing power. However, the moment it landed, the expression of the white tiger old man changed greatly. A sense of life and death filled his mind. This seemingly gentle palm caused him to feel terror. This is... He wanted to retreat more to get away from Wang Lin's hand, but it was too late. When Wang Lin's palm landed, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Then his fingers buckled and he pulled his hand back. A monstrous rumble echoed and the old man coughed out blood. His body retreated as if he was a kite with a broken string. However, a white gas was pulled out from the old man and gathered in Wang Lin's hand. Karma. This is karma essence. You actually have 2 ethereal essences. Wang Lin coldly looked at the white tiger old man. The sound of the tiger roar was still lingering in his ears. With a cold snort, Wang Lin didn't chase but crushed the white gas in his hand. The white tiger old man trembled and coughed out blood and then started to retreat even faster. You welcomed me with the tiger roar, so I'll return the favor. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he put his right hand between his eyebrows. His ancient god stars appeared and the stars in his left and right eye also appeared. The ancient head appeared behind him. The shadows of the 3 ancient clans appeared around the ancient head and occupied the world behind Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin let out a roar. As he roared, the ancient head also opened its mouth and let out a roar. The 3 ancient clan shadows also opened their mouths and let out roars. These roars completely suppressed the tiger roar and formed an indescribable sound wave that smashed forward. The white tiger old man was pierced by the roar, making him stagger. His hands formed a seal and the large white tiger fused with the old man. Looking from afar, the old man disappeared, and only the incomparably large white tiger could be seen. The tiger roared and fled from the roars of the 3 ancient clans. Wang Lin stepped forward, and as he closed in, the roar from the ancient head spread out. The earth collapsed once more, and as the clouds scattered, this roar became the strongest sound in the world. The sound wave from the roar went through Wang Lin and shot toward the giant white tiger. When the sound wave hit, the white tiger became distorted and showed signs of collapsing. It held on, but it retreated even faster. Although this fierce tiger contained endless majesty, it was still inferior to Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed forward. The ancient head behind him went through his body and chased after the white tiger. From afar, this was a scene that could shock one's mind. The collapsing sky seemed to be split in half. Half of it was the ancient head and the other half was the huge white tiger. One behemoth retreated while the other pushed forward. The distance between them lessened and the ancient head instantly closed in on the white tiger to devour it. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The collision of the ancient head and white tiger resulted in a massive shockwave that spread across the ancient celestial realm. The earth collapsed and even some of the statues behind the 4 giant statues exploded. This shockwave seemed like it was going to destroy the entire ancient celestial realm. Under the force of this shockwave, the white tiger's giant body collapsed and turned into specks of light. The white-haired old man coughed out a large mouth of blood and his body flew back. He smashed into the mountain-like statue he had been healing inside of. Cracking sounds echoed and countless cracks spread across the statue the old man hit. The cracks made the statue seem like it would collapse at any moment. Wang Lin also retreated from this impact and his face turned slightly pale. However, the coldness in his calm gaze became even stronger. This was the most intense battle Wang Lin had without using the Li Guang Bao. He wasn't fighting a cultivator or something from the outer realm. He was fighting one of the 4 generals under the Celestial Sovereign, the White Tiger General. The White Tiger General had lived for a long time. He didn't belong to the inner realm or the outer realm. He was from the mysterious immortal astral continent. He was a celestial, a real celestial. His bloodline contained celestial energy, which placed him on a higher level of existence than Wang Lin. If it wasn't for the fact that he was seriously injured back then and still hadn't fully recovered, Wang Lin would be having an even more difficult time right now. However, in a battle of life and death, there was no fairness. Life was life, death was death. As Wang Lin retreated, the ancient head and the shadows of the 3 ancient clans also retreated. The 3 shadows collapsed and only the head remained. Covered the sky, but it was becoming blurry. Wang Lin was at the mid-stage of Spirit Void, but with his ancient god body and spells, he could battle early-stage arcane void cultivators. Even if the enemy's cultivation level was beyond early-stage arcane void, he could take out the Li Guang Bao. The power of one arrow from the bow was enough to shock the world. The white tiger old man's body was smashed into the statue, and while his expression was fierce, there was a deep sense of dread in his eyes. However, this dread wasn't enough for him to retreat. He was the White Tiger General, someone from the immortal astral continent, one of the 4 great generals under the 7-colored celestial sovereign. He had experienced countless battles and witnessed the huge changes in the cave world. He had his pride, and he wouldn't allow a lower realm ant to beat him. Even though this lower realm ant was making him feel fear, he suppressed this fear by force. Western White Tiger Tao, power of the 7 stars of heaven. All matter from grass to metal. My White Tiger inheritance condenses all the power to form my White Tiger clan's grand spell. Seal this person. Show him that if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. The White Tiger old man roared. Then he pressed his hand against the statue. He then flew away from the statue and his hands formed a seal. His eyes gave off a monstrous light and he pointed at Wang Lin. With this point, the endless specks of light from the white tiger reappeared. They gathered toward Wang Lin at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, the endless white light formed the shocking white tiger under Wang Lin. From afar, it looked like Wang Lin was standing on the white tiger. A powerful pressure spread out from the white tiger, and the space around Wang Lin seemed to be sealed. This pressure became even stronger until it formed a powerful seal. This seal was suppressing Wang Lin. It was invisible, but Wang Lin could clearly feel it. His expression was solemn, but this seal suppressed the world around Wang Lin, making him feel like he was in quagmire, and even his breathing became heavy. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body. The sealing power from the white tiger below him was preventing him from getting away from it. As time passed, the pressure from the seal increased. It was like big hands were holding Wang Lin's body down. His body moved closer and closer to the white tiger until he was standing on top of it and unable to move an inch. The white tiger roared and all the hair on its body stood up. His fur looked like blades of grass dancing. A glaring, white light came from its body, and countless runes could be seen flashing on its body. These runes were like seal. When a large amount of runes appeared, the white tiger seemed to have become a living seal. As more and more runes appeared, the white tiger's body turned into a giant white vortex. Countless seals rotated inside the vortex and a howl echoed. If one looked carefully, it wasn't a vortex at all. It was the giant white tiger running in circles below Wang Lin so fast that it formed a vortex. The vortex had shocking suction force, and with the sealing power holding him down, it was impossible for Wang Lin to get out. It was like a mortal riding a tiger. The mortal couldn't get off at all. This was the White Tiger General's spell. If you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. It was a spell and also a seal. White Tiger Spirit, take this person's soul and suppress it under the cave, under the 7 Tao mountain of the immortal astral continent. The white tiger old man waved his arms and let out a fierce roar. As his voice echoed, a shocking tiger roar came from the vortex. A fierce tiger hundreds of feet large flew out from the vortex. This white tiger was the spirit of the white tiger. It was like the origin soul of a cultivator. As it charged out from the vortex, it continued to distort, and its majesty became even stronger. As it charged toward Wang Lin, it didn't devour Wang Lin directly but entangled him like a python. It opened its mouth toward Wang Lin's head and was about to pull Wang Lin into the vortex below. If Wang Lin was taken away, he would be suppressed in the lowest part of the cave until death. Wang Lin had never seen this white tiger old man's spell before. This was a spell that didn't belong in this world. It came from the immortal astral continent. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, and as the white tiger's mouth closed in, Wang Lin raised his left hand and pressed it against the tiger's mouth. What a good spell! Today I won't get off this tiger. Since you want to suppress me, then let's see if it's this tiger suppressing me or I suppressing this tiger. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't use any spells. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his aura changed. The aura of a grand scholar spread out from his body. At this moment, he wasn't a cultivator. He was a grand scholar. He was a grand scholar who had comprehended the truth about the heavens and learned that this world was just a cave. With this grand scholar aura, Wang Lin feared nothing, and his eyes were calm but gave off a powerful force. He turned his head and looked at the tiger spirit. With a gaze his aura rushed to suppress the tiger spirit. This tiger spirit was not a celestial beast formed by a spell but ordinary like a mortal tiger. "You dare to devour me?" Wang Lin spoke slowly and then suddenly opened his eyes. He stared at the tiger spirit and gave off a sense of pressure without being angry. He had the aura of a grand scholar that wasn't even afraid of heaven. So how could he be afraid of this little tiger? The tiger spirit that was wrapped around him trembled and a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. An uncontrollable stream of thoughts went through in its mind. It was as if it had seen through many reincarnations. It saw its ancestor white tiger kneeling and worshipping the heavens on the immortal astral continent. It didn't know that thoughts like this existed in its mind, but it felt fear that came from its soul. As Wang Lin spoke, he seemed to turn into heaven itself and suppressed the tiger spirit. This pressure contained all of Wang Lin's comprehension, his three ethereal essences, and his endless might. The tiger spirit sobbed and let go of Wang Lin's body. It then retreated and lowered its head at Wang Lin. The white-haired old man looked at this with disbelief in his eyes. The tiger spirit lowered its head and bowed at Wang Lin. It then charged into the vortex and fused with it. The vortex disappeared and turned back into the giant white tiger. The white tiger let out a cry and leaped out from under Wang Lin and into the sky. In the distance, it turned back to look at Wang Lin and completely ignored the white-haired old man. It shook its body and then turned into endless specks of white light that lit up the ancient celestial realm. Impossible! The white-haired old man's face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Just as the world was being lit up by the white light from the dissipating white tiger, an azure silhouette walked out from the vortex of one of the statues. As it appeared, a dragon's roar echoed. The silhouette turned into a giant azure dragon that stretched across the sky. At the same time, an old man wearing an azure robe walked out from the azure dragon. He turned into a ray of light and shot toward Wang Lin. It was faster than lightning, and this happened right as the glaring light dissipated. When the old man in the azure robe closed in on Wang Lin, his right index finger stretched out. His gaze was calm, but there was a hit of killing intent as he pressed his finger toward Wang Lin's head. As his finger moved, the giant azure dragon behind him moved even faster and caught up with the old man. It entered his body, went into his finger, and shot toward Wang Lin. From afar it looked like a painting. In the painting, the old man in the azure robe was covered in an azure light, and behind him a long azure dragon stretched out. It was as if the old man had disappeared and had been replaced with the azure dragon that was closing in on Wang Lin. All of this happened too fast. He was within 3 feet of Wang Lin instantly. At the same time, an old man in black walked out from another statue. The moment he appeared, the sky darkened and a giant black tortoise appeared. It let out a shocking roar. When the old man in black appeared, he also moved like lightning and charged at Wang Lin. He moved at the same speed as the old man in azure and threw a punch. The black tortoise shadow became distorted with the roar and fused with the old man. Countless thorns appeared on his fist. The azure dragon general and the black tortoise general both decided to attack at this moment in almost a sneak attack. They flew straight at Wang Lin. The 4 great generals had worked together for many years and knew each other well. The moment the two attacked, the white tiger general wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't have the white tiger shadow, he still had the blade in his hand. He jumped into the air and slashed down toward Wang Lin with a roar. Only the vermilion bird general didn't appear. It was as if he believed that the combined attack of those 3 was enough to kill Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. The azure dragon general closed in. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the feeling of a life and death crisis surrounded him. Other people would panic, but Wang Lin had spent his life constantly experiencing this feeling and had long grown accustomed to it. The more dangerous it was, the more calm he would become. In his heart, he really didn't consider those injured celestials a danger. So what if they attacked at the same time? Wang Lin let out a laugh and raised his right hand. He extended his index finger and pointed at the Azure Dragon's finger. During this process, the ancient head behind him fused with his finger. At the same time, all his stars rotated, and the three ancient powers fused to form Wang Lin's original ancient spell. Ancient Immortal Finger. This finger could break the seven-colored celestial sovereign seal. So why would Wang Lin need to fear this injured Azure Dragon? With a point of his finger, the sky changed colors and the clouds shattered. The Azure Dragon General was no longer calm and his expression changed. The next instant, his finger collided with Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed. This shocking sound was enough to shake one's mind. The moment they collided, the Azure Dragon General coughed out blood, and the endless Azure Dragon behind him collapsed. The Azure Dragon General was forced back 1,000 feet before he barely stopped him himself. His eyes were filled with fear. The ancient Immortal Finger contained the most powerful blow from Wang Lin's ancient inheritance. It wouldn't completely collapse because it could recover endlessly. The Azure Dragon General's finger had only caused it collapse several hundred times. It was far weaker than the seal. Hundreds of collapses were not enough to destroy Wang Lin's ancient Immortal Finger. The one forced to retreat was the Azure Dragon General. However, Wang Lin's body suffered as well. Only his finger was immortal, not his body. Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. A rumble echoed in his body and his internal organ gave off bursts of pain. However, Wang Lin suppressed this intense pain, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. After forcing back the Azure Dragon General, the drop of golden blood, containing the celestial immortal body, flew out. The pressure it gave off terrified the four generals. This drop of blood contained extremely pure celestial bloodline. The Black Tortoise General was the closest to Wang Lin right now and was hit by the golden light. It was as if he was going to be turned to gas by the light as black smoke appeared on his body. A miserable scream quickly followed. The drop of golden blood flew out from Wang Lin's eyebrows and flew toward the Black Tortoise General. The drop of blood penetrated his hands and the Black Tortoise shadow behind him collapsed. He let out a painful roar. The Black Tortoise General coughed out blood and rapidly retreated. His body was surrounded by black gas and his right fist was a bloody mess. His eyes were filled with fear as he fled. Celestial bloodline? You actually have celestial bloodline? Impossible, the purity of this celestial bloodline. This is the immortal celestial body. As it retreated, the drop of golden blood flew back to Wang Lin. One finger had forced back Azure Dragon and one drop of blood had collapsed the Black Tortoise. However, the crisis wasn't over. There was still the heaven-splitting blade from the injured White Tiger General. The blade closed in with a howl. As it closed in, Wang Lin raised his head and suppressed the raging energy inside him. He then raised his right hand and pressed toward the descending blade. A 9-colored firestorm surged with his palm and then thunder followed. The fire formed a palm print that flew toward the White Tiger General's blade. Thunder gathered and formed another palm filled with thunder. It followed directly after the fire palm. This wasn't the end. After the thunder palm, the power of karma gathered to form a mass of chaotic energy that turned into the third palm. The life and death essence was next. The black and white gases fused to form the fourth palm print. The true and false essence appeared. The interchange between true and false caused the fifth palm print to instantly form. In the end, a shocking slaughter essence erupted from Wang Lin's body to form the sixth palm print. The six palm prints connected, looking like afterimages as they flew toward the blade from the White Tiger General. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world and formed a storm. As the rumbles echoed, the blade in the White Tiger General's hand broke down. After the blade collapsed, the six palm prints landed on his chest. The White Tiger General let out a scream and a large amount of celestial energy erupted from his body. As he was knocked back, the Azure Dragon General and the Black Tortoise General supported the seriously injured White Tiger General from behind. "Help me rip open the healing seal, so I can release my essence and kill him." The White Tiger General looked weak and his face was pale, but his eyes gave off a ferocious light. He pushed back the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise. His white hair was a mess and he began to roar like crazy. As he roared, his aura began to erupt and a golden rune appeared between his eyebrows. Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, help me open the seal. If not for the fact we have to recover our cultivator, we wouldn't be getting pushed back by this ant. I'll kill him. What qualification does he have to push back celestials like us? He is merely a lower realm ant. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, but he was still injured. He almost wasn't able to withstand the joint attack from the three of them. If not for the fact that he had many methods up his sleeves, he would have been seriously injured. Now that he saw the white tiger go crazy, he raised his left hand and reached at the void. A golden glare came from his palm, and when the golden light disappeared, an ancient bow appeared. His left hand held the bow and his right hand pulled the bowstring. Wang Lin pulled it back until it was drawn completely. An ancient arrow slowly appeared on the bowstring. The moment the buzz from the bowstring echoed, everything became silent. The white tiger no longer roared and no longer tried to rip open the seal. He stood there, stunned as he looked at the bow in Wang Lin's hands. An unhideable fear appeared in his eyes. The Azure Dragon General was also startled for a moment. He subconsciously retreated and his eyes were filled with fear. Li Guang's bow. The Black Tortoise General was also terrified. The black gas around his body had just been suppressed. But when he saw the bow, his face turned deathly pale. Fellow Celestial Wang Lin, please don't be angry. Please give this old man some face and let us talk. During this silence, a red-robed silhouette walked out from the last of the four statues. He was slightly embarrassed as he clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't really want to have a life-and-death battle with these four generals. After feeling their auras, he had come here for a deal, not a battle. However, they were aggressive and wouldn't meet him, resulting in the battle from before. Seeing the vermilion bird appear, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand loosened. The bow and arrow dissipated into specks of golden light. Although the bow had disappeared, if Wang Lin needed it, he could instantly summon it again. He was not afraid of the four generals launching a sneak attack. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the vermilion bird. This vermilion bird was also an old man and was extremely similar to the first-generation vermilion bird in the Fallen Land. Wang Lin slowly opened his mouth and calmly said, "No need to call me fellow celestial. Junior Wang Lin greets the first-generation vermilion bird." The vermilion bird wearing red revealed a complicated expression as he looked at Wang Lin and silently pondered. Wang Lin calmly said, "I'm confused about one thing. Senior and the one in the Fallen Land, what relation do you two have?" "The one in the Fallen Land is my original body. During the Big War, I was the only one of the four generals who left my original body outside. The one you see now is my avatar, but it has been far too long. There is no avatar or original body anymore. You can think of both as me or two different MES. I have almost no control over my original body. I can only communicate with him to know what is happening and what he is thinking, but I hold no control over his thoughts and actions. He is very tired. He wants to return to his hometown, but I want to look for the celestial sovereign." The vermilion bird old man shook his head and sighed. The white tiger old man, whose eyes were filled with fear, suddenly said, "Why is the Li Guang bow in your hands? This is my private matter, you don't need to know." Wang Lin coldly looked at the white tiger general and then his gaze landed back on the vermilion bird. The white tiger general's face twitched, but he didn't speak again. "I can ignore the matter at the Fallen Land. Today I can to make a deal with Senior," Wang Lin said calmly. "The ancient celestial realm, or the so-called core of the seven-colored celestial sovereign's cave, contains injured disciples of the Seven Tao sect. They are the so-called celestials, the cultivators of the ancient celestial realm. If I gave it my all, what chances do you think I would have of killing everyone here before they could heal and make this ancient celestial realm a dead realm?" Wang Lin's words were calm, but they caused the four generals to frown. If it was without the Li Guang bow, the four generals wouldn't believe Wang Lin, but after seeing the bow and arrow, an invisible pressure appeared on their hearts. The Li Guang bow is an extremely powerful weapon from the Immortal astral continent. The bow is not easy to use. I don't know where you got that drop of celestial blood, but even if you can use the bow with that blood, it will confuse the celestial energy inside that drop of blood each time you draw it. You're not a celestial, so you can't replenish the force inside that drop of blood. How many shots can you fire? The one to speak wasn't the vermilion bird but the azure dragon. As he looked at Wang Lin, his eyes shined brightly. I only need 3 arrows to destroy this place. Even though there are countless statues behind you and there is even that strange temple in the deepest part. If I'm not mistaken, that temple is the exit to this cave, which should be completely sealed and no one can open it. There are many strange creatures there, and it is likely the most powerful place in the ancient celestial realm. I can do it, you all understand. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 4 general and then looked into the distance. When he first entered the ancient celestial realm, not only did his divine sense notice the 4 generals, he also faintly sensed the temple in the deepest part of the ancient celestial realm. The aura that temple gave off was very strong. The black tortoise, who hadn't spoke at all, pondered for a while and then said with a hoarse voice, "What deal? I don't care about this whole place being a cave, nor about the plans you all have. I only know that I was born in the inner realm, and the inner realm is having a war with the outer realm. The inner realm lacks the power to confront the outer realm, and even if I have the Li Guang Bao, I can't kill all the outer realm cultivators. You are the ancient celestials of the ancient celestial realm. I want you all to leave this place, slaughter your way to the outer realm, and end the war." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he spoke. The vermilion bird pondered a bit and softly said, "The outer realm also has the ancient celestial realm. There are members of the 7 Dao sect there that follow the celestial imperial concubines, and they aren't as injured. The reason they haven't come out these years is because although the ancient celestial realm is split in 2, there is still a deep connection between them. If we were to open the door to leave the ancient celestial realm, they would be able to come out as well. At that time, the war between the inner and outer realms would intensify. It could even destroy this cave." Wang Lin waved his sleeves and coldly said, "They won't be able to come out from the outer realm's ancient celestial realm." With this, all 4 generals looked toward Wang Lin. The Azure Dragon general quickly said, "Earlier, someone from the lower realm called us and asked for help against the outer realm invasion. I sent out a celestial treasure to be integrated into the realm sealing formation. It should allow the formation to hold for 100 years and buy time for us to finish healing. Although the effect is limited, it will be very difficult for lower realm cultivators to open the formation without someone from the immortal astral continent making a move. I don't know if he did it, but now more than 90 years have passed and 3 years remain. These 3 years are the most important period. Once these 3 years pass, our injuries will completely recover." According their original plan, even if Wang Lin hadn't offered this deal, they would still leave in 3 years and battle against their fellow sect members from the outer realm. They would then look for the celestial sovereign. However, the lower realm cultivators were mere ants in their eyes. When they left, they wouldn't care about the battle between the inner and outer realms. As for how much life would be lost, they didn't care. As long as they could find the celestial sovereign, as long as the celestial sovereign's cultivation recovered, they could just destroy all life in the cave. Then they would activate the heavenly Tao, and after tens of thousands of years, everything would return to as it was. However, Wang Lin had found them and was threatening to destroy the ancient celestial realm with his power to offer a deal. This made them consider it carefully. 3 years. I can buy 3 years of time for you. No one will come here and disturb your healing. Wang Lin's voice was flat as he spoke. The 4 generals silently pondered. Wang Lin had promised to destroy the outer realm's ancient celestial realm and promised to protect them for 3 years. However, the more Wang Lin agreed, the more they felt like Wang Lin had another plan in mind. The 4 were confused about Wang Lin's plans. The vermilion bird looked at Wang Lin and asked, "What do you want out of this deal?" "I want the outer realm extinguished. I want it so that no inner realm cultivator will die once you leave. I want you all to promise me that once you find the 7-colored celestial sovereign, you allow me to take all living things out of this world and give them freedom so they don't have to live in this cave, so they can see the real sky. The final request is that once this over, I want to go to the immortal astral continent. On the immortal astral continent, you will give me the resources I need. Wang Lin patted his forehead with his right hand. A thread of smoke flew out and condensed into a willow leaf in his palm. If you agree, then send out your divine senses and form a Tao vow. If you break the vow, you will die. If you don't agree, then I'll take out the Li Guang Bao and destroy this ancient celestial realm. Wang Lin's words were tough. He wasn't giving the four generals any chance to hesitate. The four silently pondered and looked at each other. They began to hesitate. They were unable to immediately agree to Wang Lin's decision. The third and fourth conditions were extremely difficult. I'll give you all 1 day's time. Wang Lin turned and walked away. He stopped 10,000 feet away, sat down on the broken earth, and closed his eyes. He ignored their debates. In truth, Wang Lin still had another purpose, and that was his real goal. Aside from resolving the war between the inner and outer realms, the reason he was willing to buy them 3 years of time, the reason why he wanted these 7 Tao sect people to leave, was for them to find the celestial sovereign. Wang Lin had a lot of speculations about this mysterious celestial sovereign, but no evidence. He wasn't sure what relation the 7-color Taoist had with the celestial sovereign. There was also that old ghost John. There was a mystery here, and the mystery pointed at the celestial sovereign. From various clues, there is a lot to be taken from the war between the inner and outer realms. The group around the sovereign and the celestial imperial concubines lived in the outer realm. The group around the lord of the sealed realm lived in the inner realm. The 7-colored Taoist is the head of the outer realm. As for old ghost John, he is someone from the inner realm. The many wars over the countless years seem like they were trying to prove something. They are all looking for something. Just finding it requires some extraordinary means, and as a result, these wars continue to happen. If my guess is correct, then what are they searching for is the heavenly Tao? Wang Lin pondered. Perhaps once these people leave, the veil will be lifted. This is all already a mess, so let's make it messier. Perhaps I can achieve my goal in this mess. After 1 day, Wang Lin left the ancient celestial realm with the vow from the 4 generals. The ancient celestial realm could only be entered or exited through the rift created by divine retribution. This rift was part of the seal on the ancient celestial realm, and anyone with the bloodline from the immortal astral continent would find it difficult to leave through the rift unless everyone worked together to send one person out like what they did with the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Perhaps the heaven-defying bead was the most important thing here. Before entering the ancient celestial realm, Wang Lin had a lot of speculations, but now, upon leaving, he understood a lot. After stepping out from the rift, Wang Lin looked back at it and watched it slowly close before letting out a sigh. Looking at the space before him, for the first time, this space seemed to be ethereal, as if it didn't exist. Wang Lin could not tell others that the inner and outer realms were only part of a cave. Even if he told people, very few would believe him, and those that did would only go crazy. Looking at this star system, Wang Lin silently pondered. Outside planet Suzaku, the divine retribution clouds had long disappeared. The thousands of cultivators, including Situ Nan and company, were still waiting for Wang Lin's return. When they saw Wang Lin's figure appear, cheers began to echo. The eyes of the thousands of cultivators had feverish gazes as they called Wang Lin's name and called out, "Lord of the Sealed Realm." Listening to their words, Wang Lin silently pondered even more. He vaguely felt confused. Lord of the Sealed Realm. The previous Lord of the Celestial Realm was only a pawn of the Celestial Sovereign. He was not a person from the inner realm. He came from the immortal astral continent. He had the bloodline of a celestial. He didn't come to the inner realm to help but to set up plan all for the sake of the Celestial Sovereign. He was an inflexible person. Perhaps, over the years, he felt mercy toward the people here and all those things happened. However, at the end of the day, he didn't belong here. He was an outsider. The waves of cheers felt like they were really far from Wang Lin. After understanding everything, Wang Lin felt confused about the title of Lord of the Sealed Realm. His silent pondering was gradually noticed by the thousands of cultivators. Their cries slowly dissipated and their gazes locked onto Wang Lin as he walked over. Looking at the faces before him, his heart was filled with bitterness. He wanted to tell them, all of you, all of us are just living in a cave. The sky we see is not the real sky, the earth we see is not the real earth. Out battles against the outer realm were only a game to others. Even the spells and Tao we cultivate are all false. Everything is false, nothing is real. The only thing that was real was the blood, the pain, and all the corpses piled up over the countless years. But how could he say it? There was no way for him to tell these fanatical fellow cultivators the cruel truth. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly thought of Taoist scattered spirit from the 7 million worlds. He suddenly felt a connection with Taoist scattered spirit as their experiences were very similar. However, Taoist scattered spirit was more fortunate than Wang Lin because he believed he had come to the real world and left the fake world. Wang Lin's silence and confusion were noticed by Situ Nan, which made him confused. He didn't understand what Wang Lin had encountered inside the rift. He was so high-spirited when he entered, but now he was depressed. Wang Lin silently walked forward and arrived next to Situ Nan. His confused eyes were also tired, and he softly said, Situ, do you have wine? I want to get drunk again. One last time. I do. Situ Nan didn't ask why and instead nodded. If you want to become drunk, then I'll accompany you. On a no-name mountain on planet Suzaku, Wang Lin and Situ Nan sat down. They watched the sky darken and silently drank wine. No one came to disturb the two of them. The thousands of cultivators sat down on the planet and cultivated. They were waiting for Wang Lin to descend from the mountain. They were waiting for Wang Lin to take them to all heaven, to save all heaven and protect the inner realm. Situ, why do people live? As Wang Lin sipped wine, the confusion in his eyes became even stronger. In order to breath, Situ silently pondered and put down the wine jug in his hand. He looked at Wang Lin's appearance and frowned. He then asked, what was that rift? Wang Lin shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. He picked up the wine and drank another big gulp. Do you remember how we got drunk many years ago? Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan and recalled the past. That time I got drunk when I was in confusion. I didn't want to cultivate, I didn't know why I cultivated. Cultivation brought no happiness. There was only tiredness and endless life and death crises. I had killed a lot of people, I have killed a lot. Wang Lin began to laugh as he drank. That time I told you I didn't understand why people cultivated. For longevity? But what's the point of living a long time? All you get is to watch people around you grow old, watch lovers die, watch loved ones scatter, watch friends close their eyes. In the end, the only thing that remains is an indifferent heart. With a tired body, even if such a life lasts for a long time, so what? This is longevity. Situ, you brought me into the cultivator world. Tell me, is this longevity? Wang Lin drank all the wine and threw the wine jug to the side. Cultivators don't need to cut off their emotions. When we were on planet Suzaku and you just started cultivating, you were reluctant to let your parents go, reluctant to cut off your earthly attachments. You didn't want to cut them off. This was how I answered you. Since you can't cut it and don't want to cut it, you will naturally feel pain. If you died, then it wouldn't have mattered, but you didn't die. You cultivated for more than 2,000 years and reached this cultivation level. This is why you're confused, why you ask me what longevity is. Longevity, there is no longevity in this life. The so-called longevity is to allow yourself to live longer, allow yourself to become stronger, allow yourself to become free so one can order you around. We are all damn afraid of death. We don't want to die, so we pursue longevity. This old man doesn't believe you don't understand this. Situ Nan drank an entire jug of wine and threw it to the side before he shouted at Wang Lin. Look at yourself. What did you see inside that rift? Tell this old man. Peak. I didn't reach the peak. Even if I reached the peak, so what? I understand, but I'm not the same as you. I never wanted to cultivate. When I was young, I did it for my parents so they wouldn't be disappointed in me. I clenched my teeth and went to the Hangyu sect. But the result? Fate made a fool out of us. I cultivated for my parents, but that eventually led to their deaths. After that, I cultivated for revenge. I became a demon and killed the entire Teng family. Blood flowed like a river. After getting my revenge, I was confused. I watched Danyo grow up and watched his parents die. I watched his entire life. I didn't know what I should do. I didn't know where my path was. It wasn't until Wan Er died that I began to cultivate in order to revive her. I wanted to become stronger and survive. I wasn't willing to die before Wan Er woke up. I wanted to take her back from fate. Then I became the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I became famous through the battle between the inner realm and the outer realm. I didn't want any of this. It's not what I want. I didn't want to become the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I still don't. Wang Lin looked at Situ and picked up a wine jug. He drank half of the jug and allowed the wine to flow from the corner of his mouth. You! Situ Nan looked at Wang Lin and saw the confusion in his eyes. He was unable to say a word. He let out a sigh and began to drink in anger. Since you aren't willing to tell this old man what you saw inside that rift, then this old man won't ask. Okay? The two of them became silent and both continued to drink wine until a glimpse of light appeared in the horizon, signaling the sunrise. Wang Lin softly said, "That rift led to the ancient celestial realm." Situ Nan was startled. Then he suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. It was as if his gaze was going to pierce the sky and see the rift that had appeared before. Ancient celestial realm. That place is actually the legendary ancient celestial realm. There are real celestials there. Did you see a celestial? Situ Nan gasped and shock filled his eyes. I saw them, and I killed a celestial. Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression and took a gulp of wine. Situ Nan was startled and stared at Wang Lin. After a long time he blinked and smiled bitterly. Then what? With your personality you wouldn't just leave after killing them. Could it be that you searched this celestial's memory? Wang Lin silently pondered and his eyes revealed a complicated gaze. He drank all the wine in the jug in his hand and threw it to the side before looking up at Situ Nan. I searched the memory of the celestial and found out a secret about the existence of the inner and outer realms. Situ, if I told you that the inner and outer realms are both fake, that they're just an illusion, would you believe it? If I told you that you and me, all the fellow cultivators we know, the world we grew up in, are just in a cave, would you believe it? If I said that the Tao we cultivate are all designated by others, would you believe it? If I said that the world we live in is just a cave, the cave of an ancient celestial sovereign, or a realm he opened to collect Joss flames, would you believe it? What are you talking about? Situ Nan subconsciously let go of the wine jug in his hand and it fell to the ground. Wang Lin smiled bitterly and looked at the startled Situ Nan. He then picked up a wine jug from the ground and took a big sip. This is what I learned from the memory of that celestial. You know the Lord of the Sealed Realm? Not me but the previous one. He came from the ancient celestial realm, he doesn't belong here. And those celestial imperial concubines I met in the ancient star system and the mysterious seven-colored Taoist. These people all came from the so-called immortal astral continent. That continent is tens of thousands times bigger than the inner and outer realms combined. That is their hometown. We are merely in a cave that belongs to the sect master of the Seven Tao sect, the seven-colored celestial sovereign. The sky we see is the ceiling of the cave. The earth we see is the ground of the cave. The so-called inner and outer realms are merely the inner and outer parts of this cave. Would you believe all of this? Then what if I told you that even the Tao we cultivate, the heavenly Tao, is something the seven-colored celestial sovereign stole and raised here? It is because of the heavenly Tao he is raising that life appeared, that you and I came to be. Would you believe all this? If there was no heavenly Tao, if the celestial sovereign hadn't stolen it, then no life would have appeared in this cave. It is just a cave. When you know all of this, would you become confused? Would you not wonder what we live for? Why do we exist and what do we exist for? And then there is the divine retribution. The heavenly Tao is being raised by the celestial sovereign, and all living things here exist because of the heavenly Tao. He created divine retribution so that it could kill anyone who tried to change the plans of the heavenly Tao. What is a heaven-defying cultivator? This is a heaven-defying cultivator, like how a mortal farmer plans everything out and then plants their crops. There will always be things that don't grow to your intent, so you change it. However, over time, tenacious weeds pop up among these crops. They grow too fast and they can't be changed. They will try to destroy the plans. They are the heaven-defying cultivators. The role of the divine retribution is to kill the weeds that arbitrarily appeared. I am one of those weeds, except the divine retribution can't destroy me and was destroyed by me. I destroyed the divine retribution and retrieved my own fate. I also learned the secret of this world. Since you asked, I will tell you all of this, but will you believe it? Situ Nen pondered in a daze. After a long time he sat down and continued to drink wine. But he didn't say a word. There was struggle in his eyes. He didn't believe it but also believed it. If it was anyone else, even if it was his teacher, Qing Lin, he wouldn't believe it. It was simply unthinkable and no one would choose to believe it. However, the person who said it was Wang Lin, his brother. He understood Wang Lin, he basically watched Wang Lin grow up. How could he not believe Wang Lin? Everything is just a cave. Then what is the battle between the inner and outer realms? Situ Nen subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. Fear slowly appeared in his eyes. He seldom felt fear, but when he heard Wang Lin's terrifying words, fear appeared in his mind. He feared that if this was all true, then what did he count as? Was his happiness true happiness? He was just a puppet doing a serious performance set up by the heavens, being observed and played with by a mysterious existence. It was like when he looked at the ants on the earth, watching the ants struggle and survive. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and softly said, I have my guesses about the war between the inner and outer realms, but I don't fully understand it. However, I have a plan, and 3 years from now, I'll know everything about this war. Cave? Situ Nan revealed a bitter smile and lowered his head. He looked at the wine jug in his hand and began to murmur. We watch the sky and want to know what is behind the sky. When we have a high enough cultivation level to go past the sky and enter space, we think space is the end, but we don't expect space to be inside a cave. Wang Lin, if what you say is true, what do you want to do? I think you should already have an answer. Wang Lin had been drinking wine, but he didn't feel drunk. The wine was like life and turned spicy in his mouth. More than 2,000 years of his past continued to replay in his mind. My cultivation had 3 stages. The first stage was to help others. The second stage was confusion and irritation. I yearned a mortal life. I originally thought I would spend the rest of my life in the second stage until I had a high enough cultivation level to awaken one heir. Then we would pass the remaining years together and close our eyes together. Right now, the third stage has appeared. Wang Lin put down the wine jug and stood up, allowing the mountain wind to blow at his white hair. As he looked at the sky, the confusion in his eyes was replaced with a determined and unyielding gaze. I have cultivated for my entire life, but I never recognized it in my heart. But today I, Wang Lin, will enter the third stage of my cultivation on planet Suzaku that gave birth to me. I want to cultivate. Situ, back then I grew tired of cultivation, but after today, that thought will never exist again in my heart. I want to cultivate, I want to become stronger, I want to leave this world. I want to see if the people of the immortal astral continent really have 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if I die and turn to dust. So what? Wang Lin waved his right hand. He then leaned back and drank half a jug of wine. Wang Lin wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed. I, Wang Lin, have lacked one word in my life. This word is responsibility. I lack responsibility. I can't support the sky myself. The title of Lord of the Sealed Realm belongs to me, but it was given to me by others because I did a few things and because the inner realm needs a Lord of the Sealed Realm. But I'm really not qualified to be called Lord of the Sealed Realm. I was originally tired of cultivation. I had been cultivating for others, so how could I bear the honor of Lord of the Sealed Realm? The me from before couldn't carry the responsibility at all. Before, I was even childish enough to really think I was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. I fought with my life against the outer realm for my hometown, for the inner realm. I thought doing this meant I was the lord of the sealed realm. It never occurred to me that many people were doing the same. Almost all the inner realm cultivator were doing this. I merely had a higher cultivation level, so I managed to reach today. However, what do I count as? Why should I hold the respect of the inner realm? What we should respect are the fellow cultivators that died. Those that bled for the inner realm and died. I had never thought about those things, but today, I thought about them. I understand the responsibility of this title. It is not just to resist the invasion of the outer realm, but to take the cultivators here out of this world, out of this cave. To have the determination to destroy any enemy that gets in the way. Before, I didn't have this determination and responsibility, but after today, I will. This perhaps is my Tao, my final destination. Wang Lin drank the rest of the wine and threw the wine jug off the mountain. It flew off in an arc and disappeared from Wang Lin's eyes. At this moment, the sky dims. The sun sets in the west and rises in the east. Turn around to see Mount Nan, the sound of the scattering birds echoing. The world of mortals cut off by the clouds. I'm going to kill the celestial sovereign. If I kill him, I can get our life back. Kill him and the clouds will open. But before that, Situ, I'm going to guard the border for 3 years. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and stepped toward the sky. He moved like a ray of light and appeared in the sky. Wang Lin looked down on the earth, and the first thing he saw was his statue that pierced the sky. The statue of him held up the axe and glared at the sky. For the first time, Wang Lin felt the unspeakable momentum from the statue. This momentum would never look back, and anything that tried to block it would be blown away. It was a shocking momentum that no one could stop. This momentum was the Lord of the sealed realm that understood commitment and responsibility. One who had questioned themselves and understood the might of the Lord of the sealed realm. If the heavens stood in the way, the heavens could break. If the earth stood in the way, the earth could collapse. Any enemy would be destroyed. For the first time, Wang Lin saw the familiar aura he saw from Taoist scattered spirit on the statue. The spirit and determination Taoist scattered spirit held. With one step, Wang Lin arrived on top of his own statue. He stood there, facing the wind, facing the red sunset as he looked at the world. Fellow cultivators on planet Suzaku, are you all willing to follow me to all heaven and battle the outer realm cultivators? Wang Lin's mighty voice turned into a monstrous wave that echoed across planet Suzaku, and the cultivators that were waiting for Wang Lin all opened their eyes. Their bright eyes revealed the same determination. We are willing to follow. Roars came from countless locations on the planet, forming a powerful shockwave. At the same time, rays of light flew up from the earth toward Wang Lin's statue. Those rays of light contained cultivators filled with killing intent. They had been humiliated for so many years. They had lost countless friends, and those that survived were willing to give it their all. They only needed one voice and they would be willing to fight with everything, even if it meant giving up their lives. Warriors will be born when a kingdom was about to perish. This is a saying from old times, and the inner realm was experiencing this. As Wang Lin stood above the statue, his gaze swept across the world. He saw the familiar faces within the rays of light that flew at him. He saw the determination on those familiar faces, felt their determination to give up their lives in their roars. There were people Wang Lin were familiar with, including his disciple 13, his servant Big Head, his brother Situ, his senior South Cloud, and many other people he knew. The gazes of these thousands of cultivators all gathered as if some kind of hot blood connected them. This sense of hot blood would not dissipate. At most it would settle as the years passed. However, at the moment of crisis, this sense of hot blood would erupt. Come with me and take back the mountains and rivers of the inner realm. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and stepped off from the head of the statue. His robe was as white as snow and fluttered with his white hair. Under the sun, they gave off a dazzling glow. Inside the light, Wang Lin's body turned into a ray of light, creating a loud howl, and flew toward space. Behind him, Situ Nan, Master South Cloud, and the others followed closely. The howls from them flying fused with his. After them, The thousands of cultivators all used various spells to fly to follow after Wang Lin. This was a spectacular scene. It was as if countless meteors were flying off the planet. They carried with them the aura of defying the heavens, the domineering will to destroy the heavens, and the pride to never back down. It was as if with Wang Lin leading them, they could break through the sky and break free from this cage-like world, break this falsehood and go to the endless world beyond. Wang Lin was ahead, opening the way. His divine sense spread out, and along with the coldness in his eyes, there was a monstrous killing intent. He was going to kill every invading cultivator. He was going to create a bloodbath, he was going to kill until the world changed colors. This killing intent erupted from his body. It had been a long time since he had killing intent this strong. He still remembered the peak of killing intent in his life. It was when he slaughtered the entire Tang family on planet Suzaku more than 2,000 years ago. Today, more than 2,000 years later, this killing intent appeared once more. This time he was doing it for himself, but even more so for the inner realm. He wasn't a hero, and he didn't want to be a hero. He was just an ordinary cultivator. He just happened to be a cultivator who got caught up in this time of war. He understood what responsibility meant. He understood he had responsibilities. He understood the meaning of the title Lord of the Sealed Realm. He didn't want to be the Lord of the Sealed Realm, he wanted to be himself. He wanted to break open this world and walk out of this cave. Anyone who stopped him would have to bear his monstrous slaughter and anger. If the heavens stopped him, he would destroy the heavens. If the earth blocked him, he would destroy the earth. If people blocked him, he would kill them all. He had to have the determination to break out of this cave. Resolving the war between the two realms was merely the first step. But if he couldn't get past the first step, there was no need to talk about walking out of this cave. As Wang Lin flew forward, thousands of cultivators followed. As the group of people flew through space, they created a shocking sound wave that rumbled loudly and shook the star system. Large amounts of outer realm cultivators had died to Wang Lin's arrow before, but some still remained. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense covered the entire brilliant void. Those remaining outer realm cultivators had no place to hide in Wang Lin's eyes. As monstrous rumbles echoed, there were dozens of outer realm cultivators several million kilometers ahead. They each had a mark between their eyebrows, and they were moving in panic. They were going to All Heaven because most of the outer realm cultivator who had entered the inner realm were at All Heaven. The other star systems only had a few people present. Before those dozens of cultivators could fly far, they heard the howling from behind them. Feeling shocked, they escaped even faster. One of the young cultivators subconsciously looked back. He saw a white shadow closing in, and in a flash the white shadow was in his vision. The young man only saw the white shadow flash by before his vision blurred and fell into darkness. When he could see again, he saw the world spinning and then saw his group flying away. He saw that the last person in the group had no head. He was very familiar with the body without a head. In an instant, his eyes were filled with disbelief and his vision collapsed. The spinning world turned dark. The moment it all went dark, he saw one last thing. A young man wearing a white robe and with white hair withdrawing his blade-like hand before charging forward. Those dozens of cultivator hadn't noticed at all that someone from their group was already dead. Wang Lin walked forward and waved his right hand. A thunderous rumble echoed as 4 outer realm cultivators screamed miserably and their heads flew off. Their blood splattered on the bodies and faces of the remaining outer realm cultivators. It wasn't until now that the remaining outer realm cultivators noticed and looked back in terror. Wang Lin turned into a ray of white light and moved past those cultivators. In less than 3 seconds, he walked away from this group of cultivators that had already collapsed into piles of flesh and blood. Not a drop of blood had landed on his white robe, and his expression didn't change as he moved forward. What followed him were several dozen heads that still contained the horror they felt before they died. These heads are far from enough. Wang Lin remained calm and rushed forward. Shortly after, the thousands of cultivators arrived. They saw the bloody remains of the corpses floating there and sensed the lingering killing intent. Wang Lin didn't stop moving. No outer realm cultivator he found in the brilliant void could escape death. A lot of people only realized they were dead after their heads had been cut off and landed in Wang Lin's hand. Out of everyone in this world, although Wang Lin couldn't be considered the person that had killed the most, he had killed quite a bit. Not even he could clearly remember how many he had killed. To live in such a troubled world, in a cruel cultivation world that followed the law of the jungle, if he didn't want to be killed, he had to kill. Deep inside the brilliant void, two outer realm cultivator were anxiously escaping. They looked very similar. They were twin cultivators, something rarely seen in the cultivation world. These two had a bit of fame in the ancient star system. The two always attacked at the same time and knew each other very well. Although they were only at the second heaven's blight, even third heaven's blight cultivators would have to retreat in a sorry state after facing against them. These two brothers were very cruel, and after entering the inner realm, they killed a lot of inner realm cultivators. These two brothers had a hobby. They liked to abuse and kill people with lower cultivation level than them. However, at this moment these two brothers were escaping like homeless dogs. They felt a terrifying aura locked onto them from the distance. No matter how they tried to hide, they weren't able to escape from this pressure. The pressure gradually became a blade of death that hung above their heads and could fall at any moment to take their life. Under this pressure, the two almost went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot as they escaped like crazy. However, just as they started to use their full force to escape, a white figure that represented death appeared behind them. This figure slowly walked toward them. His pace wasn't fast, but in truth he was faster than lightning. With one step, he arrived next to one person. This figure was Wang Lin, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his right hand and swept toward one person who was filled with despair. "Big brother!" The other person let out a miserable roar. He actually gave up escaping and charged at Wang Lin. These two brothers had lost their parents back when they were still children and they were raised by wolves. They were always thinking the same thing and almost never left each other's side. Later, they were taken in by a family of wolf cultivators and were granted their marks. In the past, only they could cruelly abuse and kill others, but today they became Wang Lin's prey. Just as the roar echoed, a head flew off and blood sprayed everything. After the blood sprayed out, a head flew into the air. "Your brotherly love is respectable, but since you killed my inner realm cultivators, you must die." Wang Lin walked forward and two more fierce heads were added to the hundreds of heads behind him. Wang Lin swept across the brilliant void. When he finished, none of the remaining outer realm cultivators were left alive. The places he went were bloody, the places he passed meant slaughter. The hundreds of heads behind him had their origin souls sealed. It was as if they had sunk into hell and were unable to break free. They could only follow Wang Lin forward. After walking out from the brilliant void and entering the edge of the summoned river, Wang Lin slowly said, "Too quiet." The moment Wang Lin spoke, the hundreds of heads behind him that had dim gazes suddenly became bright. At the same time, miserable screams began to echo. These miserable screams revealed unspeakable pain. The screams would scare the wits out of those who were timid. Even the brave would be shocked and their faces would turn pale. It was impossible to imagine what kind of pain could cause such miserable screams. As the hundreds of heads screamed, black blood flowed out from their orifices. As the black blood flowed out, a powerful smell of blood spread out. These heads had the origin soul and souls of their owners sealed inside. Their bodies had died, but not their head. They were suffering a reincarnation cycle formed by karma, life and death, and true and false. Their heads contained Wang Lin's 3 ethereal essences. With these essences, it was like they were in a dream that could be real or fake, where they were suffering many miserable deaths. Wang Lin had sealed them with his ethereal essences so they would suffer endless pain. This wasn't because Wang Lin wanted to torture them. This was just the first step of his slaughter. This beginning involved a formation. This was a formation he had comprehended after gaining enlightenment in the 3 ethereal essences. He had never used it before. This was the first time. This formation was an essence formation. The name was very simple. It was called Life and Death, True and False Karma Formation. This scene was extremely tragic. Only monstrous hatred could cause someone to do this. Although Wang Lin hated the outer realm, his hatred wasn't this strong. However, after he learned the truth about the world being a cave, there had been a surging resentment raging in his mind. This resentment was the source of his slaughter. This resentment was his hatred of heaven and the celestial sovereign, who controlled fate. The outer realm cultivators just happened to be invading at this time, so they had to suffer his anger. Too many people have already died in this battle, so I, Wang Lin, do not care if I kill more. Since you all want to kill for a certain purpose, then I, Wang Lin, will help you. I want to see what you're all looking for. The inner realm has lost too much. Now it's the outer realm's turn. The endless miserable screams echoed in Wang Lin's ears. His expression remained calm as he stepped toward the summoned river. The summoned revered had fallen to the outer realm twice. Many cultivators from the outer realm were stationed here. The cultivators here were extremely cruel. They had stolen a large amount of resources, and large amounts of female cultivators were taken as their cultivation furnaces. The blood of countless cultivators was scattered across the star system. Just as Wang Lin entered the summoned river, a dense smell of blood filled his nose. The killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. This sixth essence, the slaughter essence, erupted from his body. Countless real and illusory red snowflakes appeared around Wang Lin. These red snowflakes surrounded the area, and as Wang Lin moved forward, crackling sounds echoed. The space behind him was frozen and started giving off a red glow. Then a monstrous chill began to spread. Wang Lin's eyes faintly turned red. His divine sense spread out and surrounded the entire summoned river. Just as his divine sense covered all of the summoned river, the shocking aura of a third-step cultivator came from the depths of summoned river. This aura gave off a feeling of shock. It seemed to have been caught off guard by Wang Lin's divine sense. If it was before the dream Tao, Wang Lin might have frowned, but now he wouldn't even bother looking that person's way. This aura belonged to a late-stage spirit void cultivator, but Wang Lin would even dare to kill arcane void cultivators, so he didn't need to take a mere spirit void cultivator seriously. With a step forward, Wang Lin ignored the aura of the third-step cultivator and arrived outside a planet. This planet contained thousands of outer realm cultivators. These cultivators were mostly cultivating with their eyes closed. Some of them were having fun or forcing themselves on cultivation furnaces. Some were laughing wildly while killing mortals, and others were devouring the cultivation of captured inner realm cultivators. Wang Lin saw all these things vividly as his divine sense spread by. His eyes shined and looked extremely fierce when mixed with the red light in his eyes. With the hundreds of heads behind him, Wang Lin looked like a demon that had just walked straight out of the underworld. These people deserve to die. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and then his right hand extended out from his sleeve. This outstretched hand formed a palm and pressed down on the planet. With this, a shocking rumble came from the planet. Large amounts of dust flew into the air and shrouded the entire planet in dust. At the same time, shocking screams came from the planet. The many outer realm cultivators that were cultivating opened their eyes. They were terrified, and they all flew out to see what was happening. The moment they appeared in the sky, they saw the countless raging dust storms that connected to the sky. This caused their vision to become blurry and made it look like the end of the world. A pressure that caused them all to tremble shrouded them, forming a suppressing force. Under this suppressing force, more than half of the outer realm cultivators coughed out blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. What kind of power is this? Who is it? Could it be that a third-step cultivator of the inner realm came? But all their third-step cultivators are in all heaven. Who can get through the layers of blockades to get here? Many outer realm cultivators that had been cultivating with their cultivation furnaces or abusing the inner realm cultivators and mortals were shocked by this. They were covered in cold sweat as they flew into the sky. Just as they arrived in the sky, they saw a terrifying scene. They saw a giant palm appear in the sky. This palm almost covered the entire sky, causing the sky to dim as if it was night. All light was blocked by the palm, causing the earth to fall into darkness. This giant palm also had a mark that was flashing. This mark would sometimes be clear and sometimes blurry. If one stared at it, their mind would become a mess. This mark was a door. This was the 10,000 void bone gate formed by countless white bones. After this gate was destroyed, it was imprinted on Wang Lin's palm. The moment the thousands of cultivators on the planet saw the gate, the fingers on the palm slowly closed as if it was going to form a fist. The thousands of cultivator felt a rumble as strands of aura seemed to be extracted from their bodies and pulled into the sky. When the karma print was used on a third-step cultivator, it would extract their essence and wouldn't affect their life. But if they hadn't reached the third step, the karma print would extract their soul, origin soul, life force, and various ethereal things from their body. The karma print was extremely terrifying. The moment it appeared, the sky would change colors and the clouds would scatter. Right now, Wang Lin's attack was filled with anger and killing intent, making it even more shocking. The palm formed a fist before the thousands of confused cultivators. The fist didn't fall but instead pulled back. As it pulled back, the miserable screams of these thousands of cultivators echoed at the same time. Those miserable screams spread across the entire cultivation planet until they formed a powerful shockwave. The bodies of the thousands of cultivators in the sky all collapsed. Their heads separated from their bodies and flew into the sky. The heads flew toward Wang Lin as rays of light and followed behind him. Outside the cultivation planet, Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist. The endless life force, souls, and origin souls were gathered in his hand. He waved his hand and the thousands of origin souls returned to their heads, where they were sealed with life and death, karma, and true and false. The miserable screams started echoing once more. These miserable screams were from thousands of heads, and the sound echoed across the stars. Mere thousands, still not enough. Wang Lin turned around and walked toward another planet he had seen in his divine sense. Deep within the summoned river, the divine sense of the third-step cultivator stationed in this star system rushed out. It condensed to form shadow, and his origin body flew off from where he was. He locked onto Wang Lin and flew over from a distant place. Wang Lin wanted this person to come, so he had allowed him to lock on. Otherwise, that person wouldn't be qualified to find Wang Lin. If one comes, I'll kill one. If a bunch come, I'll kill a bunch. Wang Lin's eyes became gloomy and the killing intent in his gaze became even stronger. He still hadn't killed enough, and as he moved forward, another planet appeared before him. The planet was in ruins and the death aura here was extremely powerful. It was obvious this place was once filled with life, but now it was filled with death. There was a clan in the ancient star system called the Underworld Clan. The members of this clan absorbed death aura to cultivate, and the places they would gather at were often filled with death aura. This planet was gifted to them by the Sovereign Council after they earned some achievements. The Underworld Clan was a small clan in the ancient star system. Most of their clan members had gathered here and made this their new home. There were countless gray bubbles floating around. These bubbles contained captives of the inner realm, and most of them were women. One of them was Zhou Zihong. Her eyes were closed and she was unconscious, but her clothes were still intact. Just at this moment, a thunderous rumble came from the planet and a giant rift appeared. A sucking force appeared to pull about 300 bubbles into it. Zhou Zihong was among them. Through the dense death aura, you could see a bald man sitting in the depths of the rift. The man wore a purple robe, and sometimes you could see the faces of miserable souls stick out of his bald head, letting out a silent screams. As he waved his hand, the 300 bubbles rushed toward him. The bald man suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a strange light. He stared at the 300 inner realm cultivators with cruelty in his gaze. Only in the inner realm is there a chance for my underworld clan to rise. The more people die, the stronger the death aura, and there are also these living spirits. If it was in the ancient star system, killing this many people would result in punishment by the Sovereign Council. The man revealed a satisfied smile as he waved his sleeve and the 300 bubbles exploded one by one. The collapse of the bubbles caused the 300 female summoned river cultivators to be exposed to the death aura. Their expressions became twisted from pain, and after the bubbles popped, their bodies began to slowly wither. Strands of life force came out of the orifices and gathered around their bodies to form shadows. These shadows were like origin souls. They were exactly the same as their bodies. Zhou Zihang's expression became twisted and her body trembled. Her vitality quickly escaped her body and formed shadow shaped like her body. Zhou Zihang's vitality shadow and the other vitality shadows all flew toward the bald man. Underworld, devour bliss. The bald man let out a roar and waved his hand. The 300 origin souls shadow moved even faster and closed in on him. Just as he opened his mouth and was about to cruelly devour them, a cold snort echoed across the world. This cold snort was like a thunderous rumble and formed a sound wave. The bald man trembled and his extended arms collapsed into flesh and blood. He coughed out blood and quickly retreated with a terrified expression. Those 300 origin soul shadows slowly opened their eyes. They looked around in confusion. Who is it? Which third-step cultivator came to the Underworld clan? This old man is the patriarch of the Underworld clan. I don't know what I have done to offend Senior. Please. The bald man was pale and terrified. His heart was pounding and he was scared out of his wits. The other party had only let out a snort, but that was enough to cause his arms, which were using a spell, to shatter. His mind had also taken a serious blow. The energy and blood inside his body was a mess and his origin soul almost collapsed. He was at the fifth heaven's blight, so he immediately recognized that the other party as a third-step cultivator he couldn't offend. However, he didn't understand what he had done to offend this third-step cultivator and provoke his punishment. He didn't even guess that this third-step cultivator was not from the ancient star system but from the inner realm. He knew that all the inner realm cultivators had gathered in all heaven for their final struggle, and that it was impossible for them to come here. While panicking, before he could even finish speaking, his vision was covered in white light. He looked up at the rift and saw a white-haired young man in white walk through the death aura. The young man's expression was gloomy, and there were thousands of heads behind him that were letting out miserable screams. The screams caused the bald man's mind to tremble and his pupils to shrink. He looked at the man in white and felt that this man was very familiar. You are... The bald man's mind rumbled, and after he froze for a moment, the familiar aura from the young man made him remember a name. The moment he remembered the name, the bald man let out an uncontrollable scream. He frantically retreated while screaming. Underworld clan members, quickly escape from this planet. Quick, quick. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and his right hand reached out at the void. A large, illusionary hand appeared and rushed toward the bald man. As the bald man was speaking, the hand grabbed him and squeezed. The bald man let out a tragic scream and his body collapsed. However, his head remained intact with his soul and origin soul sealed inside. As Wang Lin withdrew his hand, the head joined the thousands of heads behind him. At the same time, all over the planet, the auras of the Underworld clan members flew out. Each aura contained a member of the Underworld clan. They were confused, but they didn't hesitate to attempt to escape the planet. Although they didn't know what had happened, the Patriarch's order was the heavens. They would follow that order to the death. Wang Lin turned around, and his gaze was cold. He waved his right hand and thunder flashed in his right eye. A giant bolt of thunder appeared and split in countless directions with Wang Lin as the center. At this moment, lightning scattered across the dark planet and thunderous rumbles echoed. Each bolt of thunder was like a death sentence that had locked onto each member of the Underworld clan. Their bodies exploded and the thunder brought their heads back. The screams of death echoed across the planet. Wang Lin ignored all of this and looked at the confused 300 origin souls. He gently waved his hand and the origin souls returned to their bodies. Wang Lin stepped out with one step. The moment he stepped out, the bolts of thunder returned with heads. There were now almost 10,000 heads behind Wang Lin, and the thunder returned to Wang Lin's right eye. In just a few short breaths, all the Underworld clan members died. No one was left alive. Floating in the air, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed down on the earth. The endless death aura around the planet surged like the sea and flew toward him. In the end, The endless death aura condensed in Wang Lin's right hand, which represented death. It formed a ball of gas and rotated rapidly. As the death aura was taken away by Wang Lin, life returned to the planet. The many bubbles all broke, allowing the summoned river cultivators inside to regain their freedom. Wang Lin withdrew this gaze from the planet and then stepped into the sky with the ball of death aura in his hand. He mercilessly crushed the ball, and monstrous amounts of death aura charged into the sky. "Since you came, then don't leave." Wang Lin's voice was cold as he looked at the edge of the horizon, where the death aura was flying toward. The space distorted and a middle-aged man walked out. This middle-aged man wore a Taoist robe and his expression was extremely serious. His hands formed a seal and a tortoise shield appeared around him. The vortex of death aura landed on the tortoise cell. Thunderous rumbles echoed and cracks appeared on the trembling tortoise shield. However, it didn't break but was pushed back along with the middle-aged man. "Lord of the sealed realm Wang Lin, you're not dead." The middle-aged man's eyes were shocked as he retreated. He had locked onto Wang Lin's divine sense but couldn't see Wang Lin. When he saw Wang Lin destroy thousands of outer realm cultivators, he immediately wanted to withdraw. However, he was forced out of hiding by Wang Lin before he could retreat. Wang Lin didn't say a word and killing intent filled his eyes. He instantly closed in on the middle-aged man and mercilessly hit the shield. There was a thunderous bang and even more cracks appeared on the shield. The middle-aged man turned pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated in terror. "You deliberately lured me here. You hid your cultivation." The power of the hand allowed the middle-aged man to clearly feel the terrifying aura coming from Wang Lin's body. His heart pounded wildly and all thoughts of killing disappeared from his mind. He wanted to escape immediately. However, since he had been lured here, Wang Lin wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and raised his hand. His hand smashed down once more, and this hand contained karma. It landed on the shield and the shield directly collapsed. An aura was extracted from the shield and the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was pale. After the shield collapsed, he retreated once more. His eyes became grim. This was a life and death calamity for him, and he feared he would not be able to escape. At this moment, he clenched his teeth and gave up on escaping. His hands formed a seal and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows, causing a rift to appear. This was the Joss flame world that was fused with his body. Just as he opened his Joss flame world, Wang Lin pointed forward with his right hand. "Stop!" With one word, the middle-aged man's body stopped. Just at this moment, Wang Lin closed in and his palm hit the middle-aged man's body. A rumble echoed inside the middle-aged man's body, and then Wang Lin's hand moved to his forehead. With a bang, the middle-aged man trembled and bled out of his orifices. His eyes were filled with struggle and fear as he tried to break free from the stop spell. However, before Wang Lin, he didn't have the chance. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He collapsed the man's mind and sealed with two palms. Then his right hand swept past the middle-aged man's neck. Blood sprayed everywhere as the middle-aged man's head separated from his body. His body collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood, and Wang Lin grabbed his head. "No one below the arcane void stage is a match for me." Wang Lin turned around and went off into the stars holding the head that was dripping blood. Nirvana void cultivators have to devour Tao spirits to solidify their Joss flame realms. They also require large amounts of Joss flame souls. However, this realm is only an external force. Only by reaching the spirit void stage can one integrate the Joss flame realm into their own body. Doing so allows the Joss flame souls to worship them, which then allows them to use powerful spells. It is very difficult to advance through the four void realms. Going from spirit void to arcane void is the most difficult as it requires an ethereal essence. Essences are divided into corporeal and ethereal. Things like the 5 elements are considered corporeal essences. These are easy to obtain and don't require much comprehension. One only needs to obtain a large amount of them and the essence will slowly be complete. Wang Lin's fire and thunder essences were completed like this. However, there were still the ethereal essences like karma, life and death, and true and false. These essences were extremely difficult to obtain because you couldn't find them, only comprehend. The reason why there were so few arcane void cultivators, only a dozen of so among the hundreds of millions of cultivators, was because an ethereal essence was difficult to obtain. If one already had an ethereal essence when breaking the void gate, then the bottleneck at the spirit void stage would be a lot easier to pass. However, far too few people had reached the third step with an ethereal essence. As a result, they would need to obtain one by either stealing one or comprehending one. Although it was difficult to complete an essence after reaching the third step, over the countless years a lot of strange people and geniuses had tried. They slowly came up with a method. That method was very strange, but it showed that cultivators all think alike. Their method was to make their countless Joss flame souls cultivate. Those Joss flame souls' cultivation speed would increase greatly with the help of the third step cultivator. They would create mountains and rivers and cycles so that the people in the Joss flame realm didn't even know they were in an illusory world. This allowed the Joss flame souls to obtain illusory power, and over the countless years, a soul with an ethereal essences would be born. Once an ethereal essence was born, it would be devoured by the third step cultivator. Because all of this was illusory and the essence was originally part of the third step cultivator's body, the devourer would be perfect. Similarly, even these Joss flame souls' cultivation was an illusion, so when after leaving their Joss flame realm, they would turn back into ordinary mortals. Over the countless years, when someone tried to find out if the world they lived in was just the Joss flame realm of a powerful existence, there was no answer. The only thing that proved this was that once you left, if all your cultivation disappeared and you became a mortal, then your existence was merely a Joss flame. However, if your cultivation didn't change after you left, then everything was real. As Wang Lin walked through the summoned river, his divine sense returned from the head. When he first grabbed the head, he used soul search and obtained a lot of memories from the middle-aged man. He waved his right hand, and one more head was added to the tens of thousands of heads behind him. This was the first third step cultivator head, but it definitely wouldn't be the last. There was no third step cultivator left in Summoned River. If there were any, they had long fled. Wang Lin moved like a ray of light and swept through Summoned River. The planets he passed became a bloodbath. It was as if a violent wind had swept by and caused countless heads to fly off and follow him. Often, a flash of white would appear near a planet or garrison, and death would follow. As Wang Lin moved, even more heads gathered behind him. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, until there were nearly 50,000 heads. 50,000 heads sounds simple, but if you looked at them all, the sight could shock any cultivator. This wasn't simply just a number but real heads that could be seen. The smell of blood was so thick that even if you were far away you could clearly smell it. When Situ Nan and the thousands of cultivators arrived, they came to a summoned river that had been reclaimed and made vacant of outer realm cultivators. As they flew forward, they came across planets dyed red by blood. One after another, the cultivators of the summoned river followed Wang Lin's footsteps. Wang Lin moved and they followed behind. Although there was a vast distance between them, Wang Lin was like a sword leading the charge. Everyone else followed him. Wang Lin withdrew from the summoned river. After he determined that no outer realm cultivator remained, he stepped into the cloud sea as the nearly 50,000 heads all screamed miserably. The cloud sea was originally the front line of the war, and a large amount of cultivators from both sides had died here. The moment he entered, Wang Lin felt like he heard the screams of countless ghosts. He closed his eyes. After feeling it for a bit, he opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with killing intent. He moved forward with the 50,000 heads floating behind him. It was a shocking scene. 50,000 heads is enough to form the life and death formation. As Wang Lin moved through the cloud sea, more than half of the floating continents from the past had been torn apart and collapsed. The remaining continents were occupied by large amounts of outer realm cultivators, and they had been here for a long time. Because the cloud sea was the front line, few very inner realm cultivators remained. Almost all of them had died. The entire cloud sea had become the land of the outer realm. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and instantly surrounded the cloud sea. Everything in the cloud sea clearly appeared in his mind. Looking at the foreign cloud sea, the anger in Wang Lin's heart raged like a storm. He didn't hide his divine sense at all, but used a domineering method to tell all the outer realm cultivators in the cloud sea that he had arrived. The outer realm cultivators on the continents all woke up when they Wang Lin's felt divine sense. They looked up at the sky in shock, and a bad feeling rapidly grew in their hearts. Wang Lin's divine sense was like a storm that swept across the cloud sea. It was like a heavy mace that hit the heart of very outer realm cultivator. Deep within the cloud sea, there was a rare planet. This used to be the heaven-breaking sex planet, but now it was in ruins. There were endless blue and purple seaweeds growing there, reaching up to thousands of feet tall. From afar, it looked as if the planet had grown hair. The entire planet was completely covered by this blue and purple seaweed. At the center of the endless seaweed were huge branches hundreds of feet thick, and there was a giant purple flower there. The flower was more than 10,000 feet tall, and it was very obvious that the seaweed was born because of it. The flower hadn't bloomed, but there was a bud about 100 feet large at the top. The flower bud was a circle and was vaguely transparent, and a woman sat inside. She was very beautiful and wore a light dress. While sitting there, she cultivated. The aura of mid-stage nirvana void cultivator spread out from the flower bud. When Wang Lin's aura spread across the cloud sea, the woman inside flower bud opened her eyes. Her gaze was filled with shock. As her eyes opened, the endless seaweed on the planet moved. Far away from the planet, where the fog covered up the hole in the realm ceiling formation, there was a giant floating continent. Countless outer realm cultivators were moving around on it, carrying large stones to build a temple. This temple had already taken rudimentary form, and there was a statue on top of it. This statue had 2 huge, black wings. It also looked fierce and gave off a sense of majesty. This statue wasn't that of a man but a giant bat. An old man in red was sitting on the statue, and the mark between his eyebrows was a black bat. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense swept by, the old man opened his eyes in horror. He suddenly stood up and looked at the sky, his face becoming pale. At the same time, in all heaven, the outer realm cultivators had gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators and had several third-step cultivators staging this battle. A few of these people had participated in killing Wang Lin. These hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators formed a circle, and at a glance, they seemed to cover the endless space. They looked exhausted, but their fierceness didn't dissipate at all. These hundreds of thousands of cultivators were surrounding a magnificent formation composed of 999 planets. There were some inner realm cultivators on each planet, and they had resisted here for a very long time. At the center of the formation was a circular altar. It was shrouded by a mist and could barely be seen. A person was sitting on the altar. On a cultivation planet, a woman with an indifferent gaze bit her lower lip and despair gradually appeared in her eyes. On another planet, Mu Bingmei's long and beautiful hair was tied up. She wore white and her beautiful face was filled with confusion. People Wang Lin was familiar with were on these planets. Wang Lin was in the cloud sea. He didn't go directly to all heaven. He couldn't subvert this war with his own strength. Even if he used the Li Guangbao, he could only temporarily change the battle. He had to consider how to hold out for 3 years. When the people from the ancient celestial realm come out in 3 years, he will still need to go destroy the outer realm's ancient celestial realm. All of this required the Li Guangbao, and he didn't have enough celestial energy to use the bao that many times. Therefore, knowing the danger that resided in all heaven, he chose not to slaughter his way there. He would first slaughter the outer realm cultivators in the other star systems. He needed their heads and origin souls to complete the strongest formation. As Wang Lin moved forward, he passed by many continents. As death became widespread, the number of heads behind Wang Lin exceeded 50,000. The moment the number passed 50,000, Wang Lin waved his hand. His left hand pointed at the void. Left hand is life. With this phrase, the 50,000 heads moved. Half of them flew to his left and formed a giant vortex. Right hand controls death. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand and half of the heads flew over to form a death vortex. Wang Lin's eyes were serious as his hand rapidly formed seals that flew into the two vortexes. A moment later, Wang Lin let out a roar. The two vortexes that represented life and death overlapped and instantly fused into one. This resulted in thunderous rumbles that caused space itself to tremble. The fused vortex rotated rapidly and expanded. 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, over 1,000,000 feet. This giant vortex rotated above Wang Lin, and even space itself seemed to rotate along with it. Life and death formation form. Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out his third step essence blood. The blood turned into mist and fused with the vortex. As they fused, cracking sounds came from the vortex and the giant vortex stopped rotating. Not only did it stop rotating, it began to solidify. In the blink of an eye, the giant vortex completely solidified. It was formed by many rings and gave off a terrifying aura. From afar, the solidified vortex looked like a huge wheel. This wheel represented life and death. If it wasn't rotating, everything would live. If it started rotating, everything would die. What formed the wheel was the more than 50,000 screaming heads. Wang Lin jumped up and stood on top of the wheel. The wheel didn't rotate but rushed forward. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as the wheel moved toward another continent. He was going to kill. He wanted even more heads and origin souls to form the second formation. The karma formation. He quickly moved past continents and they collapsed before him. All the outer realm cultivators died and their heads were taken by Wang Lin. There was now a large number of heads following him. This represented death. The smell of blood around him was so strong. It was as if a rain of blood was going to fall. After killing thousands of outer realm cultivators on a continent, he stepped forward. The number of heads gradually reached tens of thousands behind Wang Lin. But his slaughter was not over. Wang Lin waved his right hand and raised his palm. Thunderous rumbles echoed and many outer realm cultivators on the continent before him tried to escape. However, their bodies trembled and their blood sprayed everywhere before the head flew towards Wang Lin. This didn't take long. As Wang Lin swept through the star system, even more outer realm cultivators died. A moment later, a giant planet appeared before Wang Lin. This planet was covered in seaweed. The moment he arrived, the aura of a third-step cultivator erupted from the planet. This planet was where the woman was. When she noticed Wang Lin, she didn't dare to attack early but couldn't find a way to escape. She could only wait for Wang Lin to come and then battle him using this planet. This planet was completely under her control by her, and the endless seaweed came from her Joss flame souls. Although she couldn't beat Wang Lin here, she could reach her strongest peak. A sharp noise came from the planet when Wang Lin arrived. When it rang out, the seaweed on the planet began to grow like crazy. They grew to be 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet, or even 10,000,000 feet long. And they were still extending. In a flash, the cultivation planet went through a strange change that had never taken place before. As the endless seaweed grew, the cultivation planet turned into a head. The seaweed that was still growing was the long hair of this head. The flowers on the planet bloomed and the beautiful woman revealed her face. Her murmur shrouded the planet and caused the mountains and rivers on the planet to change. Some mountains fell and some rose. Some rivers dried up and some appeared out of nowhere. As a result, the planet changed drastically and the planet turned into a giant head. This was the head of a woman. As the planet's surface changed, it took on the appearance of the woman. This scene was extremely strange to watch in space. The giant cultivation planet became her head. Her face was very beautiful and her eyes were closed. The seaweed that formed the hair floated without any wind. This made her even more beautiful and gave her a thrilling sense of charm. A mountain peak formed her nose, mountains formed her eyebrows, the canyons her lips, and the oceans her eyes. All of this showed how shocking her spell was. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked over. Just at this moment, the eyebrows of the woman's head trembled. The trembling of the eyelashes was actually the collapse of mountains on the planet. Then the woman suddenly opened her eyes. A merciless gaze stared at Wang Lin, and a scream that could collapse the void came from her mouth. This spell is not bad, but your cultivation is too weak. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void before him and blood light surrounded the area. The blood sword appeared out of nowhere. Fire appeared in his left eye and thunder flashed in his right. Between his eyebrows, life and death, karma, and true and false appeared. They all fused into the blood sword before him. The blood sword gave off a monstrous sound as if it was extremely excited. It was as if it had been hungry for many years, and now it could finally erupt. Staring at the head with the merciless gaze, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand held up the sword and mercilessly chopped down. When the sword fell, a rumble echoed across the sky, replacing everything. A large ray of sword energy that could cut everything descended and fell on the giant head in the blink of an eye. The woman's merciless gaze collapsed and became filled with fear and despair. Her spell was interrupted and her head split in half. There was a flash of light and the sword energy penetrated through. The woman's original body's head also separated from her body. Her eyes filled with confusion. Wang Lin's right hand fell and the blood sword dissipated. He no longer looked at it and walked past the planet. As he passed, his left hand casually reached toward the head. In an instant, the woman's head flew from the planet and landed in Wang Lin's hand. He then threw it behind him and left. It wasn't until a long time after he left that the planet completely split apart and shattered. The nightmare of the outer realm cultivators in the Cloud Sea was coming to an end. Wang Lin appeared in areas his divine sense had swept by, and all the outer realm cultivators found it difficult to escape death. No one could stop Wang Lin from leaving behind a blood trail as he left with heads with origin souls sealed inside. Soon, the number of heads behind Wang Lin reached 50,000. After taking the heads of all the outer realm cultivators, aside from the ones inside the fog, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He looked into the distance. That was where the hole to the outer realm surrounded by fog was located. There was a floating continent there, and it was rapidly moving. The thousands of cultivators were pushing the continent toward the hole to the outer realm. When Wang Lin looked over, more than half were in the outer realm already. Want to run? Too late. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the wheel below him that represented life and death flew out. It broke through the void and shot toward the last continent in the fog. I'll take you all as sacrifices to my life and death formation. End the slaughter in the Cloud Sea. In an instant, the fog above the continent churned and the life and death will suddenly appeared. After it appeared, an unimaginable pressure descended on the continent. The expression of the old man on the statue changed when he saw the giant will slowly rotate once. Life and death was one rotation. The life and death formation had evolved from the vortex, solidifying into a wheel. If it didn't move, life and death didn't move. If it moved, then life and death would reverse. As the giant wheel rotated, thunderous rumbles seemed to come from the distance. The sound broke through the void and arrived in the area surrounded by fog. When the wheel moved, life and death was decided. A powerful pressure came from the wheel and descended on the continent that was halfway through the hole in the realm ceiling formation. This pressure suppressed life and death. It could wear out the souls and origin souls of all tangible and intangible things. The continent trembled and countless cracks appeared along its edges. The collapse quickly spread from the edges of the continent. The thunderous rumbles were deafening. In an instant, the cracks on the continent were like gullies. The howling sounds of the gullies echoed across the continent. The continent's trembling became even more intense as the wheel rotated. Many of the cultivators on the continent turned pale and coughed out blood from the suppression. Popping sounds were echoing from their bodies and their expressions showed their pain. Some of those with lower cultivation levels had their bodies explode from the pressure. Their origin souls were sealed inside their heads before their heads flew into the air. The giant temple that had taken rudimentary shape trembled and became covered in cracks as the wheel rotated. Soon, the temple collapsed into ruins. Blood flowed out from the corner of the old man's mouth and fear appeared in his eyes. He struggled to let out a roar before jumping up. His hands formed a seal and black wind gathered around him to form a giant mouth that flew at the wheel. It seemed like he wanted to devour the wheel. Wang Lin could only use 2 words to describe this kind of action. Overestimating oneself. This old man had overestimated himself and dared to try to devour Wang Lin's life and death formation. He was not worthy of devouring it. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and he let out a cold snort. As the wheel rotated, the old man was surrounded by black wind and the mouth opened even wider. It expanded to more than 100,000 feet tall and barely devoured the life and death wheel. This old man had to do this. He knew he couldn't escape. Since it was death either way, he had risked it all. If he succeeded, not only would he survive, but he would become famous. With a monstrous roar, the giant mouth the old man had formed devoured the life and death wheel. However, just at this moment, a miserable cry came from inside the mouth. A shocking force erupted from inside. This force contained life and death, contained the suppression force. The giant mouth collapsed with a bang and the pieces scattered in all directions. It was an amazing scene, looking as if the clouds covering the sky were split apart. The black fog collapsed and the life and death wheel appeared once more. At this instant, a powerful force came from the wheel and entered the old man's body. He coughed out blood and was smashed into the temple that had become a ruin. Thunderous rumbles echoed and even more cracks covered the continent. A 10,000-foot deep pit appeared where the old man landed. In the deep pit, the old man's body was covered in injuries and blood dyed his clothes red. He was very weak, and the fear in his eyes had reached a limit. He struggled to try and stand up. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and pointed downward. The motionless wheel in the sky descended 9 inches. 9 for divine retribution. The pressure shattered the world. As it descended, the old man that was struggling to get up coughed out blood once more. He was suppressed by the increasing pressure and had no strength to break free. He was slammed back into the earth. The continent began to collapse once more. Large amounts of boulders separated from the continent and turned into dust. The remaining outer realm cultivators on the continent collapsed and countless died. Only the more powerful ones sat down on the continent and resisted this pressure. Their faces were deathly pale and despair appeared in their eyes. The slaughter in the cloud sea is over. Wang Lin closed his eyes and waved his right hand. The life and death will suddenly descended 9 more inches toward the collapsing continent. At this moment, the old man inside the deep pit let out the last miserable scream of his life. His body exploded and his origin soul and soul were sealed inside his head. His head was sent flying into the air after his body exploded. The moment the old man died, the remaining outer realm cultivators all exploded and died. When all life was extinguished, the continent collapsed completely. All the pieces that fell off would collapse once more until they became dust. Even the half of the continent that had entered the realm sealing formation couldn't escape. It also became dust that disappeared from the stars. The moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, thousands of heads, including the third step old man's head, flew toward him. They became part of the tens of thousands of heads following him. He took one last look at the cloud sea before stepping toward the last place he was going to go. That place was all heaven. That place was where many people who Wang Lin was familiar with were. That place was where the final battle was taking place. Wang Lin stepped toward all heaven and the screams of the tens of thousands of heads echoed across the stars. Below him, the motionless will followed. Karma formation, form. Wang Lin's voice faintly echoed. The tens of thousands of heads flew above him and rotated to form another giant vortex. Wang Lin's raised his right hand and his 5 fingers opened. He then pressed down and the vortex rotated even faster. The tens of thousands of heads seemed to merge together, making it impossible to see them individually anymore. Wang Lin's right hand slowly formed a fist. The moment he formed a fist, the world rumbled and the vortex suddenly stopped rotating. It turned into a karma wheel and floated above Wang Lin. Wang Lin had a wheel above and below him. He was between them like a celestial god that controlled life and death and karma. His flowing, white hair gave off a cold killing intent. All heaven. Wang Lin's figure flickered forward, and he disappeared with the two wheels above and below him. When he reappeared, he was in all heaven. In all heaven, hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators surrounded the 999 planet formation. The remaining inner realm cultivators on these planets all had a sorrowful expression. They knew the inner realm had lost this war. These 999 cultivation planets were picked from all 4 major star systems and were the foundation of the inner realm. However, they couldn't stop signs of collapse from appearing when the outer realm cultivators' spells bombarded them. Felt like they could be destroyed at any moment. A heaven-shaking roar that shook space itself echoed. One of the planets could no longer withstand the bombardment and finally collapsed. A storm swept the area. The earth of the planet shattered and the ocean turned to gas. The whole planet split into countless pieces and the soul of the planet vanished. The moment the cultivation planet collapsed, the outer realm cultivators roared. Hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators rushed out. They took out various treasures and began another crazed attack on the planet formation. Events like this had taken place many times over the last few months. Although it wasn't enough to collapse the formation, they could break many planets. Today, there were no longer 999 planets here, but less than 300. All the third-step cultivators that were attacking were below the arcane void stage. All the arcane void cultivators were floating around, observing with cold gazes. The purpose of their existence was to stop the inner realm cultivators from destroying the planet formation as a way of mutual destruction. There was a total of 5 arcane void cultivators from the outer realm here. 3 of them were celestial imperial concubines, 2 of which were involved in Wang Lin's death. The other one wore a purple dress. She looked like a noble woman. In addition, Wang Lin knew the other 2 arcane void cultivators as well. It was the old woman and old man in black who had attacked him during that life and death crisis. Aside from the sovereign, the middle-aged man who had died, and Heaven Master Void God, everyone else who was part of that attack was here. With these arcane void cultivators here, the inner realm cultivators couldn't even attempt to destroy the planet formation for a mutual destruction. They could only watch the planets be destroyed one by one. Aside from those arcane void cultivators, there were 7 more third-step cultivators. They varied from Nirvana Void to Spirit Void. It was those 7 that were leading the outer realm cultivators to attack from 7 different directions. Those thunderous rumbles echoed across all heaven and shook everyone's minds. Aside from these 7 people, there was another woman among a group of outer realm cultivators. This woman was very beautiful and she looked at the planet formation with a cold gaze, but there was a hidden sense of worry in her eyes. She was the original body of Grandmaster Yun Luo, who had lost her avatar. He won't die so easily. Is the future I predicted true or false? The worry in Yun Luo's heart had become even stronger as time passed. She could never forget those scenes from the past. During her divination, she clearly saw the back of the figure that would destroy the ancient star system. At this moment, she could only suppress the worry in her heart. She raised her jade-like hand and the surrounding cultivators all rushed forward. The outer realm army attacked from 8 different directions like 8 sharp swords toward the planet formation. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and shortly after, a monstrous shockwave spread out. The observing arcane void cultivators waved their hands to dissipate the shockwave so it couldn't affect the attacking outer realm cultivators. Mu Bingmei stood on a planet with thousands of God sect cultivators around her. Over the years, as the God sect's sect master, Mu Bingmei had used her unique charm and Wang Lin's parting words to unite the God sect. Since then, the God sect had always listened to her and had used their full force in the battle at the Cloud Sea, at the Summoned River, at the Brilliant Void, and this final battle. They had suffered large amounts of deaths and injuries, and she herself had almost died twice. However, only a few thousand people from the God sect remained. Sect Master, please go to the core altar. We can guard this place. Beside Mu Bingmei, an old man with white hair looked at her with a sorrowful gaze and clasped his hands at her. As he spoke, The surrounding God sect cultivators all looked at Mu Bingmei. They all clasped their hands at her and said the same thing. Sect Master, please go to the core altar. We can guard this place. Mu Bingmei's eyes remained calm. She didn't look at the member of the God sect that had followed her through countless battles. She looked up at the sky at the tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators that were bombarding the formation. Between her and the Outer Realm cultivators was a light screen from the planet formation, which the Outer Realm cultivators were bombarding. Once that light screen collapsed, the cultivation planet would perish as well. There was a young man wearing green among those Outer Realm cultivators. He was very handsome but gave off an evil aura. He had countless ghosts of beautiful women who were formed by spells. They let out miserable screams and attacked the light screen. The young man's gaze penetrated the light and landed on Mu Bingmei. He smiled. Beauty, don't worry. This light will break soon. I heard you were the dead lord of the sealed realms woman. I have always been interested in pair cultivation with someone else's woman. This voice slowly came from the light outside. Not even the thunderous rumble of tens of thousands of cultivators bombarding could stop his voice from echoing. This young man was one of the 7 third-step cultivators below the arcane void cultivators. He raised his right hand and pointed at Mu Bingmei inside the planet and smiled. You are mine. Mu Bingmei's gaze was calm and her eyes became cold. The young man's name was Dao Feishan, the head of the Dao Fei clan, who were good at pair cultivation. His personality was cruel, and many God sect disciples had died to him. This Dao Feishan not only liked women but also handsome men. Mu Bingmei had faced 2 life and death crises. One of them was being hunted by him. If not for Qing Shui making a move to help, it would have been difficult for her to escape humiliation. Sect Master. I ask the Sect Master to enter the core altar. This old man doesn't believe the Lord of the Sealed Realm is dead. If anything happens to you and the Lord of the Sealed Realm returns, This came from an white-haired old man beside Mu Bingmei, his voice sounding anxious. I'm the God sect's sect master, Mu Bingmei said softly, her words filled with determination. In another direction, the woman in pink who said, Lord doesn't know me, stood on a cultivation planet. Behind her were the cultivators from the Cultivation Alliance from the Brilliant Void. Although the alliance had collapsed years ago, many cultivators remained. However, as the battle continued, less than 3,000 remained. These 3,000 cultivators all came from the Brilliant Void. Although they were tired, they still stood there. They stood behind the woman in pink, ready to die. Above them, outside the light of the planet formation, tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators continued bombarding like crazy. Among this group of cultivators was a topless middle-aged man. He had a ferocious expression as he attacked with wind and thunder. Endless wind and thunder bombarded the planet formation. His attacks alone were a match for these tens of thousands of cultivators. This person was also one of the 7 third-step cultivators. His body was large like a murderous mountain. He let out a roar as he attacked with the tens of thousands of cultivators. He grinned and attacked the light screen, causing it to distort and become unstable. Everything is about to end. This is good as well. The woman in pink had hidden her deep exhaustion. Her body looked very weak, as if even the wind could cause her to collapse. She withdrew her gaze from the sky and looked at her fellow cultivators from the Brilliant Void. She wanted to say something, but her words were interrupted by a rumble in the distance. A planet in the distance collapsed. The thousands of cultivators on the planet died to a wave from an old man in blue. Another planet was destroyed. This formation was originally made of 999 planets. Each planet would form a light screen, and 999 layers would combine together to form a powerful reflective force. However, as the planets were destroyed and the layers of light shattered, the power of the planet formation was decreasing rapidly. The woman in pink turned her head and murmured softly, born as an inner realm cultivator and dying as in soul in the inner realm. It's just that I'm a bit unwilling in my heart. I haven't told him who I am. Tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators were bombarding the western part of the planet formation and the light screen was on the verge of collapse. On the planet, Shi Zihong was biting her lower lip along with other cultivators of all heaven. Zhang Tsonglai and Shingong, who were also there. Master Flamespark was also among them. They were all heaven cultivators, and they felt helpless facing the tens of thousands of cultivators outside, watching the light screen being destroyed bit by bit. They were waiting for the light screen to collapse before erupting with the last power in their lives. When the light screen breaks, we all self-destruct. Are you all ready? Master Flamespark spoke in a low voice. They weren't the first group to choose to self-destruct. Almost all the cultivation planets here had chosen to self-destruct when the light screen was broken. In the distance, a thunderous rumble echoed. Another planet collapsed after the light screen was destroyed. A sharp laugh came from the planet formation and a ray of green light flew out toward the Outer Realm army. The moment the green light appeared, a laughter came from the Outer Realm arcane void cultivators. The old man that had participated in attacking Wang Lin collided with the green light. With a thunderous bang, the green light dissipated a bit and retreated a few steps. On the other side, the old man retreated 1,000 feet and his eyes shined. With a grin, he formed a seal and black fog filled the area. You are powerful, reign Celestial Realms Emperor Qing Lin. You are worthy of being the last lord of the Sealed Realms disciple. Your cultivation is clearly not as powerful as mine, but you are able to borrow the power of Joss flames. The green light scattered, revealing Qing Lin's body. His face was pale and he was seriously injured. He had only rested for a bit before he left to battle the Outer Realm's third-step cultivators. Since the day the siege started, he had been like this. Just as Qing Lin appeared, a chilling aura came from the planet formation. A woman wearing purple walked out. Her expression was soft, but her eyes contained killing intent. She was from the Summoned River. She was the master of the Summoned River. When she walked out, one of the arcane void cultivators watching laughed. The woman who destroyed Wang Lin's internal organs flew out toward the woman in purple. Deep within the planet formation, there was an altar shrouded in fog. Qing Shui was sitting there, his figure obscured by the fog. His body trembled and his expression became twisted as he endured endless pain. 7 strands of black gas shrouded his orifices. This black gas was like venomous snakes, and no matter how much Qing Shui struggled, he couldn't force them out. Master Hong Shan was sitting behind him. His fingers continued to land on Qing Shui's back. He was helping Qing Shui force out this black gas. Master Hong Shan, don't worry about me. Qing Shui's eyes opened and were turning lax. There were 7 faint, black dots circling. If I don't help you, you will die within 45 minutes. Master Hong Shan's forehead was covered in sweat. He waved his right hand and a black light appeared out of thin air. A puppet charged out while he remained behind Qing Shui. Qing Shui clenched his teeth and let out a roar. His slaughter essence erupted and collided with Master Hong Shan's finger. His body trembled and he coughed out a large amount of blood. Then he turned around and roared, "Don't worry about me." Master Hong Shan looked profoundly at Qing Shui with sorrow in his eyes. He then got up and stepped outside the altar. A thunderous rumble echoed. The arcane void old woman from the outer realm greeted him with a sneer. Qing Shui breathed heavily on the altar as black blood flowed out from his mouth. His vision became blurry and he struggled to raise his head to look at a planet in the distance. That planet was where the woman in pink was. Is it her? It should be. A softness appeared in Qing Shui's eyes. He had noticed many years ago, but he hadn't confirmed it. Just at this moment, the light around the cultivation planet the woman in pink was on was broken by the burly man using wind and thunder. The burly man let out a laugh and charged in with tens of thousands of cultivators. Qing Shui's body trembled and his dim eyes erupted with the last of his power. He had lost his parents, lost his teacher, lost his lover, lost all his friends from the celestial realm, and in the end even Wang Lin seemed to have died. He had lost everything. He wouldn't allow himself to lose the woman in pink before him. Qing Shui felt the aura of his daughter's soul from his woman. This aura made Qing Shui very excited. He had laughed like crazy and had watched the woman countless times. She seemed to have become the reason for him to live on. She was his everything. Even though Qing Shui was seriously injured, and he could not live for more than 45 minutes without Master Hongshan's help, during these 45 minutes that he was alive, he wouldn't allow his daughter to suffer any injuries. This was something he had to do as a father. He felt a lot of guilt for his daughter and had searched for a very long time to find her. His mouth let out a roar that sounded like a wild beast. His hand smashed down on the altar and the altar cracked. An extremely powerful rebound force came from the altar. Borrowing this rebound force, Qing Shui's body shot out from the altar and flew toward the planet that had its light screen shattered. His vision was blurry and he couldn't see the world clearly anymore. At this moment, the only thing he could see clearly was the figure of that woman on that planet. The woman in pink was pale. She saw the light curtain collapse, and the burly man was rushing in with the power of wind and thunder. The tens of thousands of cultivators behind him rushed in. She felt the cultivation planet below her tremble violently. As if it could not withstand the pressure of the burly man and the tens of thousands of cultivators behind him, the planet began to collapse. Countless gullies appeared on the earth and the ground began to move up and down like the sea. The cultivators beside her all rushed forward with red eyes. They were like moths flying into the flame as they charged at the invaders. When moths fly into the fire, do they really not know they are flying to their death? Perhaps they don't know, or perhaps they do know. As the violent wind raged, the woman in pink's face was pale, but it contained a hint of red. There was still a hint of unwillingness within her, but she decisively cut it off and walked forward. Her cultivation level wasn't high, but she was a member of the inner realm. She was afraid of death, but she wouldn't mind dying a martyr as their kingdom was about to be destroyed. The wind and thunder burly man grinned and ignored all the weak inner realm cultivators. Instead, his hand mercilessly pressed down. With this press, the black wind turned into a storm, and there were countless balls of thunder mixed in. The storm formed a black thunder dragon that rushed at the earth below. The only person blocking him was the woman in pink. The wind and thunder burly man stood on the head of the black thunder dragon. He instantly passed thousands of cultivators and was only a few hundred feet from the woman in pink. Ant-like cultivator. The burly man revealed a look of disdain. The woman in pink wasn't qualified to resist. His target was to destroy this planet and go after the next one. However, just as he was within 100 feet of the woman in pink, his expression changed greatly. He looked toward the altar deep inside the planet formation. A roar of a wild beast came from the altar. It was filled with the power to destroy the heavens. It was filled with the wrath of a father that would kill anyone who dared to hurt this woman. Die for me! A ray of blood light flashed and countless red snowflakes appeared out of nowhere. The red snowflakes rotated rapidly and Qing Shui charged out. His speed reached a limit. He was crazy, and his slaughter essence was erupting from his body. The thunderous rumbles even caused people who were battling far away to look over. The expression of the burly man changed greatly. He knew Qing Shui and how strong Qing Shui was. Almost no one among the Nirvana Void cultivators was his match. At this moment, he stopped thinking about the planet and changed the Black Thunder Dragon to prepare for Qing Shui. However, this behavior made Qing Shui's madness reach a never-before-seen peak. The woman in pink was too close to him. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon raised its head and was going to touch her. No one in the world knew of their relationship. Not even Wang Lin knew, only Qing Shui himself understood. At this moment, Qing Shui's eyes were completely red and instantly closed in. He arrived before the confused woman in pink and grabbed the Thunder Dragon. He then viciously threw it to the side. Die for me! The moment Qing Shui caught the Black Thunder Dragon, countless red snowflakes gathered. Crackling sounds echoed and the Black Thunder Dragon's body stiffened. The strongest slaughter heart erupted from his hand and entered the Thunder Dragon. A thunderous rumble echoed inside the Thunder Dragon as it collapsed. The burly man coughed out blood and retreated in terror. However, Qing Shui instantly arrived before him, and his hand mercilessly chopped down. This chop caused the burly man to lose his wits. He felt a life and death crisis coming. He knew he was going to die. Qing Shui's hand contained an unimaginable amount of slaughter essence. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the burly man coughed out several mouthfuls of blood before being forced back several thousand feet. A wound appeared from his forehead and extended to his abdomen as if it was going to rip him in half. However, his body was not cut in half. The anger-filled slaughter energy suddenly weakened during the attack until it dissipated. The burly man's face turned pale as he thought he was dead. He looked up and saw Qing Shui knocked back while coughing out large amounts of black blood. Qing Shui couldn't complete his killing blow. His body couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment he was dying, and his body was caught by the woman in pink. Looking at his daughter's beautiful face, tears fell from Qing Shui's eyes. The woman in pink was confused. She bit her lower lip. She didn't understand why Qing Shui would do this. She knew who this was. She knew his status was high. The woman in pink softly said, "Why?" Just at this moment, the burly man with wind and thunder roared. His eyes were filled with joy and killing intent as he closed in. At the same time, a thunderous rumble echoed and the light screen around Mu Bingmei collapsed. The evil-looking young man laughed as he stepped into the formation and made his way toward Mu Bingmei, who stared at him coldly. The Lord of the Sealed Realms lover will definitely make this lord feel very comfortable. Mu Bingmei's eyes revealed the determination to die. The people of the God sect rushed out and were ready to die with their enemy. At this instant, outside the planet formation, Qing Lin, the woman from Summoned River, and Master Hong Shan, who were battling the arcane void cultivators from the outer realm, were also facing their biggest life and death struggles. This life and death crisis could end this battle. A power that could suppress the entire star system appeared above the planet formation. This pressure spread across the system and shook the minds and hearts of all inner realm cultivators. The hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators all roared in joy. Under the gazes of countless people, a giant rift appeared above the planet formation. The aura coming from the rift was from the outer realm, and a giant palace flew out. This palace was worshipped by countless outer realm cultivators. This was their holy temple. This was the sovereign's palace. The sovereign had entered the inner realm with his original body. The sovereign wore a black robe and stood on top of the palace. It was impossible to see his face clearly, but you could see his dried-up hand. This hand was as dry as a bone, but you could feel the destructive aura it emitted. After raising his hand, he pressed down on Master Hong Shan, the woman from Summoned River, and Qing Lin. "Everything is over." An ancient and hoarse voice came from the sovereign. As he spoke, a giant palm print appeared. This palm print covered the light from space as if it was solid. It descended upon the planet formation below. Space collapsed and a suffocating feeling filled the heart of every inner realm cultivator. This feeling turned into despair. Under this palm print, the wind and thunder burly man closed in on Qing Shui and his daughter. The evil-looking young man revealed an obscene smile as he waved his hand and blew everyone away, leaving only Mu Bingmei. He walked toward her. However, just at this critical moment, a sharp scream came from the border between all heaven and the cloud sea. This sharp was not something a cultivator could create. It was an arrow that contained destruction, anger, and slaughter. The monstrous howl echoed and suppressed the sound from the sovereign's palm. At this moment, it replaced every sound in the world. Wang Lin had arrived. The burly man grinned as he closed in on Qing Shui and his daughter. Qing Shui's eyes were dim and were about to close. At this moment, he looked into the distance, and although his vision was blurry, his mind felt a familiar aura. This familiar aura belonged to his brother, his junior brother. The woman in pink holding him also raised her head. Her eyes shined like never before and looked ahead. The burly man trembled and suddenly turned around. His eyes were filled with disbelief. On another planet, Mu Bingmei was filled with despair when her body trembled. Her eyes lit up, and with this light in her eyes, she looked extremely beautiful. A happy smile appeared on her face. She was rarely this happy in her life. She knew. She believed that he wouldn't die. Dao Feishan, who was less than 100 feet from Mu Bingmei, was startled when he felt an aura that made his scalp numb. He saw the gentle and happy smile on Mu Bingmei. Although he had never seen Wang Lin, his mind trembled and a terrifying speculation appeared in his mind. He suddenly looked back. There was also that other cultivation planet where countless people that knew Wang Lin was at. Shi Zifeng, Zhan Songlai, Xingong Hu, Master Flames Park, and countless others. They all looked into the distance and saw the powerful arrow pierce the void. This was an arrow that was hundreds of thousands of feet long and had the power to destroy heaven itself. The tip of the arrow was a circle, and it howled through space, causing the space before it to collapse. Nothing could stop it. There was a person standing on the tip of the arrow. A person wearing white with a head of white hair. One could also faintly see two giant, motionless wheels following closely behind. At this moment, Qing Lin, Master Hong Shan, and the woman in purple from the summoned river that Wang Lin didn't know all looked at the terrifying arrow closing in from the distance. Qing Lin's eyes were filled with disbelief. He vaguely felt like this arrow was familiar and vaguely recognized something, but he didn't dare to imagine. Master Hong Shan was completely stunned. Not only had Wang Lin not died, but his cultivation level had reached such a degree. He was also rushing here in such a heaven-shattering and unimaginable method. The shock of the inner realm cultivators couldn't be compared to what the outer realm cultivators felt at all. At this moment, the minds of the hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators all trembled. Their eyes were filled with horror. Some of them recognized Wang Lin and were terrified. In particular, the arcane void cultivators that had participated in killing Wang Lin all turned around in shock. Wang Lin. He is still not dead. This is Li Guang's arrow. The expressions of the two celestial imperial concubines that had witnessed the power of the arrow changed greatly. This all happened in an instant. The arrow howled and closed in from the distance. Every star domain it passed collapsed, forming a giant gully that would exist for an eternality. This gully came from the border to the cloud sea. This arrow contained Wang Lin's anger and his slaughter after he went through the brilliant void, summoned river, and cloud sea. It instantly flew toward the palm print outside of the sovereign's palace. This was Wang Lin's battle against the sovereign. All of this happened several times faster than lightning. While everyone was still shocked, the arrow closed in on the descending palm print. At this moment, everyone's gazes gathered here. Wang Lin's appearance replaced all light in the world. All the outer realm cultivators, especially the ones at the third step, had to turn their attention toward him. Under their gazes, the howling arrow collided with the sovereign's palm print. The moment they collided, the palm print trembled violently and erupted with seven-colored light. This seven-colored light was bright, but it couldn't suppress the arrow that had no light and only killing intent. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy, creating a shockwave at a level that had never been seen before. As the shockwave spread in all directions, the palm print trembled violently and collapsed. When the palm print collapsed, the shocking arrow pierced through it, and it seemed to become even more shocking. It took everyone's breath away and dissipated the danger the inner realm was facing. It flew toward the palace that had come out of the rift. On the palace, the sovereign's black robe was blown back by the wind, revealing his dried-up body. At this moment, there was a twitch on his face and his eyes became filled with a rare trace of madness. This old man doesn't believe that the Li Guang bow in your hands can create enough power to kill me. The sovereign let out a roar and stepped forward to meet the arrow. In an instant, the sovereign's body appeared before the tip of the arrow. He waved his dried-up right hand and a seven-colored light curtain appeared, collided with the arrow. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the star domain. The moment the seven-colored light screen touched the arrow, the yellow, orange, red, and green colors instantly collapsed. Then the blue, indigo, and violet colors became distorted and collapsed. The seven-colored light screen was unable to stop this arrow. Wang Lin's cultivation level was not high enough to fight the sovereign, but only a few people in this world could stop this arrow. The sovereign was not one of them. The sovereign continued to retreat, and the sleeves of his black robe shattered, revealing his two dried-up arms. His expression was gloomy as he retreated, and he bit the tip of his tongue to cough out blood. This blood contained a hint of gold and instantly erupted with the power of the celestial bloodline. A golden sun appeared before him, and the law of origin shrouded the star domain. This old man doesn't believe. The sovereign pushed the golden sun before him toward the arrow. Get the hell out of here, palm print servant boy. Wang Lin's voice echoed as the arrow collided with the golden sun. A powerful sound wave spread. The countless cultivators screamed as their ears collapsed and blood sprayed out. The golden sun violently trembled, but it couldn't move forward at all, even with the sovereign pushing with both hands. He was being reluctantly pushed back. In the end, a monstrous rumble echoed and the sun exploded, forming a powerful impact. However, it didn't scatter, but under the pressure of the arrow, it all shot toward the sovereign. The sovereign coughed out blood and the black robe around him shattered, revealing his dried-up body. He was pushed back and smashed into his palace. Thunderous rumbles echoed and several cracks appeared on the palace. At the same time, the arrow closed in, and just as it was about to hit the palace, the sovereign formed a seal. A giant well suddenly appeared before him. This well contained its own universe. It contained endless space. This well was the sovereign's second Joss flame realm. This was a treasure the madman had given him back on the celestial immortal continent. The moment he took it out, the arrow arrived. This well wasn't laid down but vertical. The surface of the water rippled, and at this moment, an exact copy of the arrow appeared. This illusionary arrow charged out from the water and shot toward the Liguang arrow. The moment they collided, the illusionary arrow collided and the sovereign coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You are using Master's immortal celestial body. The immortal celestial body is very precious, and there is only one chance in your life to obtain it. You actually gave it up and wasted it like this. But how many times can you shoot that arrow? I say at most 2. After 2 more shots, you will never be able to become a celestial in your life. Without the celestial blood, you are nothing but an ant. The sovereign's words were interrupted when the arrow landed on him and the power transferred into his body. His body collapsed, and the palace behind him collapsed with him. This palace had existed since ancient times and was the spiritual pillar of the outer realm. To the outer realm cultivators, this palace was a holy place that could never be destroyed. However, at this moment, they watched their palace collapse before them. The palace split into countless pieces and exploded. The sovereign was extinguished, the palace collapsed, and the world changed colors. However, the sovereign wasn't completely dead. The moment his body was destroyed and all power from the arrow dissipated, his collapsed flesh began to move. It quickly gathered and his body reformed outside the rift. The sealing extermination clan's 3-life spell. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. The revived sovereign had a pale expression. He didn't hesitate to retreat back into the rift after he revived. His right hand reached out behind him and the rift collapsed. His escaping figure was extremely embarrassing. The rumble still lingered, and as the sound lingered, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators were silent. Their gazes were all locked onto Wang Lin. That arrow was simply too shocking. On the side of the outer realm arcane void cultivators, the old woman was pale and her eyes were filled with endless fear. That arrow had completely frightened her. That old man in black was also terrified. When he saw the power of that arrow, it was as if he saw death. There was also those 2 celestial imperial concubines. Although they had high status, they looked at Wang Lin with fear in their eyes. So what if they were celestials from the celestial immortal continent? They still had to fear Wang Lin, who they considered a humble cave cultivator. In the distance, Grandmaster Yun Luo trembled uncontrollably. From her position, she could only see Wang Lin's back. She was familiar with this figure and she was afraid. This was the back of the figure that destroyed the world that she saw in her divination. Although she is not my lover, she is the mother of my son, Wang Ping. What did you say before? Wang Lin turned around. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at the terrified Dao Feishan, who was 100 feet from Mu Bingmei. Dao Feishan's body trembled. That gaze had caused his mind to tremble. He had heard about Wang Lin but never considered Wang Lin a threat. After he heard that the sovereign and the others had killed Wang Lin with a trap, though they were making a fuss about Wang Lin over nothing. However, it wasn't until this moment that he realized how terrifying Wang Lin was. It had only taken one arrow to kill the sovereign, which he still couldn't believe. The fear in his heart reached a peak. Now, while being gazed at by Wang Lin, his heart pounded rapidly. Wang Lin's gaze was like a sword that swept across the sky and landed on Dao Feishan. Dao Feishan subconsciously backed up a few steps and his face turned pale. He had almost lost his wits. Wang Lin's words were like the sound of death, leaving his mind blank. He was only at the Nirvana void stage, and when facing Wang Lin, he had the illusion that he was looking up at a mountain. At this moment, remorse drowned him like a raging sea. He should not have provoked Mu Bingmei. He shouldn't have had thoughts about the Lord of the Sealed Realms woman. This was the root of his death. However, in the end, he was still a third-step cultivator. Although he was shaking and felt extreme fear, there was still a sense of clarity in his mind. He knew that he was almost certain to die. If there was a hint of hope, it was Mu Bingmei. As Wang Lin spoke, Dao Feishan didn't hesitate to charge toward Mu Bingmei after he subconsciously retreated a few steps. His eyes were filled with madness. A madness for survival. He was going to capture Mu Bingmei and trade her for his survival. This was his last and only hope. The 100 feet distance was nothing for a third-step cultivator, but this depended on who was watching. In Wang Lin's eyes, Dao Feishan wasn't qualified. He got within 10 feet of Mu Bingmei, but she didn't dodge at all. She coldly looked at Dao Feishan, her beautiful eyes revealing disdain. Wang Lin's expression remained calm and he took a step forward. His speed was far beyond Dao Feishan's imagination. His shadow was still there when he appeared before Mu Bingmei and his hand reached out. It was as if Dao Feishan had presented himself and Wang Lin had caught his wrist. "You're courting death." Wang Lin spoke coldly. He stepped forward while holding Dao Feishan's body. Dao Feishan couldn't control his body at all as Wang Lin dragged him into the air, and he was smashed into the ground below. A thunderous rumble rang out and miserable scream echoed. Only then did the surrounding cultivators react. After Dao Feishan's body smashed into the ground, he was thrown into the air by Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just as he had said, Mu Bingmei was not his lover, but she was Wang Ping's mother. This Dao Feishan had dared to have vile intents toward her, and this was something Wang Lin would never allow. He stepped forward and instantly closed in on Dao Feishan. His right hand pointed at Dao Feishan's chest and a power surged into Dao Feishan's body. This power went for Dao Feishan's right hand, which exploded into a mess of flesh and blood. Without pausing, Wang Lin pointed once more. A thunderous rumble echoed and Dao Feishan's left arm collapsed. Dao Feishan let out a miserable roar after losing both his arms. He was powerless before Wang Lin, and the rest of the Outer Realm cultivators were still shocked by that arrow, so no one dared to come to save him. Even if they were to come, they were in no rush. Wang Lin's right hand pointed out several times. Dao Feishan's legs shattered into a mess. The last palm was the palm of death. After destroying Dao Feishan's limbs, he mercilessly smashed down on Dao Feishan's forehead. Popping sounds echoed inside Dao Feishan. He coughed out large amounts of blood and his eyes dimmed. Even his miserable screams weakened. Then his body trembled and exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, but none of it landed on Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and all the blood was pushed away. After his body collapsed, Dao Feishan's origin soul was seriously injured but not dead. He flew out of his collapsed body and was in a daze when Wang Lin grabbed his neck. Wang Lin mercilessly squeezed, and with a bang, a third-step Nirvana Void cultivator died. This bloody scene caused the Outer Realm cultivators to gasp and retreat. The burly man before Qing Shui felt his scalp go numb. He retreated without hesitation. However, Just as he started retreating, Wang Lin suddenly turned. His red eyes locked on to the burly man. The burly man trembled, and after a moment of pause, fled even faster. "You hurt my senior brother. How could I let you escape?" Wang Lin moved in a flash and appeared behind the burly man. He waved his right hand. The burly man let out a crazy roar and suddenly turned around. His hands formed seals and his palm shot toward Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the burly man coughed out blood. Cracking sounds came from his arms as they collapsed. He screamed as his body was pushed back over 1,000 feet. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent and he caught up to the burly man. His right hand closed and moved toward the burly man's chest. The burly man's eyes were filled with madness from despair. He roared as he bit the tip of this tongue and shot out an arrow of blood. It turned into a bloody gust of wind that turned into a storm that rushed toward Wang Lin. Inside the storm, there were countless red balls of thunder. This made it look like the blood arrow could destroy the world. After reaching the third step with the wind essence, you also obtained an incomplete thunder essence. That is indeed rare. Wang Lin's gaze swept over, but this hands didn't stop at all. His palm landed on the storm and then his fingers clenched into a fist as he pulled back. With this, the blood storm collapsed, and as it collapsed, the thunder inside trembled. Wang Lin was the master of thunder in this world, and his thunder essence had reached perfection. All thunder had to surrender to him, much less these small balls of thunder. "Scram!" Wang Lin yelled, and the countless balls of thunder inside the storm trembled and scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The power of wind and thunder couldn't even withstand one blow from Wang Lin. After the storm was destroyed, Wang Lin stepped forward and appeared beside the burly man, who was filled with despair. He raised his right hand and formed a sword with his finger. He then casually pointed at the burly man's neck. "As punishment for injuring my senior brother, I want you to suffer the greatest pain in the world." With a point, the burly man's neck began to swell. The blood in his body moved rapidly as it was being sucked away by Wang Lin's finger. In an instant, the burly man let out a miserable scream and his face turned pale. All the blood in his body condensed at his neck. His neck was now dark purple and a giant bump had appeared on it. This bump contained all the blood in his body. All the blood in his body gathered at this point in an instant. The dark purple bump exploded and large amounts of blood sprayed everywhere until the very last drop of blood was gone. His scream was heart-wrenching. This kind of pain was difficult to describe, but even cultivators found it almost impossible to bear. However, this was not the end. Although all the blood was drawn out, the suction force remained. Thus, what was being sucked was his life force. Large amounts of vitality was sucked out from his neck. He screamed, and in an instant later he turned into a skeleton. His eyes were bulged and his expression was terrifying. However, his face had no color left, as if he was dead. However, the suction force from Wang Lin's fingers didn't decrease but increased. Under this powerful suction force, the burly man's skeleton-like body trembled. Then his miserable screams weakened and his bones began to melt. His body turned into liquid, and when it melted, even his origin soul was pulled out. This gave a powerful blow to the minds of all the people watching. They had personally witnessed a third-step nirvana void cultivator have everything sucked out from his body. In the end, all of it formed a ball of gas in Wang Lin's hand. This ball of gas was the burly man. Holding the ball of gas, Wang Lin arrived before Qing Shui. He pressed his free hand on Qing Shui, who had his eyes closed and was about to die. This caused Qing Shui's body to tremble, and he suddenly opened his eyes. 7 strands of black gas rushed out of his body, moving like pythons. They were reluctant to leave, but they had been forced out of Qing Shui's body by Wang Lin's powerful cultivation. As the 7 stands of black gas dissipated, although Qing Shui's eyes were still dim, the death aura in his body dissipated. Then vitality began to return to his body. After dispelling the poison in Qing Shui's body, Wang Lin pushed the ball of fog he had extracted from the burly man into Qin Shui. After absorbing this, senior brother's recovery can speed up. Wang Lin glanced at the stunned woman in pink beside Qin Shui, who was staring at him, and then turned toward the sky. Outer Realm cultivators, you all have invaded my inner realm for 100 years and taken countless lives, and now you're sieging this place. Since you all don't want to leave and since you're all so determined to kill, then all of you don't need to leave. Today is the decisive battle. As Wang Lin spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. A thunderous rumble echoed and a huge, motionless will appeared. Kill! Wang Lin let out a roar and then charged forward. As Wang Lin roared, the remaining inner realm cultivators became hot-blooded. They no longer hid inside the planet formation but charged out. Kill! Those that charged out with them included Qinglin, Master Hongshan, the woman in purple from the Summoned River, as well as Mu Bingmei, the God Sect, and countless inner realm cultivators that had been pushed to the limit. There were less than 80,000 people from the inner realm remaining, but these 80,000 people were not afraid of death. With Wang Lin's roar, they went crazy. Life and death formation. Suppress all life. Wang Lin pointed at the sky and the motionless wheel began to turn. As it slowly turned, a monstrous suppression force spread out and descended on the tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators. A thunderous rumble echoed and tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators coughed out blood due to the pressure. Some directly exploded and died. However, there were simply too many outer realm cultivators. After a brief panic, the outer realm cultivators struggled to let out a roar. They resisted the suppression and began a battle to the death with the inner realm cultivators. The inner realm cultivators all flew out from the planet formation. Wang Lin charged in front, and after using the life and death formation that shocked the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, he charged at the outer realm's arcane void cultivators. His goal was to kill all the third step cultivators here. His gaze swept by, and among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, the first that Wang Lin saw was the celestial imperial concubine with the harp. This woman had used the 5 burial spell to cause Wang Lin extreme pain back then. He still remembered having his 5 internal organs wither and turned into black water. That pain was enough to turn into deep hatred. Wang Lin ignored her identity and her beauty. She had to be killed. With one step, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and entered the outer realm army. He charged through, setting off a monstrous rumble. Anyone that blocked him collapsed and died. As Wang Lin moved forward, he left behind a bloody path. The outer realm cultivators that died had their bodies collapse, but their heads were preserved. They followed behind Wang Lin, forming a human head cape. This cape continued to grow as Wang Lin charged through the army. It was still increasing in number. A thunderous rumble echoed as he moved. The expression of the celestial imperial concubine that was locked onto by Wang Lin changed greatly, and she quickly retreated. Although Wang Lin was only at the mid-stage of spirit void, she felt fear toward Wang Lin due to the Li Guang arrow, so she ignored Wang Lin's cultivation level. In her view, Wang Lin was very difficult to beat. Fighting with him would lead to her death. This was an unspeakable feeling, but it felt so real that the fear in her heart became even stronger. As she retreated, Wang Lin closed in from the distance. As he moved, blood splattered everywhere as countless cultivators screamed and died. The heads floated behind Wang Lin, giving him an aura as if he was going to destroy the world. With a single step, Wang Lin arrived within 1,000 feet of the celestial imperial concubine. His eyes were red and he let out a roar as he took a step forward. With this step, he swept across the world and space itself seemed to collapse. He appeared 100 feet away from the celestial imperial concubine. The celestial imperial concubine's face turned pale when she felt Wang Lin's killing intent. She clenched her teeth and waved her right hand at the void. The ancient harp Wang Lin was familiar with appeared. She put the harp before her and her hands touched it. Music notes began to appear, forming a sound wave that shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was fierce as the ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. Popping sounds echoed from his body, but he didn't expand. Instead, His ancient god power gathered in every part of his body. With one step, space itself rumbled as the endless sound waves echoed. These sound waves were indeed strong and caused Wang Lin a certain amount of harm, but at this moment he simply didn't care. He endured it with his powerful ancient god body and rushed forward. Seeing Wang Lin closing in, the celestial imperial concubine's face turned pale. Without hesitation, her hands formed a seal and she pressed on the harp. The harp echoed loudly and 5 sound waves appeared. 5 burial spell: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidney. The celestial imperial concubine let out a sharp scream. She raised her right hand and pressed down on Wang Lin. With this press, Wang Lin's body trembled and he felt intense pain. However, he was not the same as back then. He was now a mid-stage spirit void cultivator, and with his ancient god body he could kill arcane void cultivators. The intense pain was still as unbearable as before, and his internal organs began to break. But Wang Lin was even faster. With determination and killing intent, Wang Lin threw a punch with his right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The ancient head appeared before Wang Lin along with the shadows of the 3 ancient clans. All of them entered his fist as he punched. From far away, this scene looked shocking, and Wang Lin's punch caused the star system to tremble. The countless outer realm cultivators all retreated in terror. As Wang Lin punched, a shadow 10,000 feet tall flew toward the celestial imperial concubine. In an instant, this illusory punch landed on the celestial imperial concubine and collided with the ripples of her 5 burial spell. A thunderous rumble echoed across the battlefield. The illusory punch collapsed, revealing the retreating celestial imperial concubine, who was coughing up blood. Blood also flew from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. This time, he was battling the celestial imperial concubine's original body, not a shadow like before. She was a someone who didn't belong here, someone from the celestial immortal continent. The celestial imperial concubine wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth, and the fear in her eyes became even stronger. She valued her life far more than anyone else here. She understood that she was not someone from here. This was merely a cave world, and her status was far above this cave. The more she thought this way, the more she feared death. As she retreated, Wang Lin rushed forward, ignoring his injuries, with killing intent in his eyes along with crazed determination. The pale celestial immortal concubine formed a seal and a golden light shined. The power of the celestial bloodline spread across the stars. The power of the celestial bloodline turned into a pressure that shrouded the area. Wang Lin, there is no great vendetta between us. Why are you? The celestial imperial concubine's voice was sharp, but before she could finish speaking, her voice turned into a twisted scream. She gave up all celestial spells and retreated like crazy. Because as she spoke, the bow that killed the sovereign appeared in Wang Lin's hand. The moment she retreated, Wang Lin charged forward. As he moved forward, he waved his hand and the bow disappeared. He didn't want to shoot the bow, he took it out to suppress the other so the other wouldn't dare to use their spell. At this moment, as the celestial imperial concubine was retreating in fear, Wang Lin pointed at her and roared, "Stop!" With one word, the celestial imperial concubine's body stopped, but only for a moment. She had the celestial bloodline and was able to break free after only a moment. However, that was enough for Wang Lin to catch up. As Wang Lin closed in, his hands formed a seal and a monstrous, black wind formed black dragons. Endless rain fell and an illusionary earth appeared and shattered. It was by Fan's celestial spells. However, this was only a setup. The purpose of using these celestial spells was to use the last spell, Dark Moon Clear Sky. The moment the spell appeared, a blood moon appeared, and its shadow landed on the celestial imperial concubine's body. Dark Moon Clear Sky. Wang Lin let out a roar and a moon mark appeared on her face. A miserable scream came from her as her beautiful face was ripped open. She turned around and looked viciously at Wang Lin. She gave up on escaping and charged at Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed and their bodies collided. Their spells collided, but the celestial imperial concubine's body was knocked back. Her face was deathly pale and she coughed out blood. Wang Lin also retreated and coughed out blood. However, he only retreated a few steps before he charged forward once more. He raised his right hand and let out a roar. The war spirit print appeared. The giant palm print charged at the celestial imperial concubine the moment it appeared. The celestial imperial concubine's expression changed greatly, and she quickly formed a seal, causing celestial energy to gather. A vague shadow appeared before her, and before the shadow could take shape, Wang Lin's voice entered her mind. Cultivator of the celestial immortal continent. Concubine of the 7 Dao sect master. Do you think I don't know everything? The truth was exposed, and the celestial imperial concubine's spell paused for a moment. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't expect Wang Lin to know of this. Just at this instant, there was a flash of bloodlight in Wang Lin's hand and the blood sword appeared. Wang Lin raised his hand and mercilessly sliced down. When Wang Lin killed, he always relied on his plans. Although the plans might not be amazing at the short moments of life and death, they always played a big role. In particular, his grasp of timing had reached another level. Like how when the celestial imperial concubine was about to use her celestial bloodline spell, Wang Lin had brought out the Li Guang Bao without hesitation. The moment the bao appeared, the celestial imperial concubine gave up casting the spell and escaped in fear. The celestial imperial concubine wasn't sure if Wang Lin had the determination to fire another shot. Then, when the celestial imperial concubine was forced to the limit by the war spirit print, and was about to use her celestial bloodline spell again, Wang Lin said that line that shocked her. That line might have only caused the celestial imperial concubine to pause for a moment, but for cultivators that pause was fatal. The moment the celestial imperial concubine paused in shock, the war spirit print closed in. At the same time, Wang Lin raised the blood sword and slashed down. All of this happened in a flash, fast beyond belief. A monstrous rumble echoed. The war spirit print landed and the blood sword chopped down. This was a life and death calamity for the celestial imperial concubine. Her screams slowly became faint as her body trembled and collapsed. Then her soul was destroyed. Wang Lin also coughed out blood. At the moment of her death, she completed her bloodline spell. Although it was covered by the war spirit print, its power entered Wang Lin's body. It caused Wang Lin's body to tremble, and he retreated another 1,000 feet as he coughed out blood. He had only killed one person and was injured himself, but it was worth it. When he killed the celestial imperial concubine, the slaughter between the inner and outer realms had already formed a river of blood. The screams of slaughter echoed across the stars. Wang Lin retreated as he coughed out blood. He was secretly adjusting himself, but he suddenly felt a moment of danger. Wang Lin avoided the danger and turned around to see a ray of sword energy pass by. The sword energy swept across the stars and ripped open a big spatial rift. The old man in black that was part of Wang Lin's life and death crisis had taken advantage of Wang Lin's injury and launched a sneak attack. The old man in black held up a sword and shot a ray of sword energy at Wang Lin. He is injured. This is the best chance to kill him. Coldness filled Wang Lin's eyes and he immediately retreated. His body turned into black gas and retreated into the outer realm army that was batting against the inner realm. The mist his body turned into spread out and shrouded the outer realm cultivators. Miserable screams echoed, and as the mist left, corpses that had been drained of vitality, flesh, and blood slowly scattered. The killing intent in the eyes of the old man in black became even stronger as he chased after Wang Lin. The mist that Wang Lin had turned into rapidly retreated, and all the outer realm cultivators it engulfed died. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of outer realm cultivators died. At this moment, the old man in black moved even faster. With one step, he closed in on the mist that Wang Lin had turned into. He then raised his sword and mercilessly chopped down. A ray of monstrous sword energy appeared. Just as the sword energy closed in, the mist rapidly shrank and Wang Lin reformed his body. A majority of his injuries had recovered after devouring that many outer realm cultivators. At the moment his body reformed, there was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. As the old man closed in, Wang Lin raised his right hand. Karma formation. With this, the motionless will formed by the karma formation appeared before Wang Lin. With a push from Wang Lin, the giant karma will flew forward and collided with the sword the old man as he chopped down. A thunderous rumble echoed. The old man's sword energy shattered and he coughed out blood as he was knocked back. The karma formation also collapsed and shattered. However, the loss of the formation didn't make Wang Lin feel heartache at all. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He started laughing. Then his hands formed a seal. His right hand formed a fist and waved. Karma formation, take form. Your sword is the karmic cause of my formation. The wheel shattering into countless pieces is the karmic effect. Karma formation, open. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the shattered karma formation turned into cloud of chaotic gas and swept the area. There were more than 50,000 strands of karma gas. Each strand instantly changed into the sword energy that the old man had released. As a result, more than 50,000 rays of sword energy appeared. This was the karma formation. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the sword energy formed by the karma formation scattered toward the outer realm cultivators. Miserable screams echoed, and in an instant, more than rays of 50,000 sword energy killed more than 50,000 outer realm cultivators. Their deaths dyed space dark red. The celestial imperial concubine was difficult to kill, but killing an early-stage arcane void cultivator like you is easy. Wang Lin stepped through the collapsed karma formation and charged at the old man. Left hand is life, right hand is death, life and death seal. Wang Lin closed in on the old man and completely ignored the spells the old man was trying to use. His left hand pressed down, followed by his right. The life and death aura touched the old man's body and caused a thunderous rumble. The old man coughed out blood and retreated with a fierce expression. His hand started forming a seal to use a spell, but Wang Lin didn't see any of this. He closed his eyes, and at this moment, everything in the world was false. With his eyes closed, he quickly moved forward and went through the old man's spells. He arrived before the old man and pressed his right hand down on the old man's chest. His fingers clenched to form a fist and then he pulled back. Karma print. A thunderous bang echoed and the old man let out a miserable scream and retreated. A part of the old man's essence had been pulled out by Wang Lin, and at this moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He squeezed with his right hand and crushed a portion of the old man's essence. As the old man retreated, Wang Lin waved his left hand and his storage space opened. He grabbed all the 7 colored nails and waved his hand. Those several 7 colored nails moved at unimaginable speeds and stabbed into the old man's chest. The old man's eyes became filled with fear and blood started flowing out from the corner of his mouth, making him retreat even faster. Just as Wang Lin was about to chase, a ray of killing intent closed in. Another celestial imperial concubine that wore blue and was surrounded by blue light closed in. The moment she closed in, a blue ribbon rushed toward Wang Lin. Behind the woman, Qing Lin quickly followed. It was obvious that the 3 were doing battle before, but the celestial imperial concubine had escaped their attack and pursued Wang Lin. Even further away, the woman in purple from the summoned river was like a demon and had killed several nirvana void cultivators. She was battling the last 2. The arcane void old woman from the outer realm was battling her. The last of the 3 imperial celestial concubines was battling Master Hongshan. Master Hongshan was obviously no match, but he continued to hold her back. In the distance, a large amount of inner realm cultivators died, but more than 100,000 outer realm cultivators had died. The sounds of slaughter echoed across all heaven. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and madness appeared in his eyes. If the arcane void cultivators from the outer realm didn't die, this battle wouldn't end. The moment he turned around, his ancient god stars shined and the emperor furnace appeared. The moment it appeared, it expanded to cover the surrounding area, including the celestial imperial concubine and the old man in black. The emperor furnace released a soft energy that pushed Qing Lin out. At the same time, It devoured the man in black and the celestial imperial concubine before suddenly shrinking. Thunderous rumbles came from within the emperor furnace. Although it had devoured the old man in black and the celestial imperial concubine, it was very difficult to refine the two of them. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, it felt like the emperor furnace was going to break. Wang Lin's body moved and he sat on top of the emperor furnace. He then spat out blood on the emperor furnace and formed seal with his hands. Next, he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows and his ancient god stars flew out and landed on the emperor furnace. The drop of golden blood formed by the immortal celestial body flew out and he pressed it on the emperor furnace. This caused the furnace to release a monstrous golden light. The celestial bloodline and the ancient bloodline. I fuse them into the emperor furnace and seal you two for 100 million years. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and his self-created spell, flowing time, appeared. It turned into a giant stone door and was pressed onto the emperor furnace. When the stone door appeared, time rapidly moved. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he could make time flow endlessly. Sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead as he was sitting on top of the emperor furnace. His eyes were completely red and he let out a roar. Senior Qing Lin, Master Hongshan, and Senior from the Summoned River. The three of you, hold off the last two arcane void cultivators to give me enough time to set up the life and death, karma, and true and false formation. The three of them nodded. They started working together to hold off the last two arcane void cultivators so they couldn't interrupt Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal while his eyes were filled with madness. This battle was a game between the seven-colored Taoist and Old Ghost John. This war was something they had to carry out for a certain purpose. Then Wang Lin wouldn't mind killing all Outer Realm cultivators to end this battle. He wanted to see exactly what those two were looking for. There were more than 100,000 heads behind Wang Lin. The miserable howls coming from those heads combined with the sounds of slaughter on the battlefield. The life and death formation is done and the karma formation is broken. I'll form another karma formation. Wang Lin, still sitting on the emperor furnace, waved his right hand. 50,000 of the heads formed a giant vortex before him. The vortex suddenly began to rotate and howls echoed. Soon it stopped rotating and the karma formation appeared. Eyes open is true, closed eyes is false. True and false Tao complete, true and false formation. Wang Lin's voice was erratic, and as he spoke, the 50,000 remaining heads behind him flew out to form another large vortex. This vortex was in a state between an illusion and real, as if it didn't belong in this world. It was twisted and blurry, and its rotations created loud rumbles. The aura of the true and false essence spread out. In a moment, the vortex was formed and the true and false formation took shape. With a serious expression, Wang Lin pointed at the life and death vortex. At this moment, the three wheels representing life and death, true and false, and karma gathered. They began to overlap before Wang Lin. When they overlapped, the formation formed by the three great ethereal essences was formed. I need 10,000 fellow cultivators to willingly give up their origin souls and become the formation spirits of my three essence wheels. Change the track of the heavens, disrupt the operation of the heavens, and kill all the outer realm cultivators here. Wang Lin's expression was serious. His three-wheel formation needed 10,000 origin souls to become the formation spirits so it could operate at full strength. As his words echoed, 10,000 inner realm cultivators sat down with no hesitation. Their origin souls flew out and flew toward Wang Lin's three overlapping essence wheels. In an instant, these 10,000 origin souls arrived. The three wheels began to roar and rotate. Then the three fused into one and began to rapidly expand. It soon grew into a giant wheel as tall as heaven itself. This wheel gave off life and death, true and false, and karma essence. When it rotated, the trajectory of the world would change. When it moved, the sky would collapse. This was the strongest of Wang Lin's self-created spells, and he wouldn't be able to use it again in his life. This was a fusion of his three great ethereal essences, and there would not be a second one. The 10,000 origin souls were below the giant wheel and became the formation spirits that pushed the wheel. They roared as they pushed the giant wheel toward the hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators. They rotated the wheel once. The heavens and earth shattered. The planets that formed the planet formation began to collapse. All vitality seemed to have been drawn out from space, and there was an absence of aura. Nearly 30% of all the hundreds of thousands of outer realm cultivators' bodies collapsed and died. After just one turn, the 10,000 origin souls that had pushed the wheel became dim. They had no strength to push it a second time. Just at this moment, the inner realm cultivators all retreated and sat down. Even Mu Bingmei did this. When they sat down, their origin souls all flew out and flew toward the huge wheel. Together, they pushed the wheel that was like fate itself to rotate once more. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the star system. The giant wheel rotated once more, and at this instant, another 30% of the outer realm cultivators collapsed and died to this indescribable force. Fresh blood formed a river that drifted through the star system. The remaining outer realm cultivators felt extreme fear. They went crazy and their minds trembled from fear due to the sudden change. At this moment, they all fled in different directions. Facing a power they didn't understand, they didn't dare to resist and weren't able to resist. Even the two arcane void cultivators battling Qinglin and company were terrified to the limit. The old woman and the last celestial imperial concubine desperately retreated and finally broke free from Qinglin and company. Their cultivation methods weren't normal, so they instantly escaped far. Facing these scattering outer realm cultivators, even the tens of thousands of origin souls of the inner realm didn't have the power to turn this giant wheel a third time. Qinglin closed his eyes and his origin soul flew out. As a third-step cultivator and the Reign Celestial Realm's Celestial Emperor, his origin soul strength was shocking. His origin soul turned into a giant, and he stepped toward the wheel and mercilessly pushed. At the same time, Master Hongshan and the woman in purple from the summoned river closed their eyes and their origin souls flew out. In the distance, Qin Shui ignored his injuries and his origin soul also flew out. The four giant origin souls pushed the wheel, causing it to rumble and slowly rotate a third time. When the wheel turned a third time, space itself collapsed, a real collapse, and layers of fragments scattered in all directions. Those outer realm cultivator that had escaped far weren't able to escape from this power. All their bodies were destroyed by the wheel's power to change how the world operated. After the wheel turned a third time, there was still some extra force and it slowly turned even more, but it couldn't complete the fourth turn. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and then his origin soul flew out and he pushed the wheel. With this, the wheel rotated once more and finally completed the fourth turn. This fourth rotation caused the star system to buzz. A strange force fused the origin soul of Wang Lin with all the inner realm cultivators' origin souls to launch a shocking sweep. Under this sweep, all the remaining outer realm cultivators, no matter where they were in all heaven, trembled and their bodies collapsed. The old woman that had tried to kill Wang Lin trembled and disappeared. Her soul was destroyed. Only the last celestial imperial was one step ahead. When the power from the wheel swept by, she broke open the void using a life-saving spell she had placed. She entered the rift and barely survived. Everything was over. Outside the wheel, the weakened origin souls all returned to their bodies. The moment they returned, they all coughed out blood and were all seriously injured. Wang Lin also coughed out blood. This will formed by the three great essences was a great burden even for him. Not even his ancient god body could bear it. If it wasn't for the fact that there were tens of thousands of inner realm cultivators, he would not have been able to turn the essence wheel. Similarly, if the other three arcane void cultivators hadn't been killed or captured by him, then once they joined forces to resist, he wouldn't have been able to get the inner realm cultivators to help him turn the essence wheel. 3 years. The last 3 years. Wang Lin was exhausted as he stood up from the Emperor Furnace. He took the Emperor Furnace and the essence wheel and flew off into the distance. You all recover for 3 years. I'll guard everyone. In the 4 star systems, all the invading outer realm cultivators had died to the wheel that used the combined power of all the inner realm cultivators to turn. The only one that escaped was the one celestial imperial concubine who had torn open a rift and escaped in panic. There was another person who didn't die. That person was Yun Luo. Yun Luo was the person that feared Wang Lin the most in the outer realm. The divination she saw back then was something she couldn't forget. When Wang Lin's arrow forced the sovereign to retreat, she crushed the life-saving jade her teacher had left her without hesitation. This jade was refined by her teacher during death and was fused with space itself. It could move her from any location back to her clan's altar in the ancient star system. After one use, the jade would shatter. She had kept this jade with her at all times, but even when her avatar died, she didn't use it. Today, she had used it to save her life. As for Wang Lin, at this moment, his aura was unstable. Although he had the ancient god body, he had suffered serious injuries. These injuries came from when he killed the celestial imperial concubine, whose name and ranking he didn't even know. They also came from when he used the Emperor Furnace to suppress the old man in black and the other celestial imperial concubine. But the worst of it came from fusing the three essence wheels into a formation that could change the operation of the world. Forming this wheel had taken almost all his strength, and completing the fourth turn left had him exhausted. Although he was at the mid-stage of spirit void, this load still made him extremely exhausted. Right now, his face was pale without blood, and he no longer looked as strong as before. It was as if any gentle breeze could knock him over. However, his eyes were still filled with a cold and determined gaze. He hadn't retreated or fallen but said he would guard them for 3 years. Just as Wang Lin spoke, in the distance, Situ Nan and the thousands of cultivators arrived. They were late, but because they were late, they hadn't participated in the battle and weren't injured. They became the only other guardians in the inner realm beside Wang Lin. He didn't even have time to say a word to Qing Shui or the people he knew before he left. Time was of the essence. Although right now the inner realm was calm, Wang Lin knew this was just the beginning. All of this was just the first step. The real calamity would reach its peak in these next 3 years or after 3 years. That event may completely destroy inner and outer realm. After all, in the view of those people from the immortal astral continent, even if all the people in the cave died, it wouldn't matter. As long as the heavenly Tao was there, sentient beings would appear. Then, after millions of years, countless life forms would appear, and among them there would be third-step cultivators struggling to become stronger. However, Wang Lin wasn't willing to allow such a thing to happen. He had his own plan, a crazy idea. With this plan in mind, he pushed the three-essence will though the star system. Behind him, Mu Bingmei looked at Wang Lin's departing figure and bit her lower lip. There was no complicated look in her eyes anymore, only some confusion. After a long time, she lowered her head and Wang Lin's words from before lingered. Although she is not my woman, she is my son, Wang Ping's mother. Mu Bingmei raised her beautiful head and the confusion in her eyes scattered, replaced with determination. She flew into the air like a beautiful, blue phoenix and chased after Wang Lin. In the distance, Qing Shui's origin soul returned and he opened his eyes. He looked at the woman in pink next to him who was looking at Wang Lin leaving. He let out a sigh and slowly said, "You already know him, correct?" The woman in pink pondered for a moment and then turned around to look at Qing Shui. She gently nodded. "His life is miserable and he has been lonely so far. If you want to accompany him, then don't hesitate. Sometimes, if you hesitate, you lose what you're after. Don't be like me in the past." A flash of reminiscence appeared in Qing Shui's eyes. The woman in pink lowered her head, and after a moment, she softly asked, Why did you save me?" Qing Shui silently pondered for a long time and then revealed a bitter expression. He shook his head and didn't speak. Some things you just can't say. If he could say it, he would have done so when he recognized her as his daughter, but he didn't know how to express it. After waiting for a long time, the woman in pink looked at Qing Shui with a complicated expression. She didn't understand and let out a sigh. She turned toward the sky and chased after Wang Lin. Qing Lin stood up in the distance as he looked at the stars and closed his eyes. Perhaps he understood some truth, like what teacher told me back then. Back then, I couldn't believe it and chose to deceive myself. He is stronger than me. He didn't choose to deceive himself but decided to face it. As Mu Bingmei and the woman in pink flew off, a third ray of light flew off from a planet that hadn't collapsed. There was a woman in that ray of light. Her name was Shizifeng. After this battle, less than 50,000 people were left. During the first battle in the Cloud Sea, the inner realm had nearly 500,000 cultivators. After 97 years of battle, more than 90% had died. Those remaining were the full power of the inner realm cultivators. The amount of deaths suffered in the near century of war was something the inner realm had never seen before. The inner realm already didn't have many third-step cultivators, and now many had died. Those that remained were all injured. There wasn't enough Joss flames, so it was very difficult for them to recover, and they might never recover to their peak again. After this war, only 19 planets remained in the planet formation. The 50,000 cultivators stayed on these 19 planets to heal. This became the new cultivation world for the inner realm. Under the guard of Situ Nan and company, everyone picked one of the 19 planets to rest and heal. Those that were good at alchemy endured their injuries. Teams of cultivators from Situ Nan's group guarded them as they flew off into the other 3 empty star systems to look for herbs. They wanted to refine pills to help everyone recover faster. Everything seemed to quiet down, and these tens of thousands of cultivators began to recover. However, they didn't relax, as this war was not over. At this moment, the 4th ray of light flew out toward where Wang Lin disappeared. There was another woman inside this ray of light. This was the arcane void cultivator from the summoned river, the woman in purple. She had a mysterious origin, and aside from a few select people in the inner realm, no one else knew her identity. However, her actions in this war had earned everyone's respect. 30 years ago, her little sister died in battle. She was also a very quiet person, and since then, she hadn't said a word. Those in the inner realm settled down and silently lived out these 3 years. Wang Lin pushed the giant 3-essence wheel toward the Cloud Sea while exhausted. The gap in the realm ceiling formation in the Cloud Sea was the biggest hidden danger in these 3 years. If he wanted the inner realm to have 3 years of time to recover, not only would it need to be sealed, but Wang Lin would have guarded that place by himself for more than 1,000 days and nights. He actually didn't need to do this. He could actually deceive himself and find a place to live until he died of old age. However, he couldn't and didn't want to. As he moved forward, howling sounds echoed across the stars. This howling came from his giant 3-essence wheel. The light in Wang Lin's eyes covered his exhaustion as he pushed the wheel forward. Soon, he arrived at the border of the Cloud Sea. He took a step forward and quickly moved into the Cloud Sea. The fog that used to shroud in the Cloud Sea had long disappeared, making the star system extremely clear. The smell of blood filled the star system, and the collapsed continents were in ruin. Wang Lin pushed the giant wheel through the ruined Cloud Sea. Soon, the first battlefield in the Cloud Sea appeared before him. This was one of the few places where the fog remained. However, when Wang Lin arrived, a roar and a gust of wind came from the wheel. This wind caused the fog around the hole in the realm ceiling formation to move, and it soon dissipated. The dense fog before Wang Lin was gone, and the 10,000-foot hole appeared clearly before his eyes. This hole was like a scar, and in the past 100 years, it had been unable to heal. Inner realm cultivators had tried to repair this, but in the end, they all left in disappointment. This hole couldn't be repaired, because during the war, the realm ceiling formation was on the verge of collapse. It was unknown who had created the realm ceiling formation. Over the countless years, after being attacked over and over and then having hole for almost 100 years, it had grown weak, as if it were dying. Standing before the hole, Wang Lin silently pondered. He looked at the realm ceiling formation and swept it with his divine sense. He could feel the formation spirits inside, but even they were weak. It was as if weakening of the realm ceiling formation was going to cause them to dissipate. "This formation is dead," Wang Lin lamented. He turned around and looked at the space before him. A ray of purple light carrying the aura of a third-step cultivator flew toward him. This purple light was the last person to leave but the first person to catch up to Wang Lin. The female cultivator from the summoned river. Standing at the gap in the realm ceiling formation, Wang Lin looked at the female cultivator from the summoned river. The cold woman stopped 100 feet away from him. She was very beautiful. Although she was inferior to Mu Bingmei, she was still quite stunning. As she stood there, her purple dress fluttered, making her look like a celestial. Her pale face added more points to her appearance. It gave people a weak yet determined feeling. The woman in purple and Wang Lin looked at each other. After a long time, the woman said in a cold voice, "Xianxia." As if she hadn't spoken in a long time, her voice seemed a bit raw. "Could you be the lightning celestial realm's celestial emperor Xianxia?" Wang Lin had vaguely guessed the woman's identity. He clasped his hands at her. Xianxia pondered for a bit, and then coldly said, "Hand over the celestial imperial concubine you have sealed." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but his eyes shined indiscernibly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman in purple and coldness began to appear. "What is your ranking as the celestial sovereign's concubine?" Wang Lin's words were shocking. The woman in purple's eyes narrowed as she coldly looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, she slowly said, "The celestial sovereign's 8th concubine, Xianxia." His expression remaining calm, Wang Lin slowly asked, "Which celestial imperial concubine did I kill?" "You killed the 2nd concubine, and the one you sealed is the 5th concubine. The one that escaped was the 6th concubine." Xixia's voice no longer felt raw. It was now a lot smoother, but the coldness hadn't decreased. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had met a majority of the 8 celestial imperial concubines. At this moment, their figures took shape in his head. The 4th concubine was the one that tried to control Tuosan and was trapped in the ancient tomb, unable to escape. The 3rd concubine was the cold woman who had interacted with Wang Lin and was released from the ancient tomb by him. She didn't participate in the war against the inner realm. As for the 2nd concubine, she had the most connections with the outer realm. From clues he had obtained from her words, she seemed to have some cooperation with the sovereign, but she ended up dying by his hand. There was also the 5th concubine that was sealed inside Wang Lin's emperor furnace and couldn't be completely refined. If what Xianxia said was correct, the one that escaped was the 6th concubine. As a result, there were only 2 out of the 8 concubines Wang Lin hadn't met. These 2 were the 1st and 7th concubines. In the rift in the cloud sea, that woman who has an agreement with me is also likely a celestial imperial concubine. I just don't know if she is the 1st or 7th concubine. A thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind. The 5th sister you have sealed has great value to me. Give her to me. Xixia's cold was filled with an indisputable intent. It was obvious that she was used to having high status even back on the immortal astral continent, so she subconsciously spoke like this. Wang Lin frowned. Seeing that she had helped the inner realm so much, he pondered for a bit and was ready to hand the 5th concubine over. However, just at this moment the woman in purple spoke once more. Also, you need to go to the outer realm and capture all the other concubines. Bring them to me, I have great use for them. You should do this as soon as possible. As for guarding this place for 3 years, it is really pointless once the celestial. The woman's voice was indifferent and she was speaking in a commanding tone. However, before she finished speaking, Wang Lin frowned and his eyes lit up. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He looked at Xianxia, who was giving orders, and coldly said, "Enough! Your request is too much. Nonsense. Who are you to speak to me like this? Aren't you doing all this in order to awaken the celestial sovereign and obtain a great fortune? You do what I tell you to do. Once the matter is done, I'll naturally report what you have done to the celestial sovereign." Xixia's phoenix-like eyes stared at Wang Lin and her expression became gloomy. Wang Lin was startled for a moment as he looked at Xianxia, then he started laughing. As he laughed, his eyes became cold. "So it's like this. Not all of the celestial sovereign's 8 concubines betrayed him. There is still you, the 8th concubine, who is royal. But forget your request to capture the other concubines. I won't even give you the 5th concubine." Wang Lin waved his sleeves and sneered. Xixia's eyes also narrowed after hearing Wang Lin's words. She vaguely felt like she had guessed something wrong. She didn't know much about Wang Lin. She only knew that he was the previous Lord of the Sealed Realm's disciple. She also knew that Wang Lin had done a lot for the Inner Realm, like the previous battle and slaughter. In her eyes, Wang Lin did all of this because of the title of Lord of the Sealed Realm. The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm should have informed Wang Lin of everything. Wang Lin should have been someone who belonged to the Celestial Sovereign. Therefore, she had come to Wang Lin and issued that series of orders even after he showed power that shocked her. She had never thought that he would refuse. After all, she was a concubine of the Celestial Sovereign, and their goal was the same: to awaken the Celestial Sovereign. Once the Celestial Sovereign awakened, both of them would obtain great benefits. However, Wang Lin's laughter and rejection immediately caused Xianxia to become sober. She retreated a few steps as she looked at Wang Lin and suddenly said, "The previous Lord of the Sealed Realm didn't tell you about his mission and where he came from? Immortal Astral Continent, 7 Dao Sect. Of course I know this." Wang Lin coldly looked at Xianxia. If not for the fact that she had done much for the Inner Realm, even though it was for her own purpose, he would have already knocked away this woman who was way over her head. After he spoke, Xixia's expression changed greatly. She subconsciously retreated more than 100 feet and revealed a shocked expression. "I know everything. You can leave, and don't appear before me again." Wang Lin's words were cold as he looked at the woman in purple and waved his sleeves. The woman in purple was deathly pale and retreated a few steps. Her expression constantly changed. Finally, she stared at Wang Lin and clenched her teeth. "Since you know all of this, why don't you join forces with me? We can team up and awaken the Celestial Sovereign. Once the Celestial Sovereign awakens, he will gift us a great fortune. The Celestial Sovereign is considered powerful even on the Immortal Astral Continent. Once he awakens, I can request him to accept you as a disciple, and you can leave this cave, become a 7 Dao sect member, and obtain the identity of an Immortal Astral Continent cultivator. The Immortal Astral Continent is the real world. It is tens of thousands of times bigger than the cave world and much better. Only we will get the credit. The Celestial Sovereign will grant you a powerful cultivation, so you will have a place on the Immortal Astral Continent. You will even gain a small amount of fame there. That place is the real Celestial Realm. Even your cultivation level will increase a lot." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he blandly looked at the woman in purple. Her words hadn't moved him at all. Can the 7-colored Celestial Sovereign and his Dao partner compare to the 9 sons of the Immortal Astral Continent? One of the powerhouses of the Immortal Astral Continent. What a joke! He is merely an overlord of his area. Even your 7 Dao sect is only a small sect on the Immortal Astral Continent. I fear you have other intents in awakening him. You actually know about the 9 sons? Xixia's expression changed and her eyes became filled with disbelief. Her eyes suddenly narrowed as she thought about how Wang Lin had drawn the Li Guang Bao and what the sovereign had roared. "Scram for me. If not for the fact that you have done so much for the Inner Realm, I would have killed you simply for being a 7 Dao sect member." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and killing intent landed in the eyes of the woman in purple. The woman in purple rumbled and her expression changed. She quickly retreated and no longer spoke. She turned into a ray of purple light and quickly left. "The 7-colored Celestial Sovereign. I'll find a way to revive him. However, it's not for a fortune but to kill him. Kill him and this cave will have no master. Then I'll take the heavenly Tao and take the people in the cave to the Immortal Astral Continent. I have been a heaven-defying cultivator all my life. If I'm going to do this, this is the way it will be done. How could I become someone's dog to beg them for survival, to beg them to take me out of here? Even if I don't leave and end up being killed the Celestial Sovereign, I'll still be a man who walked against the heavens." Wang Lin smiled. He didn't say these words out loud, but they echoed in his heart. Her gaze looked at where the woman in purple went and didn't even ask other about the heaven-avoiding coffin. He didn't need to ask. If he could leave here and enter the Immortal Astral Continent, he would know everything, even the method to revive Wan Er. However, if he failed, there was no need to ask. To die with Wan Er would be the best he could do at that point. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and turned around. He looked at the dying realm ceiling formation and his eyes lit up. He walked up and closed in on the web-like formation. He sat down and closed his eyes. His cultivation activated and he began to absorb energy from the world. As Wang Lin cultivated, the origin energy in the cloud sea came in from all directions. The origin energy circulated through his own body and was absorbed by this origin soul and flesh, helping his ancient god body recover. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and he extracted balls of light with his karma print. He crushed them and inhaled the essence power inside. This essence power entered his 6 essences and allowed them to slowly start up again. After reaching the 3rd step, origin energy could only help his ancient god power recover faster. It didn't help his cultivation at all. At the 3rd step, there was only one thing that could be used to improve and heal cultivators: essence. Time passed. Several hours later, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a shocking pressure. Since the realm ceiling formation is dead, then I'll destroy it completely. Then I'll use my cultivation to rebuild the formation. The outer realm cultivators condensed essence from the power of Joss flames to nourish their whole body and become eternal. However, in the inner realm, Joss flames were rare and had become a problem. Not only did this prevent people from entering the 3rd step, but after reaching the 3rd step, if too much essence was consumed, it would be difficult to recover. Wang Lin hadn't relied Joss flames to reach the 3rd step. He had relied on his comprehension to complete his 3 ethereal essences. He had devoured to complete his thunder and fire essences. As a result, he didn't need Joss flames at the 3rd step, he just needed essences that other people had formed. Devouring endless amounts of essence would recover his cultivation and increase it. Similarly, his body didn't have a Joss flame realm like normal spirit void cultivators. There was no need to fuse the Joss flame realm with his body to reach a state of perfection. Wang Lin's body was an ancient god boy, which was something beyond perfection. It was with the combination of his ancient god power and cultivation that he could kill early-stage arcane void cultivators at the mid-stage of spirit void. Wang Lin even dared to fight mid-stage arcane void cultivators. Although it would be difficult to determine the winner, it would still be very difficult for them to kill Wang Lin. The 3rd step path Wang Lin had taken was very different from that of other cultivators. Even the 7-colored celestial sovereign walked a different path. Even the 7-colored celestial sovereign required Joss flames. Only the Joss flames he absorbed were not poisonous. It wasn't that no one had walked Wang Lin's path, it was just extremely difficult. It was a matchless path with endless possibilities. If he wanted to become an arcane void cultivator, then he would need to obtain a few more essences and complete them. When other people reached the 3rd step, it was almost impossible to complete another essence. However, it was very different for Wang Lin. He could still obtain a 7th, 8th, 9th, and even 10th essence. Also, because he didn't absorb Joss flames, his essences didn't possess the fatal flaw of not being able to reach completion after becoming a 3rd step cultivator. What he needed now was to find a 7th essence. Once he obtained a 7th essence, he would reach the late stage of spirit void. If the 8th essence appeared and reached completion, he could reach the peak of spirit void. With 9 essences, he could step into the arcane void stage. Then all 9 would fuse back into 1. If he had the wisdom and fortune to fuse all his essences together and turn them into a power called the void power on the immortal astral continent, he could face the calamity at the 3rd step. Once he survived this calamity, he would become a void tribulant exalt. The difference between void tribulant and arcane void was a life and death calamity. Success meant life and defeat meant death. Throughout the ages, there were no exceptions, and it was a gap everyone had to face. This calamity was referred to as the arcane tribulant. It was divided into 9 stages, and after surviving all 9 stages, one could successfully step into the void tribulant stage. Even someone as strong as the sovereign had only gone through 3 arcane tribulants and didn't have the courage to endure the 4th one. Tao Master Blue Dream hadn't even gone through the 1st one and was staying at the peak of arcane void. He wasn't afraid of death, but he still had things he hadn't finished, and he couldn't face the regret of failure. Over the tens of thousands of years, many talented people had been born in the inner and outer realms. Some of them had reached the third step, but to this day only one person had gone through 8 arcane tribulants with the identity as a cave cultivator. Just one more and he could be considered an exalt. He was Old Ghost John. Back then, he failed his 5th arcane tribulant and should have died. The Sovereign knew this. However, what the Sovereign didn't know was that Old Ghost John had obtained a great celestial fortune. This celestial fortune caused his cultivation to erupt, and he had endured all the way to the 8th arcane tribulant and stopped before the 9th one. Those who reached the void tribulant stage on the immortal astral continent were considered grand exalts. This was a cultivation level at the peak of the 3rd step, and if you could take that legendary step forward, you would trample the heavens. The 7-colored celestial sovereign was a void tribulant exalt. Only his cultivation level wasn't peak void tribulant but mid-stage void tribulant. Although he was only at the mid-stage, it allowed him to gain some fame on the immortal astral continent and start his own sect. He formed the 7 Dao sect. Wang Lin didn't know any of this, and at this moment he didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, he opened his eyes and stood up, looking into the stars. He wasn't tall, but the aura he gave off felt like he could support the heavens. His back was toward the inner realm, and he gave off a sense of security like the ancient blessing. His eyes were filled with calmness, and he walked forward. With this step, he landed on the dying realm ceiling formation. The formation trembled and revealed a light that was far weaker than before. While pondering, Wang Lin raised his right foot and stomped down. With a bang, the entire realm ceiling formation trembled and the large, net-like structure appeared. The formation revealed itself all over the inner realm. Even the tens of thousands of cultivators recovering in all heaven opened their eyes and saw the realm ceiling formation. The power of this step caused the formation to appear completely. Only by making it reveal itself could Wang Lin allow the dying formation to finish the last of its life. You have sealed the inner and outer realms for many years. You have prevented the outer realm from invading for countless years and are a guardian for the inner realm. Because of this, I will bow to you. Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at the realm ceiling formation. But similarly, because of your existence, there were rarely any 3rd step cultivators in my inner realm. As a result, the power balance between the inner and outer realm became disproportionate. Your presence trapped and sealed my inner realm. Wang Lin raised his hand and mercilessly pressed down. The karma print appeared as Wang Lin's palm fell. Then his fingers clenched into a fist and he pulled out. Karma. Extract the spirits. Wang Lin roared. As his right hand pulled back, the formation trembled violently. A bolt of thunder was extracted from the formation. It was an illusory lance formed by thunder. This lance contained endless thunder, and was the holy treasure of the Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin squeezed and the thunder lance collapsed. Countless bolts of thunder scattered in all directions and lit up the surrounding space. Since the thunder lance was first fused into the formation, this was the first time it was extracted and destroyed. From now on, this spirit would no longer exist inside the formation. When the lance collapsed, the formation began to tremble and fine cracks appeared on it. I don't know who created you, but you're dying today, so disappear. I, Wang Lin, will set up another formation. This formation will be born only for my inner realm, will exist only for my inner realm, and will completely belong to my inner realm. Wang Lin raised his right hand and slammed down on the formation 6 times. 6 rumbles, 6 karmas, and 6 clenched fists. The formation began to immediately collapse for real. The endless net began to rumble and shatter. Blood-red light appeared before Wang Lin, and the whole formation seemed to give off a blood light. A painful howl that seemed like it could collapse the world echoed. The 9-head meteor mace suddenly appeared with the howl. The mace trembled and black blood dripped from the heads. However, after leaving the formation, it collapsed and disappeared before Wang Lin. After the meteor hammer, a heat wave surged and a huge fire catapult appeared. Countless inner and outer realm cultivators had died to it, but most of them were inner realm cultivators. At this moment, the catapult was pulled out and was rapidly torn into mist. It then rapidly dissipated. After the catapult, a golden light shined and a golden blade appeared. After the golden light, it was a monstrous purple light. A giant purple whip appeared. It was covered in runes and twisted like a python. After the whip, the formation trembled and ancient aura appeared. A giant wolf stick appeared, and it was covered in thorns. There were also countless restless ghosts around it, showing how much it had killed before. However, as soon as these formation spirits appeared, they all exploded. They disappeared forever from this world, disappeared from the realm sealing formation. What was destroyed with them was another formation spirit that hadn't taken shape and was still a mass of fog. The moment it appeared, it collapsed. Now 7 of the 9 formation spirits had been destroyed. Wang Lin's expression was calm, as he looked at the realm-sealing formation that had lost 6 formation spirits. It began an irreversible collapse, causing thunder rumbles to echo. It began to collapse across the entire inner realm. All the inner realm cultivators could see the realm-sealing formation collapse layer by layer. There was no longer any obstruction between the inner and outer realms. The 8th formation spirit, my ancient clan's holy treasure, the heaven-splitting axe. Will you return to my hand or be destroyed along with this formation? I'll give you the choice. Wang Lin raised his right hand and a thunderous rumble echoed. The 8th formation spirit appeared. The power of the spirit was beyond the previous 7. This spirit was the ancient god's holy treasure, the heaven-splitting axe. As the rumble echoed and the formation collapsed, a giant axe shadow carrying dense ancient god aura slowly flew out. When the axe appeared, ancient god aura rolled out like ocean waves. This aura caused the realm-sealing formation to tremble even more violently. Thunderous rumbles echoed in one's ears and continued to linger. If you closed your eyes, you would feel the endless slaughter the axe had faced in its countless years of existence. Many lives had been ended by this axe. The moment the axe appeared, Wang Lin stood before it. He saw countless illusory souls filled with grievance surround the axe, letting out ghostly howls. From a distance, they looked like a lot of bumps. It looked as if the axe carried death souls and came out of the underworld. It was a shocking scene. After it appeared, it didn't dissipate like the other 7 spirits. It floated there and became even more solid. It was as if it had intelligence and was making a choice. Would it choose to recognize Wang Lin as its master, or destroy itself? Time slowly passed. The rumble of the realm-sealing formation became even louder. After 15 minutes, Wang Lin frowned, seeing the axe remain motionless. Since you're not willing to follow me, then vanish. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed down on the heaven-splitting axe. The formation collapsed even faster and the axe trembled, and its giant body flew toward Wang Lin. In an instant, the heaven-splitting axe seemed to break free from the realm-sealing formation. It let out a heaven-splitting howl as it chopped down on Wang Lin. A mere royal ancient god treasure dares to hurt me? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and he stepped forward. His body instantly swelled up to more than 10,000 feet tall, transforming into his ancient god body. This tens of thousands of feet body was like a giant standing on the realm-sealing formation. The axe closed in and Wang Lin threw a punch at it. Thunderous rumbles spread like crazy and space itself trembled. The realm-sealing formation shattered and collapsed even more. The heaven-splitting axe couldn't chop down and was knocked back by the power of Wang Lin's punch. However, it also wasn't easy for Wang Lin. He was knocked back thousands of feet. A deep cut that reached his bones appeared on his fist, and even the bones were cracked. The heaven-splitting axe was extremely powerful. While retreating, Wang Lin's eyes shined, and as his right hand recovered, he reached out. A monstrous blood light appeared along with the blood sword. He waved his hand and the blood sword expanded to 1,000 feet. The blood light was extremely dazzling. Holding the blood sword, Wang Lin charged forward. He raised the blood sword high up and sliced down. A monstrous ray of sword energy shot out toward the heaven-splitting axe. They were both invincible treasures, and they collided countless times, causing thunderous rumbles. The sword and axe continued to collide, but the axe was still slightly inferior. After all, it had no one to control it and was moving based on the treasure spirit. It was being pushed back. Countless sword marks appeared on the axe and the light from the axe became unstable. Wang Lin's sword fell and he roared, "I give you one last chance to recognize me as your owner." There was a thunderous bang as the axe was knocked down. There was a bang and it opened a giant rift in space. The blood sword in Wang Lin's hand disappeared, and at the same time, he stepped forward. Just as the axe flew toward the rift and its monstrous ancient god power spread out, Wang Lin grabbed the axe handle. Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly held on, and no matter how much the heaven-splitting axe struggled, it couldn't escape. However, at this time, the shadow of an ancient god appeared on the head of the axe and seemed to let out a roar. It was impossible to see his face clearly, but he rushed like a gust of wind toward Wang Lin as if he wanted to devour him. The shadow was tens of thousands of feet tall and was shaped like a cone. He was larger at the higher part of his body. It was like smoke that expanded countless fold as it flew up. This shadow was the treasure spirit of the heaven-splitting axe. It rushed toward Wang Lin along with a howl. Wang Lin's 10,000-foot body was like a teen before a man in his prime. It felt like Wang Lin had no chance to resist. However, Wang Lin stared at the eyes of the shadow rushing at him and let out a roar. "You dare! I'm a royal ancient god and I have the inheritance of the ancient ones. You want to devour me? You're courting death." Behind Wang Lin, the giant ancient head appeared and roared with him. It was as if a hurricane had swept by from the void and landed on the shadow from the heaven-splitting axe. The shadow let out a scream in fear and rapidly retreated. His body was torn apart but quickly reformed. After it reformed, his body trembled and struggled to bow at Wang Lin. Then he quickly returned back into the heaven-splitting axe and disappeared. The heaven-splitting axe no longer struggled and slowly calmed down. Wang Lin grabbed the axe, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out blood. A blood-colored mark landed on the axe and fused with it. The heaven-splitting axe had submitted. This time he had suppressed the axe with his own strength. Back then, he lacked the cultivation and required the help of the previous lord of the sealed realm to control this axe. Armed with the giant axe, his white hair fluttered. At this moment, Wang Lin was no different from his statue on planet Suzaku. He waved his right hand and the heaven-splitting axe turned into specks of golden light and disappeared into this ancient god stars. Wang Lin looked down at the collapsing realm sealing formation and his eyes revealed a strange light. This last spirit was the most powerful, and the previous lord of the sealed realm had integrated himself into this spirit to control the formation. However, when the gap appeared and all those other things happened, the lord of the sealed realm's soul had died. This also caused the final spirit to lose some vitality. This was related to the reason why the formation was dying. Wang Lin raised his right hand and formed a palm. Wang Lin used the karma print. His palm descended and clenched into a fist. The collapsing realm sealing formation released a loud sound as if it was struggling for the last time in its life. As it trembled, a broken jade was extracted. This jade had deep rifts on it and contained more than 10 cracks. One of them was obviously created about 100 years ago. It lacked the ancient auras the other cracks had. Although there were many rifts on the jade, one could still see the word carved on its surface. This word was simple. It was the word celestial. Celestial. As the jade was extracted by Wang Lin's karma print, the realm sealing formation began its final collapse. The layers of net surrounding the 4 major star systems collapsed. This collapse was complete, absolute, and irreversible. As it collapsed, the remaining cultivators in the 4 major star systems were all shocked. The star system itself seemed to be churning and the realm sealing formation that had trapped the inner realm for tens of thousands of years was shattering. In the cloud sea, Mu Bingmei, the woman in pink, and Shi Zifeng had gathered together. They stopped flying as they looked at the star system around them. They were still a distance away from Wang Lin. However, when the realm sealing formation collapsed, they couldn't move forward, so they gathered together. They watched the giant net below them shatter, and the shock this brought caused their faces to turn pale. Wang Lin looked at the jade, and after pondering a bit, he waved his right hand. With that, the jade completely flew out from the realm sealing formation. The moment it flew out, it was like a tree without roots or a fish out of water, scattered into dust. As the jade shattered, the realm sealing formation suddenly collapsed. At this moment, the brilliant void no longer had the realm sealing formation around it. The summoned river was completely exposed to the outer realm. At this moment, all heaven and the cloud sea were completely free. After tens of thousands of years, the barrier between the inner and outer realms had disappeared. They were one again. The realm sealing formation that seemed to have existed forever, and was remembered by generation after generation, had collapsed and vanished. Without the realm sealing formation, the mysterious force stopping the inner realm from gathering Joss flame disappeared. At this moment in all heaven, all the third step cultivators revealed looks of excitement. Not even Qing Lin was an exception. Wang Lin had destroyed the realm sealing formation. Throughout the ages, he was the first person to do this. The first to have the courage to destroy the realm sealing formation after slaughtering the invading outer realm cultivators. His name was destined to be passed down for tens of thousands of years in this cultivation world because he was the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Not the Seven Dao Sect's Lord of the Sealed Realm. Not the Lord of the Sealed Realm under the seven-colored celestial sovereign's command, but the Lord of the Sealed Realm of the Inner Realm cultivators. He was going to take the Inner Realm cultivators out of this cave and shock the immortal astral continent. The formation being destroyed didn't mean that everything was over. Creating a new formation that belonged to Wang Lin and Inner Realm was a new beginning. This was the first step toward Wang Lin's plan to killing the celestial sovereign. The realm sealing formation collapsed and the aura from the ancient star system entered, shrouding the inner realm. This aura was unfamiliar but at the same time familiar. At the earliest time, before the realm sealing formation appeared, the inner and outer realms were one. Countless mortals had breathed this aura and countless cultivators had cultivated this aura. A few third-step cultivators had borrowed this aura to create their own Joss flame realms to gather Joss flames to help themselves cultivate. However, after the realm sealing formation was set up, all the Joss flames were extracted from the inner realm until none remained. This created a vicious cycle for tens of thousands of years until the inner realm couldn't compare to the outer realm at all. However, today, the aura that had been gone for so long returned to the inner realm, like a wandering child that was locked out of his home. One day, the door will open and the child will return. The unfamiliar yet familiar aura surrounded the four major star systems. If you were to say this aura revitalized everything, it would be exaggerating. However, its existence allowed the inner realm cultivators that had just won a tragic victory to feel hope. Layers of formation net continued to disintegrate until they disappeared completely. During these hours, the rumbles echoed across space. As the formation collapsed, the sound went into the ancient star system. This caused the minds of the outer realm cultivators to tremble. Those with high cultivation levels and a few third-step cultivators flew out and looked toward the direction of the inner realm. They may not be able to see from where they were, but they clearly felt the aura of the ancient star system rushing over as if it was going to fill the inner realm. It was unknown who flew out in shock, but more outer realm cultivators flew out from all over the ancient star system toward the inner realm. They wanted to see what would happen to the inner realm after the realm sealing formation collapsed. Wang Lin stood among the stars and calmly looked at the realm sealing formation that had dissipated. He felt the aura of the ancient star system, and his eyes shined brightly. After a long time, he slowly raised his right hand and waved. He let out a sound that echoed across all four major star systems in the inner realm. This sound was like an eternal thunderclap, but everyone who heard it could clearly hear his words. Today, I destroyed the realm sealing formation and will create another one. This formation will have no name. As Wang Lin's words spread out, he waved his arms. The giant three-essence will flew out and stood before him. A buzzing sound echoed and the giant will began to grow and spread out in all directions. It turned from more than 10,000 feet to millions, tens of millions, until it was endless. It would replace the realm sealing formation and become the new formation. As it spread, thunderous rumbles echoed. As it continued to spread, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He pointed at the void above. All the treasures that were destroyed in these 100 years and all the treasure spirits that dissipated in the previous wars. Today, I, Wang Lin, call upon your spirits to come from the void and enter my formation to become eternal. Wang Lin's voice contained the power of essence as well as his lifetime of comprehension. At this moment, an invisible ripple spread out with him as the center through the cloud sea, all heaven, the brilliant void, and the summoned river. As his voice echoed after the ripple passed, colorful shadows appeared out of nowhere. These shadows were swords, blades, and various treasures. These treasures were all broken. They had already been broken and had dissipated, but they had spirit. These spirits heard Wang Lin's promise of eternity and all appeared. After pondering for a bit, they all flew toward the three-essence wheel. As they fused with it, they caused the expanding wheel to give off a powerful sense of majesty. After millions of treasure spirits fused with it, the wheel gave off a powerful life force. The masters of all those treasure spirits had died and the spirits should have disappeared. However, there was a reincarnation cycle in this world, and those treasure spirits had walked out from the reincarnation cycle. Treasure spirits appeared from everywhere within the 4 major star systems and fused into the wheel. As they fused, the rapidly rotating wheel gained extreme wisdom. All the innocent cultivation planets that collapsed during this battle, you all have souls and you all have your own strange ways of life. However, over the millions of years, countless of you have shattered. Today, I call you all to enter my formation and become eternal. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness as he spoke softly. As his words echoed, countless illusory shadows of planets appeared all over the 4 empty major star systems. There were many cultivation planets. They had long been destroyed, but their souls were unwilling to dissipate. When Wang Lin voiced his promise of eternal life, they all appeared. As the souls of the planets appeared, every piece of dust, every meteorite, and every piece of broken continent trembled. A howl echoed across the all 4 major star systems. Those countless dust particles, meteorites, and broken continents flew with the planet souls toward the rotating essence wheel. As they continued to integrate, the essence wheel gained a physical form and erupted with a pressure that was beyond this world. Wang Lin waved his hand and the wheel continued to expand. It eventually shrouded the cloud seal and spread to all heaven. It completely covered the summoned river and the brilliant void. The inner realm cultivators were all excited as they looked at the wheel formation that replaced the collapsed realm ceiling formation. Their mood was something that was rarely experienced in their lives. In the blink of an eye, a new formation appeared, blocking the outer realm out, but it didn't stop the aura of the outer realm from entering. This formation was a wheel that was endless in size. It would last longer than the realm ceiling formation, and its appearance established a new age. The countless outer realm cultivators that died in my inner realm. You all have killed countless, and although you're all dead, you can't enter the reincarnation cycle. You all have to atone for your sins. Today, I, Wang Lin, will gather your soul fragments together and make you slaves to push my wheel, to work forever and never be free. Wang Lin's eyes opened and his hand formed a seal before pushing down at the void. With this, a storm was set off in the inner realm. This storm was formed by Wang Lin's spell and soul. A silent roar that only Wang Lin could feel echoed across the 4 star systems of the inner realm. Distorted soul fragments appeared among the stars. They all had ferocious expressions and struggled. However, they immediately let out cries in fear as Wang Lin's soul storm gathered them up and fused them into the wheel. Some of these soul fragments had died during the last 100 years, but even more were people that had died during the previous wars against the outer realm. The storm raged and swept by Mu Bingmei and company. It swept through Cloud Sea, filled all heaven, then passed the summoned river before it went across the brilliant void and came back. The mournful soul fragments all roared in fear as they were captured and sealed into the wheel. In particular, in the battlefield of the first battle in the Cloud Sea, there were more than 100,000 soul fragments. They were all sealed into the wheel. Also, in all heaven there were hundreds of thousands of soul fragments. Silent roars echoed, but none of them could escape their punishment. These soul fragments couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle and couldn't be reborn. They were already dead. A soul fragment was the resentment created after death. Without something to gather them all, they would remain invisible. Usually, creatures that absorbed this aura would become very cruel. Resentment had a great effect on cultivators, especially on cultivators with weak cultivation. Their so-called souls all came from these soul fragments. As all the soul fragments from all the dead outer realm cultivators from all the wars that had taken place gathered in the wheel formation, then the souls began to appear around the wheel. Their arms pushed the huge wheel and, with millions of soul fragments, the wheel began to rotate. Every turn would cause these soul fragments to let out painful roars as if it was crushing them. However, the more pain they felt, the harder they pushed. This cycle would last forever. Inner realm, all the seniors that died during the previous wars and fellow cultivators. Today, I, Wang Lin, am disturbing your resting souls to awaken you. Are you all willing to become this formation's immortal formation spirit? Become souls that will be worshipped by generations of my inner realm cultivators. If you're all willing, I ask all of you to come. Wang Lin clasped his hands at the stars. This bow swept across the dark star system like the wind. As the wind swept by, those sleeping souls in the 4 star systems seemed to awaken from the void. Whether they died in glory, pride, helplessness, or survival, they all appeared after hearing Wang Lin's words. A sense of sorrow spread out from everywhere within the 4 major star systems. This sorrow came from those souls. Although they had died, their souls still remained as they silently watched the inner realm. Throughout the ages, they never entered the reincarnation cycle. They weren't willing to enter the reincarnation cycle, and they weren't able to. They could only turn into resentful souls and watch in sorrow. They were waiting for the day all the outer realm cultivators died. They were waiting for a day when the realm ceiling formation would collapse. They wanted to see if this unending war would end. As Wang Lin bowed, he didn't look up but maintained his posture. His head was lower, covering up the sorrow in his eyes. Illusory souls appeared from the star system. The first to appear were the ancient cultivators who lived before there was an inner realm or outer realm. They were the first generation of life under the ancient celestial realm. They had received the teachings of the ancient celestial realm. They were the first wave of sentient life in the cave. Their clothes made them look like savages, but the auras that came out from their bodies were filled with understanding of the world. When the realm ceiling formation appeared, they were confused and afraid. They all tried to rush out of the realm ceiling formation, but they all died. At this moment, after an unknown amount of time, their souls were called by Wang Lin. They appeared all over the 4 major star systems and silently looked at Wang Lin, who was in the cloud sea. What appeared after them were the cultivators that existed before the 4 celestial realms were destroyed, the celestials of those 4 celestial realms. Although they were not true celestials from the immortal astral continent, in Wang Lin's heart, they were real celestials. Countless of them had died trying to leave the realm ceiling formation. During the many invasions of the outer realm, many died. Although Wang Lin had his head lowered in a bow, he could feel those mournful souls. He clearly remembered when he first saw the Scatter Thunderclan's statue the first time he went into the 7-colored realm. He looked into the memories of the statue and saw the celestials all rush at the realm ceiling formation, but they all died one by one. Today, these dead celestial souls were summoned for the first time from the void since they died. After the celestials came the cultivators of this era. They were cultivators that had died during this 100-year war. Wang Lin knew a lot of them, but there were even more he didn't know. However, the endless souls that appeared had died for the inner realm. Their deaths needed to be remembered by future descendants. Throughout the ages, far too many cultivators and living beings had died during the wars between the inner and outer realms. No one had ever built a memorial for these dead cultivators, not during ancient times or during celestial times. It wasn't until now that Wang Lin paid tribute to the souls that had died in battle. Are you all willing to become this formation's immortal spirit? Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the souls. He spoke loudly to all those souls. As Wang Lin spoke, The endless souls in the inner realm became distorted and turned into an invisible aura that flew toward Wang Lin. The first to reach Wang Lin was an ancient cultivator. His expression was vague and his soul was bleak. He appeared 1,000 feet from Wang Lin and looked at him profoundly. Wang Lin maintained a bowing posture. The soul clasped his hands at Wang Lin. After he clasped his hands, he charged into the giant wheel and willingly became one of the formation spirit. Behind him, the souls that had died during ancient times all came. They all clasped their hands at Wang Lin from 1,000 feet away and entered the wheel formation without hesitation. Although they still had the resentment from their deaths, the moment they clasped their hands, there was no regret as they willingly integrated with the wheel formation. They had died for the inner realm, and even after death, they had offered their souls for the inner realm. They were heroes in life and heroic souls in death. 1, 2, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, hundreds of thousands. All the ancient cultivators that had died appeared and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. They came alone, in small groups, in hundreds, or in tens of thousands. They all fused with the formation after clasping their hands. Behind them were the celestials from the 4 celestial realms. They came from the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning celestial realms, but the blood that flowed through them was still that of the inner realm. Although they had been dead for countless years, their souls were still souls of the inner realm. They were born as a people of the inner realm and died as souls of the inner realm. They gradually appeared before Wang Lin. Like the martyrs before them, they clasped their hands at Wang Lin and fused with the formation. This scene set off waves in the minds of the countless people that saw this. Wang Lin maintained his bow. After those celestial souls came the fellow cultivators that had died in this 100-year war. Many familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared. They all bowed at Wang Lin and then rushed into the formation without hesitation. Some of them had been Wang Lin's enemies, and some had relations with Wang Lin, but at this moment, they used the last of their power to guard the inner realm. An aura of sadness filled the star system. The outer realm cultivators that had rushed over were all terrified by what they saw. In all heaven, on the 19 remaining planets, all the cultivators stood up and bowed at the stars without anyone leading them. Master South Cloud, Situ Nan, Master Hongshan, Qing Lin, and the others all stood up without exception. They looked at the sky with sorrow and respect. Not only them, but in the other 3 star systems, the few groups of remaining inner realm cultivators all looked up. The memories of the war flashed before their eyes and they bowed at the stars. There were also the 3 women that had gathered together in the cloud sea and were still a bit far from Wang Lin. Their eyes were filled with sadness as they bowed at the shadows that flew by. Also at this moment, in the brilliant void, in the empty star system, old Ghost John revealed a rare somber expression. He stood there looking at the souls that floated by and revealed a complicated expression. Lu Kai, Li Dong, Chang Yi, are you all here? You all died a long time ago and only I still live now. At that time we speculated why the inner and outer realms fight. I didn't think I would someday become the source of the war that I resented so much. We vowed together to change all this, to destroy the realm sealing formation and allow the inner realm to walk out. However, they don't know what I found from the celestial origin. I found a shocking secret. Sorrow appeared inside old Ghost John. Although he could be considered the strongest person in the cave, he was still a person, a life that was born in the cave. He was not emotionless. As Wang Lin called for those souls, his heart felt stinging pain. He was stunned, and confusion filled his eyes. After a long time he bowed at those souls. However, just as he bowed, his expression became distorted and painful. It was as if a power had erupted from his body, preventing him from bowing to these lower realm ants. I can help you, but you can't stop me from bowing to these souls that make me feel guilt. Old Ghost John clenched his teeth and said this word by word. He ignored the power that tried to stop him and completed the bow. At the same time, in the summoned river, on a meteorite that even Wang Lin noticed with his divine sense, the all-seer slowly opened his eyes. His expression was calm. He noticed the souls that were summoned from the stars and silently pondered. After a long time, he stepped out from the meteorite and stood there, looking at the countless souls. I should be the first person to awaken my memory. However, I was still a cultivator of the inner realm. You all deserve a bow from this old man. The All-Seer sighed and waved his sleeve as he bowed at the stars. Also in Summoned River, there was a person not even the All-Seer had noticed. This was the young man that came from Wang Lin's divine retribution, from the rift leading to the ancient celestial realm. He was sitting down and his body was blurry. It was impossible to see him clearly. At this moment, he opened his eyes and there was a flash of golden light in his gaze. Then contempt arose in his eyes. What's the use of bowing to these pitiful souls? A bunch of caged birds. I can't find the place Uncle Teacher Ma mentioned, so I'm not going to bother. Calculating the time, Uncle Teacher Ma should wake soon. This 7 Dao sect cave is becoming more and more interesting. Before Wang Lin, those endless souls clasped their hands and entered the wheel formation. After they all entered, the incredibly large wheel formation gave off a dazzling glow. This light was gentle to the inner realm cultivators, but to the outer realm cultivators, it was a painful glare. Under this light, one could clearly see countless outer realm cultivator souls under the giant wheel. They were slowly pushing the wheel like slaves. As those outer realm cultivator slaves pushed, there were many souls from the inner realm sitting on the wheel, acting as the formation spirits of this formation. As the wheel was rotated, a thunderous rumble echoed across the stars. A law of the world was changed. The inner realm cultivators could go to the outer realm through this formation, but outer realm cultivators couldn't enter. At the same time, the appearance of this formation didn't block the aura coming from the ancient star system. It only stopped cultivators that didn't belong in the inner realm. All the clans with the marks between their eyebrows. Because of the aura from the ancient star system, the inner realm could now gather Joss flames to cultivate. The chain that was around the inner realm cultivators disappeared. As all the souls from the inner realm entered the wheel formation, Wang Lin waved his hand. His white hair fluttered without any wind. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he let out a roar. Unnamed wheel formation, activate. As he roared, the wheel formation rumbled and expanded in a frenzy. As it rotated, it grew to a shocking degree. This wheel wasn't just blocking the cloud sea from the outer realm. Instead, it floated below the inner realm and shrouded the entire inner realm. If one were to look from far away, they would see it clearly. The inner realm was like a circle, and outside the circle was the outer realm. At this moment, this wheel formation was a large circle below the inner realm, completely covering the inner realm. Wang Lin waved his hand and the wheel rapidly expanded toward space that belonged to the outer realm. A thunderous rumble echoed across the inner and outer realms. It spread through all the star domains in the cave and caused the cave to tremble. As the wheel rotated and rapidly expanded, the outer realm cultivators retreated in fear. Some of them were too slow and were hit by the wheel. They let out miserable screams as their bodies collapsed and their origin souls were drawn into the formation below. They joined the slaves that were pushing the formation. As the wheel rapidly expanded, the inner realm was expanded indefinitely. All the areas shrouded by the wheel would belong to the inner realm. This was an invasion, an undisguised invasion, Wang Lin murmured. The person who created the realm sealing formation was not fair. Why was the inner realm only given this much space? Today, I, Wang Lin, will redraw the region with this nameless wheel. As the wheel formation expanded, the inner realm instantly expanded by 20%. The expansion of the inner realm meant that the outer realm had shrunk. There were countless planets within those 20% of expansion. The mortals remained, but all the cultivators with the marks between their eyebrows escaped. If they were too late to run, their bodies would turn to ashes and their origin souls and souls would become slaves to the formation. In the countless years, because of battles between cultivators, many innocent mortals died. Your souls can't live forever like cultivators' souls, but you still exist. You are all innocent. Today I, Wang Lin, send you back into the reincarnation cycle with this wheel. Wang Lin raised his hand and pointed up at the void. The space in the inner realm trembled. Smoke-like auras appeared in all directions and gathered before Wang Lin. They formed an invisible vortex before Wang Lin. This vortex contained the souls of mortals, which far outnumbered cultivators. The vortex formed by the souls roared beside Wang Lin. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the vortex moved toward the expanding wheel. In an instant, those endless mortal souls entered the wheel formation. Borrowing the wheel, they were sent into the existing reincarnation cycle of the heavens. When the mortal souls entered the formation, their strength helped the formation expand from 20% to 30%. I, Wang Lin, as an inner realm cultivator, will guard this place for 3 years. For these 3 years, I will give up everything and enter the formation to become the first formation spirit. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he stepped forward and his body fused with the formation. A ray of light shined as his body completely fused with the formation. He then sat down and the wheel formation expanded to 40%. The inner realm was now 40% larger than before. At this moment, the wheel formation seemed to reach a limit and stopped spreading. A burst of light spread out and seemed to spread endlessly. The entire inner realm seemed to be shrouded in a cylindrical light. Wang Lin's body fused with the formation at the cloud sea. He sat down and the Emperor Furnace appeared before him. He closed his eyes and began his 3 years of guarding. This upheaval had caused the inner realm to expand by 40%. The 4 star systems had expanded and countless cultivation planets with no cultivators had appeared in the inner realm. It was like injecting life into the inner realm. However, for the outer realm it was a deep blow. Until now, the sovereign still hadn't appeared. He was sitting in his other palace, staring at where Wang Lin was. He only has the power of 2 shots. Can't be wrong, only 2 shots. However, my 3-life spell was already used once before, so now there is only 1 life left. I must make him use the other 2 shots during these 3 years. Once the power of the bow is gone, he won't survive even 1 blow from me. The sovereign's expression was gloomy and there was coldness in his eyes. His fear of Wang Lin had surpassed the person who had forced him to leave the inner realm with 1 roar. Master Miao Yun, Devil Master 9 Heaven, and Great Desolation are all trapped in the ancient tomb along with the 4th concubine. If those 4 can come out, then they might be able to absorb those shots. The sovereign stood up and was about to leave when he stopped. His eyes lit up and he raised his right hand and a jade appeared. He left a strand of divine sense in the jade and then threw it. The jade disappeared without a trace. Sovereign Council, listen to this order. Gather all remaining forces and launch an attack on the newly formed formation. Destroy it within 3 years at all costs. All 3rd step cultivators in the ancient star system, listen to my order and head to the Sovereign Council. Listen to their orders and destroy this formation. All 5th Heaven's Blight cultivators from all clans, gather at the Sovereign Council and accept Void Puppet refinement. If you disobey, your entire clan will be destroyed. Open the Sovereign Council treasure house and take out the ancient secret summon. Take the blood of 100,000 cultivators to open the ancient imperial order. The sovereign's expression was gloomy and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. After sending out a series of ordres, he flew off into the distance. And there is also Tao Master Blue Dream. The body of the 5th concubine is his wife, and his wife's soul still exists within the 5th concubine. The sovereign silently pondered for a moment before he revealed a decisive gaze and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on Mount Blue of the Blue Silk clan. The sovereign floated there, listening to the sad tune. After a long time, he waved his sleeve and spoke toward the cabin on top of the mountain. Old friend Blue Dream, do you know what happened in the inner realm? The zither music echoed and it took a while before it calmed down. Tao Master Blue Dream's voice came from the house. I know. If you can lure out 1 shot from him, I vow to use the power of my celestial bloodline to do whatever it takes to help you force the soul of the 5th concubine out. Silence came from the cabin. The sovereign was certain Blue Dream wouldn't refuse. After he spoke, he turned around and disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, he was next to a rift in the ancient star system. He didn't enter, but his eyes lit up and his powerful divine sense spread out. Seventh concubine, you have been in closed-door cultivation until now and your injuries have long recovered. If you don't act, then our agreement will be void. After a long time, a calm voice came from the rift. I will act. The sovereign looked at the rift and left. He went to many places and summoned all the forces in the ancient star system. Eventually, he appeared deep within the ancient star system, where there were 9 fragments floating together to form a circular continent. There was an invisible formation shrouding this area. Unless one had the celestial bloodline, they couldn't step into this formation. The sovereign respectfully stood on one of the fragments and bowed. Disciple greets teacher. There were 9 of these floating fragments, and they formed a circle. They moved in a strange track and the sound they made echoed across the star system. Because of the formation, anyone without celestial bloodline couldn't even see any of this. Even if they passed by, they would ignore this place. Without a celestial bloodline, you couldn't sense the invisible formation blocking you. The sovereign respectfully bowed on one of the fragments. 7 of the 9 fragments released 7 different colors and gathered to form a rainbow. The remaining 2 fragments were pale without any light. They were overshadowed by the 7-colored light. As the 7-colored light continued to flash, a shadow slowly appeared among the 7-colored light. Not long after, the figure became clear and walked out of the light. If Wang Lin was here and saw this person, he would recognize him as the 7-colored Taoist that appeared in the 7-colored realm when he was saving Qing Shui. Disciple greets teacher. The sovereign silently pondered for a bit as he looked at the 7-colored figure before him. There was a complicated gaze in his eyes. The outer realm has lost the battle against the inner realm. Before, teacher asked disciple to send the Li Guang Bao to the inner realm, and now it is in Wang Lin's hands. I'm unable to fight against it. Teacher, please give instructions. The 7-colored light gathered on 7-colored Taoist. His expression was calm and his gaze swept past the sovereign's body. Is he really crazy? The 7-colored Taoist suddenly spoke. The sovereign trembled and closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded. I don't think so. The 7-colored Taoist smiled and looked into the distance. His eyes revealed a strange light. I'll help you open the ancient tomb and let those people come out. As for what to do next, you can go deal with it yourself. This game is almost over. The third one has been hidden for countless years and reincarnated countless times. This time they should come out. The 7-colored Taoist smiled and his eyes were filled with anticipation. The sovereign hesitated for a moment and asked, Is Wang Lin the third one? Aside from you, Old Ghost John, and a few others could all be the third one. He is too well hidden. Or perhaps he doesn't even know his own identity yet. As for this Wang Lin, he doesn't seem like it, but it's not impossible. The 7-colored Taoist said slowly. The sovereign let out a sigh in his heart. He clasped his hands at the 7-colored Taoist and turned to leave. However, he only took a few steps before he stopped. He didn't look back but spoke with a serious tone. When you asked me to worship you as my teacher, I agreed. The thing you promised me. Your master won't be able to leave this place. When I devour the third one, Old Ghost John won't be my match. Then your former master will be my tonic. The 7-colored Taoist smiled. His body turned into 7-colored light and dissipated. The sovereign revealed a complicated expression. After a long time, he let out a sigh and walked into the distance. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin was sitting inside the three-essence wheel formation, and below him was the Emperor Furnace. There were 2 arcane void cultivators inside. One was the old man in black and the other was the 5th concubine. These 2 people's spells were shocking, and they could only be imprisoned inside the Emperor Furnace. Wang Lin wouldn't be able to refine them in a short period of time. At this moment, his eyes were closed as he sat on top of the Emperor Furnace, suppressing and sealing them. Guard for 3 years, the most difficult 3 years. After an unknown amount of time passed, 3 rays of light vaguely appeared in the cloud sea, which had been expanded greatly. They turned into the silhouettes of 3 women. The 3 women were less than 10,000 feet away from Wang Lin. They floated there, looking at Wang Lin's back. This back was very bleak and gave off a sense of loneliness. However, this figure also gave off the feeling of a mountain. He was like a mountain that sat there and protected the inner realm. The first that went up was Shi Zifeng. Her figure was weak and she slowly walked forward 10,000 feet. She looked at Wang Lin, who had his eyes closed, and revealed a soft gaze. A beautiful smile bloomed on her face. I have thought it through. I don't want to be your disciple. I never want to be. Cultivators like us live for very long. I don't know when our lives will be over. I just want 1 year of your life. Only 1 year is enough. You are going to guard the inner realm for 3 years. Let me accompany you for 1 year, Shi Zifeng said softly. Wang Lin silently pondered. His eyes were still closed and he didn't say a word. After a year I'll leave. If I die, then I'll disappear. If I live, I'll cultivate in peace. You don't have to speak, you don't have to look at me, but I'll be here. You can't drive me away. Shi Zifeng didn't mind Wang Lin's attitude. She sat beside him and silently looked at him. She was already a beautiful woman, and she had gained some age as time passed. However, at this moment, beside WNG Lin, she felt like she had returned to more than 1,000 years ago. Wang Lin was the first person she liked and also the last. Between that was endless time. She was no longer young. She could also feel that Wang Lin didn't have her in his heart. After all, they were only together for a very short period of time. Perhaps she was only a passerby in his life. She understood all of this. Shi Zifeng didn't want forever. She just wanted this 1 year. 1 year of accompanying him to end this life of love. She was a woman without courage, but now she mustered her courage and said all those things to Wang Lin. Although she looked calm, her heart was afraid. Afraid that Wang Lin wouldn't even give her that 1 year. She looked at Wang Lin and bit her lower lip. Wang Lin didn't open his eyes and didn't look at her. He calmly said, "You can go." This line seemed to take away all of Shi Zifeng's strength, and her face immediately turned pale. "I only ask for 1 year. Wang Lin, just give me 1 year. Okay?" In Wang Lin's silence, Shi Zifeng's voice trembled and water vapor filled her eyes. Although she was a weak woman, she never cried much. Those few short tears were mostly given to her by the unforgettable figure before her. Ill-fated relationship. Her teacher's words seemed to still echo in her ears. 1 year. Is just 1 year not enough? Wang Lin, I know you can't accept me, but I just want 1 year. Is 1 year too long? Wang Lin remained silent and didn't open his eyes. Shi Zifeng felt a deep sting in her heart. She got up with a miserable grin and staggered back a few steps. She felt like a ridiculous actor who was talking to herself. Eventually, all her words turned into thorns that stabbed her own heart. This feeling was very painful. A long sigh came from Wang Lin and he opened his eyes. He looked at Shi Zifeng, at the woman he had memories of. His gaze became gentle and he spoke softly. "I'll give you 1 year." Wang Lin didn't know if he could revive Li Muin. He didn't know if he could leave this cave. Perhaps he would die. After learning all these secrets, what strength did he have to reject this woman's request for just 1 year? He knew that if he refused again, this woman would wither and eventually become part of his memory. Perhaps he would still remember a woman named Shi Zifeng many years from now. Shi Zifeng's tears flowed out. These were tears from a very complicated emotion. She silently sat down next to Wang Lin. Shi Zifeng softly murmured, "1 year is enough. Wang Lin, I won't take any more of your time." In the distance, Mu Bingmei and the woman in pink silently pondered. They sat down 10,000 feet away. When they arrived here, they came to an agreement. 1 year each. 1 year of time was not long. It was not long for mortals, and even more so for cultivators. Often, one cultivation session or one closed-door cultivation period would make several years go by in a flash. However, for Shi Zifeng, she hoped this year would pass by slowly. Wang Lin was not a person who was good at talking, especially with women. He often remained silent even when he was with Li Muin. He often looked at her with a gentle gaze. In the blink of an eye, 3 months of the first year passed by. During these 3 months, Wang Lin rarely spoke. But Shi Zifeng was very satisfied. The two of them passed the 3 months sitting on this formation. She knew Wang Lin liked wine. Before her was a small pot with boiling water inside. There was a wine jug inside the boiling water. She was using the boiling water to nourish the yin of the wine. The water was boiling, but the wine hadn't been warmed yet. A cold wind that shouldn't exist blew by and caused ripples to appear on the surface of the boiling water. Coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the ancient star system. He saw rays of light gather toward him. It was the reformed army of the outer realm. Among these cultivators, there were 5 people that erupted with the aura of third-step cultivators. They flew over like 5 arrows. In addition to these 5 people and 100,000 cultivators, there were war chariots tens of thousands feet large being pushed by cultivators. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the calm star system. This sound became louder and louder until it was like thunder was descending. "They're here!" A flash of coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The chariots were covered in the skins of unknown beasts. At first glance, they didn't look like chariots at all but ancient beasts. There were complex runes drawn in bright red on the beast skins. They flickered in the darkness of space, making them look even stranger. Aside from these war chariots, roars came from the distance. Behind the 100,000 cultivators, there was a giant stone tablet being carried over by 1,000 topless cultivators. These stone tablets were about 10,000 feet tall, and they emitted an ancient aura. What was even more shocking was the 9 chains around the stone tablet. There was a coffin at the end of each chain. Every single coffin was thousands of feet tall. From a distance it looked like an octopus, making for a shocking scene. This was the new force the outer realm had gathered. This was the first battle to kill Wang Lin and destroy this formation. The outer realm had lost too many cultivators. The people that had gathered here was the limit of the outer realm. Wang Lin looked at these fierce outer realm cultivators outside the formation and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Shi Zifeng looked at all of this and her face turned pale. Wang Lin stood up from sitting down and stood on the emperor furnace. His white hair fluttered. "Shi Zi, continue to warm the wine." Wang Lin's words were calm and then he stepped forward. His white clothes fluttered and a graceful feeling filled his body. Shi Zifeng's originally shaken mind was immediately calmed down by Wang Lin's words. She raised her beautiful hand and moved the hair before her face behind her ears with a smile. She nodded. Thunderous rumble echoed outside the formation. The 100,000 cultivators didn't get close but stopped a distance away. They clearly knew how strong Wang Lin and this formation were. They sat down and pointed to between their eyebrows. With this, the origin souls of these 100,000 outer realm cultivators flew out. The origin souls of 100,000 cultivators released a monstrous light that lit up the dark star system. The moment the 100,000 origin souls flew out, the 5 third-step cultivators walked out. They were the last remaining third-step cultivators in the outer realm aside from a limited few. These 5 third-step cultivators hadn't participated in the war against the inner realm but remained as backup forces guarding the outer realm. However, now they had to come out since the Sovereign Council had sent out the order. Even the whole outer realm were to die, they had to die fighting. At this moment, the 5 of them sat there in a line. They knew how strong Wang Lin was. Even if they attacked at once, they might not be Lord of the Sealed Realm Wang Lin's match. However, with the 100,000 origin souls' help and the ancient secret from the Sovereign Council, they believed they had the power to fight. The 5 of them formed a seal and pressed down on the back of the person before them. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The power of those 5 fused together and surged into the person in front. The first person was an old man with white hair. He had a serious expression, and as the power of the 4 cultivators behind him surged into him, his hair moved without any wind. His eyes shined like they never shined before. "With my cultivation, my bloodline, summon the ancient spell. Heaven-breaking Tao, one Tao extinguishes the void." The old man roared as he pointed up with his finger. A bright light flashed and a 100,000-foot sword appeared. After the sword appeared, the 100,000 origin souls rushed into it, and it gave off a powerful aura. Slash! The white-haired old man roared. He waved his right hand toward Wang Lin's three-essence will formation. The 100,000-foot sword had gathered 100,000 origin souls and the full power of 5 third-step cultivators. Then, though this ancient spell, this power was transformed into a heaven-splitting force that slashed down. From afar, this scene was extremely shocking. The giant sword immediately began to grow from 100,000 feet and expanded dozens of times until its size was endless. It slashed toward the wheel formation. Wang Lin stepped forward and stood inside the formation. He calmly watched the sword close in and didn't do a thing. He allowed the sword to close in with its monstrous howl. In a flash, the sword reached the wheel and a thunderous rumble echoed across the star system. A ripple quickly spread across the formation. The entire wheel formation trembled and a buzzing sound echoed, but it wasn't damaged at all. When the sword landed, the millions of imprisoned outer realm cultivator souls let out painful roars and began to push the wheel. As the wheel slowly turned, the souls of the inner realm cultivators appeared with whips in their hands and whipped those outer realm cultivator souls. Thanks to the whips, those resentful souls began to scream even more miserably. This pain was converted into strength to turn the wheel. As the rumble echoed, the wheel rotated once. When it completed a turn, an unimaginable rebound force erupted from the formation. The force went into the giant sword and sent it flying back before it shattered into pieces. As it collapsed, the 100,000 origin souls scattered and became dim. They didn't die, but they all scattered. The 5 third-step cultivators all turned pale. Blood flowed out from the corners of the mouth of the old man leading them, but the battle intent in his eyes was monstrous. His hands formed a seal and pointed at the sky. His hoarse voice echoed across the star system. His expression was ferocious as he roared. 100,000 origin souls, 100,000 cultivators. Condense all life force. Condense the countless years of life. We 100,000 cultivators sacrifice all our life force in exchange for a strike from ancient times to destroy this formation and kill this person. The old man and the 4 behind him spat out blood. At the same time, the bodies of the 100,000 cultivators all coughed out blood. Whether they were young or middle-aged, they all instantly became old. Those who were old gave off the smell of decay. A blow that would consume the life force of 100,000 cultivators was enough to reach a peak. When the world was born, the world was dark and there were no light or life. The ancient celestial sovereign descended and created life. He called the light of the ancient world to brighten this world. I offer 100,000 lives as sacrifice to call upon the ancient pact to summon that ancient light. This light gave birth to all life but also destroyed all life. The old man's distorted voice echoed. As his voice spread out, the 100,000 origin souls gathered like crazy, making it difficult to separate them. They formed a dense fog that caused this part of the star system to become dark. The fog formed by 100,000 origin souls began to slowly turn. It moved faster and faster until it formed a giant vortex. The center was like a black hole that led to another world. As the vortex rotated, a ray of light shot out from the black hole. This light was golden, and it gave off a dazzling glow as it flew out. The moment it shot out from the vortex, the surrounding area was lit up by its golden glow. Even the 3-essence will began to slow down after it appeared, seeming as if it were going to stop. The countless resentful souls let out painful roars. Black gas scattered from their bodies as if they were going to dissipate from the formation. Far away in the ancient star system, the sovereign looked over. Although he was far away, he could still faintly observe this battle. This old man doesn't care about the lives of the cave cultivators. Even I would find it difficult to deal with this spell formed by the life force of 100,000 cultivators. I want to see if you use the bow or not. Wang Lin stood in the formation, looking at the aura coming from the ray of light that came out of the black hole. He had felt this aura before. His eyes were calm as he pointed at the outer realm. Realm burning umbrella, open to burn the world. In the outer realm, a giant, open, fire umbrella appeared. The moment the umbrella appeared, The golden light was pushed back and a destructive fire spread out. Seven-colored Tao changed the heavens and earth. As the golden light and red fire clashed, Wang Lin's words echoed. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo lights appeared out of the void. They gathered to form a seven-colored lance. This ancient light broke through the sky, so I'll smash it with this seven-colored lance. The realm-burning umbrella will mend the whole. This light may give birth to all life, but it can't erase me. The umbrella and seven-colored lance erupted. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and turned toward Shi Zifeng. He picked up the wine jug from the small pot and took a sip. The wine is not warm yet. Shi Zi, warm it for a while longer. Okay. The not warm wine entered his mouth with a hint of chill and burned inside his stomach. He looked up and laughed as he threw the wine jug back into the boiling water. He then pointed at the ancient star system. Anyone that wants to enter the inner realm in these 3 years will have to walk over my dead body. A sense of passion spread out from Wang Lin. As he pointed, the giant seven-colored lance released a heaven-shattering howl. As it roared, the seven-colored lance charged at the ancient light coming from the vortex formed by 100,000 souls. The moment the lance appeared, the stars trembled and seven-colored light shined. A powerful aura came from the lance. This lance didn't belong to this world. It belonged to the seven-colored celestial sovereign of the Seven Tao sect. This spell was a top secret of the seven-colored celestial sovereign, and it was difficult for outsiders to learn it. Only the madman could use his identity to steal a spell like this. The moment the seven-colored lance appeared in the ancient star system, the sovereign revealed a complicated gaze filled with hatred. He saw the seven-colored lance from a distance. He had seen his master use this spell and had personally witnessed its power in the war in the past. Master, I have followed you for a long time, but over those countless years, you never taught me a spell of such a degree. Yet you passed it to a mere cave and your nature was eccentric and moody. In those countless years, I stayed loyal to you, but you were always stingy with me. The sovereign murmured and clenched his fist. Outside the wheel formation, the seven-colored lance flashed and shot toward the vortex, closed in on the vortex and collided with the ancient light. At this instant, thunderous rumbles spread out and formed wave-like ripples that scattered in every direction. This set off a monstrous wave. As the rumbles echoed, the star system rumbled. This rumbling shook a bit of the cave world's foundation. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the ancient light from the vortex was torn apart and collapsed. The seven-colored lance that collided against it disintegrated at the same time. The light was blinding, but at the next moment, all the light disappeared. At the same time, the ancient umbrella began to rotate and destructive fire began to spread from it. Finally, the fire shot up from the umbrella toward the ancient vortex that had lost its light. Although the light from the vortex had collapsed, the vortex was still there. It seemed like new light was going to start pouring out. The seven-colored light had only delayed the light for a bit, not completely destroyed it. After all, Wang Lin was just one person, and he wasn't the seven-colored celestial sovereign. However, he could break the light with the lance and cover the sky with the umbrella. At this moment, the realm-burning umbrella rotated and shot toward the vortex. The huge umbrella canopy blocked the black hole inside the vortex. After it was covered, the giant realm-burning umbrella released a thunderous bang and flew into the vortex formed by the 100,000 origin souls, completely blocking the black hole inside. After the black hole was blocked, the fire raged and burned the vortex formed by 100,000 origin souls. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo. The vortex collapsed and the origin souls inside all scattered. They all coughed out essence energy and some were directly burnt to nothing by the fire. After the vortex collapsed, the origin souls that survived all returned to their bodies. The origin souls of the 5 third-step cultivators also returned to their body. When they returned, they coughed out blood. Not only them, but those tens of thousands of cultivators opened their eyes and coughed out blood as well. Wang Lin stood inside the wheel formation. Even though he was at the mid-stage of spirit void, using the seven-colored lance and the realm-burning umbrella had still brought him a great deal of stress. Although he looked normal, stinging pain came from his origin soul. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and he said coldly to the outer realm cultivators, "Come again!" The give third step cultivators were weakened and their eyes were dim. However, they couldn't retreat at all. They had received the order from the Sovereign Council. If they retreated, their entire clans would be erased. They had to battle. At this moment, the five of them roared at once. The white-haired old man that was leading them let out a roar. "Chariot bombard!" As he roared, the dozens of fierce chariots wrapped in strange beast skins were pushed forward by many cultivators. The skins were lifted off the chariots, and at that moment, an ancient aura spread out from these chariots. These dozens of chariots were the same as the sixth formation spirit in the realm-sealing formation, that fire-throwing catapult. However, they had no fire, but they were no less fierce. These chariots were treasures that belonged to the Sovereign Council. Each one had taken countless treasures to refine and, most importantly, each required the soul of an ancient fierce beast. Although the ancient fierce beasts were born in this cave, their ancestors had been brought here from the immortal astral continent by the seven-colored celestial sovereign. Although they were not from the immortal astral continent, they had the aura of the immortal astral continent. They were various ranks of celestial beasts from the immortal astral continent. Their souls contained the memories of their ancestors. Among the dozens of fierce beasts that appeared over the chariots, there were 100,000-feet dragons, strange beasts, and even a fierce beast Wang Lin had seen before, the Ji Qiong. Thunderous roars echoed from the chariots, and cultivators that were prepared to die sat down in the throwing arms of the chariots. These cultivators' bodies gave off the aura of death and madness. After setting down, there was a thunderous rumble and their dying bodies were thrown like meteors toward the wheel formation. These cultivators were prepared to die, and as they were thrown, they exploded. They traded their lives to erupt with the strongest attacks in their lives on the wheel formation. If the wheel formation was the water's surface, then these crazy cultivators were stones that were thrown into the water, setting off countless ripples. Wang Lin was inside the formation, watching the chariots throw out more and more cultivators. These cultivators smashed into the formation at the cost of their lives. However, with their cultivation levels, they could only cause slight distortions on the formation, not destroy it. However, Wang Lin's gaze became more serious and his eyes revealed a strange light. Something is wrong. The thunderous rumbles echoed in his ears. Those outer realm cultivators were smashing into the formation and exploding. Although their bodies were gone, an aura of death remained on the formation. This aura contained the soul force of each chariot. As more and more cultivators died, this death aura formed a strange rune. Just at this moment, just as a cultivator was thrown out from a chariot, the 100,000-foot dragon on the chariot let out a roar. It originally had its eyes closed, but now it suddenly opened them, revealing a fierce gaze before it ate the cultivator. It then flew out from the chariot and charged at the formation. It was as if the rune that had appeared on the formation was a deadly attraction. The dragon desperately rushed over. The moment the dragon charged out, a strange fierce beast that looked like a ball opened its eyes and charged out with a ferocious gaze. At the same time, almost all the fierce beasts on the remaining chariots let out roars and rushed out. This included the many Ji Qiongs. With a thunderous bang, the dragon hit the formation first and the formation distorted. The countless slave souls pushing the wheel let out miserable screams, and some instantly collapsed. The round ancient fierce beast soon followed and its ball-like body smashed into the formation after the dragon. Thunderous rumbles spread in all directions. The formation distorted and ripples rapidly echoed. Shortly after, as the dozens of ancient fierce beast souls closed in, the wheel formation began to tremble. Wang Lin felt the fluctuations from the formation. He looked at the fierce beasts and coldness appeared in his eyes. Ancient fierce beast, I have that as well. And it's not just a soul but a surviving ancient fierce beast. Wang Lin pointed between his brows. With that, A vortex appeared between his eyebrows and an ancient aura spread out. Shortly after, there was a flash of ghostly light. As the dozens of ancient fierce beasts charged, the formation distorted. The nether beast that hadn't appeared for a while suddenly appeared before Wang Lin. The size of the nether beast was difficult to describe. Just its shadow completely occupied the area. Just seeing its large shadow would give one a powerful sense of pressure. The shadow was rapidly expanding, and the dozens of ancient fierce beasts that were ramming the formation all stopped to look at the nether beast. A tremble from the memories in their souls filled their minds. The dozens of fierce beasts all trembled and retreated while roaring. It was as if this fear from the depths of their souls made them not dare to fight. As the nether beast's body slowly formed, the dozens of fierce beasts all retreated. The nether beast appeared. The moment the beast appeared, half of its body extended out of the formation. Because it was too large, its body stretched out enough to almost touch the outer realm cultivators. It was only 10 feet from a cultivator. That cultivator was a middle-aged man, and his origin soul was already injured. At this moment, he was traumatized as he stared at the giant beast, and he lost all ability to think. The nether beast was also stunned, and confusion filled its eyes. It was still wondering where it was as it looked at the countless outer realm cultivators that were staring at it. It looked at the dozens of retreating ancient fierce beasts that looked extremely terrifying in its eyes. Its timid nature immediately erupted and its body subconsciously trembled. This trembling caused the star system to tremble, and a ripple swept across the area. That's when it spotted the cultivator that was only 10 feet away from it. This caused it to freeze. The middle-aged cultivator's face was deathly pale, and after a brief moment of silently staring at the nether beast, he let out a terrifying scream. He frantically retreated and waved his hands as if he had forgotten about spells or seals. He just subconsciously waved, forgetting everything due to fear. However, his scream also scared the timid nether beast to the point of making it tremble. The confusion in its eyes was replaced with fear, and it also let out a frightened roar. It rarely ever came close to someone like this, and the fear it felt was enough to make it pass out. However, its roar scared the wits out of the middle-aged man. He actually coughed out blood and used blood escape to run away. This blood light and the roar of the dozens of retreating fierce beasts caused the timid nether beast to roar once more. His fear seemed to have reached a peak. In its memory, it couldn't remember if it had seen those fierce beasts before. However, at this moment, it was completely frightened by the appearance of these fierce beasts and that cultivator. These fierce beasts were simply too terrifying, simply too murderous, simply too scary. As fear filled its entire body, its body shrank. Its body trembled violently and it was about to retreat. Also, it was so scared by the appearance of the fierce beasts that it let out another roar. This roar came from its mouth and scattered in all directions. The sound wave spread out, replacing all other sounds in the world. It was loud enough to shock the mind of any cultivator. The dozens of ancient fierce beast origin souls let out miserable roars and fled even faster. Their eyes were filled with fear. The memories from their ancestors made it so they wouldn't dare to resist at all. However, their miserable roars caused the nether beast to tremble even more. It wanted to retreat, it wanted to leave. It was extremely terrified. The appearance of the nether beast not only scared the dozens of ancient fierce beasts but also the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators. This was the first time they had seen the nether beast, and such a huge beast made them tremble. The frightened roar of the nether beast didn't make the beast sound like it was scared at all to them. This roar caused them all to retreat in fear. Even the 5 third-step cultivators' expressions changed greatly as they retreated. Although they didn't know what kinds of spells this fierce beast had, just facing such a large fierce beast caused a pressure to descend upon them. Only Wang Lin knew that the nether beast was completely frightened and that this shock had surpassed the nether beast's limits. He bitterly smiled as he noticed the nether beast's eyes turn white. This timid nether beast showed signs of passing out. In truth, it was no wonder this was happening. Those ancient fierce beasts' appearances were simply too terrifying. Wang Lin stepped forward and landed on the nether beast. The nether beast's body was different from before. It was not as hard as the past but very soft. Wang Lin had no time to think about this matter as he raised his right hand and gently patted the nether beast. He sent out a will to soothe the nether beast and also issue an order. The nether beast recovered a bit and the whiteness in its eyes dissipated a bit. However, after hearing Wang Lin's command, it became even more afraid. Its big head suddenly jerked as if it was shaking its head. Its fear made it not dare to devour these ancient fierce beasts. However, its head-jerking action shocked the retreating cultivators and the dozens of fierce beasts. No matter how they looked at it, the nether beast was about to rush out. However, the nether beast was connected to Wang Lin, and under Wang Lin's powerful command, it opened its mouth despite its fear. It let out a roar to give itself courage and mercilessly inhaled. With this, the nether beast's mouth expanded and created a powerful suction force. The dozens of fierce beasts screamed and couldn't move forward at all. They struggled as they were inhaled into the nether beast's mouth one by one. Not only them, but those tens of thousands of cultivators were about to be sucked in as well. However, Wang Lin's hand patted the nether beast's head to stop it from inhaling them. Wang Lin understood the nether beast. Once the nether beast absorbed those tens of thousands of cultivators, it would likely go to sleep for many years to digest them. This was something Wang Lin didn't want and why he didn't summon the nether beast at the battle in all heaven. This beast wouldn't fall asleep from just devouring those ancient fierce beast souls. And a nether beast that was awake was more helpful to Wang Lin. The nether beast's mouth slowly closed before the eyes of the terrified Outer Realm cultivators. However, to the horror of the Outer Realm cultivators, it soon opened its mouth again to let out a trembling hiccup. It looked wronged and there was still fear in its eyes. It was still afraid of the dozens of fierce beasts that it had swallowed. It didn't like eating these fierce ancient beasts. They were not tasty, they were terrifying. The Outer Realm cultivators were terrified as Wang Lin sent out a command for the nether beast to return. The nether beast didn't hesitate at all to return to Wang Lin. This turn of events had frightened it to the point that its body had become soft. It needed a good rest to calm its violently beating heart. The ancient light that was summoned through the sacrifice of 100,000 origin souls and the dozens of fierce beast chariots were all destroyed before the wheel formation. However, the Outer Realm cultivators still had one more card left. The giant, stone tablet covered in chains and the 9 coffins tied to the chains. While the Outer Realm cultivators were still terrified by the nether beast, the 9 runes on the stone tablet flashed. 9 auras rushed along the chains and headed for the 9 coffins. When the auras entered the 9 coffins, popping sounds echoed across the star system and the lids of the 9 coffins shattered. When the lids of the coffin broke, long, black hair spread out like weeds from the 9 coffins. In the blink of an eye, that long hair filled the stars. The ancient emperor god that guarded my ancient star system for countless years, your body has been divided into 9 parts. Today, the 9 will return back to 1. I summon your immortal soul to destroy this formation and kill this person. The 5 third-step cultivators kneeled and bowed at the same time. They bit the tips of their tongues and spat out essence blood. The essence blood was immediately absorbed by the 9 coffins covered in a hair. The remaining tens of thousands Outer Realm cultivators also spat out their essence blood. Their blood was absorbed by the 9 coffins. After the blood was absorbed, a thunderous rumble echoed across the star system, and the 9 coffins exploded one by one. The aura of ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils appeared and fused together too from the power of the Ancient Ones. This aura belonged to the Ancient Ones, to Yemo. Wang Lin's eyes became extremely serious as he stood inside the formation and stared at the 9 coffins. He didn't expect the Outer Realm to have such pure ancient power. It's not the left eye. If it were the left eye, the aura would be even stronger. But if it's not the left eye, then this. What is this? When the coffin exploded, a red arm appeared as the fragments scattered in all directions. This arm was covered in red hair. It didn't look like the arm of a human but of a beast. The fierce 5 fingers and sharp nails gave off a powerful aura. This aura was also an ancient aura. This was a left arm. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a similarly fierce red arm appeared from another coffin that exploded. The red hair swayed and the veins on the arm bulged, creating a shocking sight. Shortly after, 2 legs giving off ancient aura appeared from the coffins that exploded. This was a shocking scene, and as Wang Lin observed, the seriousness in his eyes became even stronger. With a thunderous bang, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th coffins exploded and the torso that was divided into 4 appeared. They fused together to form a floating, limbless body. At the same time, the arms and legs flew over, connecting with the torso to form a headless body. This mysterious existence was nearly 10,000 feet tall. It was like a giant. Although it had no head, it gave off a ferocious aura. The aura of Yi-Mo surrounded its body. The 9th coffin suddenly scattered and a head suddenly appeared. At this moment, the strands of hair that were spreading out from the coffins began to gather, forming a fan shape above the head. The head was a middle-aged man with his eyes closed. His appearance was ordinary, but for some reason, he gave off a sense of majesty. Just looking at his eyes would make you feel shock. What caused Wang Lin's pupils to shrink was that the man had 2 stars between his eyebrows. These 2 stars were ancient god stars. Although there were only 2, they were completely different from any ancient god stars Wang Lin had seen before. Looking at them closely, they looked more like 2 drops of blood. Just at this moment, the head moved and connected with the body. When they connected, a complete body appeared. At the same time, the man suddenly opened his eyes. As his eyes opened, 2 rays of strange light shined out. The star system shook as if it was going to collapse, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Inside his left eye, 3 ancient demon stars shined. In his right eye, 3 ancient devil stars flashed. Who is he? Wang Lin stared at the middle-aged man. There was no clue about this man's identity in his inheritance. He was also confident that this wasn't Yi-Mo's left eye. Although his aura was strong, it couldn't match Yi-Mo's left eye. However, the aura coming from this man was extremely pure. It was real ancient aura. Although Wang Lin had his own ancient aura, it came from an inheritance. Although he could create his own when he fused the power of the 3 ancient clans, it wasn't Yi-Mo's aura. However, the aura the man gave off belonged to Yi-Mo. In the ancient star system, the sovereign was still observing with his divine sense, and coldness appeared in his eyes. The person sealed inside the coffin was a treasure of the Sovereign Council. He and the 7-colored Taoist had killed countless ancient clan members to gather this. They had started many slaughters. Unless it was the last resort, he wouldn't be willing to take it out. This thing had great use for him in the future. However, in order to force out Wang Lin's 2 arrows, he had taken this out and given it to the cultivators of ancient star system to use to kill Wang Lin. Although he is not perfect, he's missing one more, but they all inherited the Ancient One's power and slaughtered each other to cause the heavens to change. This may put some cracks on the formation. The sovereign's eyes lit up. At the same time, the middle-aged man's 9 body parts gathered and slowly condensed. Deep in all heaven, there was an area of boundless space. There was no planet there, and there was not even a sliver of life. However, there were countless dust particles invisible to the naked eye. In one of the dust particles there was another world. This world was a world of ice, and the entire world existed inside a grain of dust. It was endless, and looking at it, the entire world was sealed in ice. Even the clouds and the earth gave off a chill. This was where planet Donglin was located, where the only ancient family from all heaven lived. There was a female ancient god here. Although the battle between the inner and outer realms had spread across the 4 major star systems, it hadn't affected this place. As an ancient family, they had the ability to avoid destruction through all these wars. They had the ability to stay hidden. At this moment, in this frozen world, there was an altar on top of a mountain. The cold wind howled, and a beautiful woman sat on the altar. There were 7 ancient god stars rotating between her eyebrows. Her closed eyes suddenly opened and looked into the distance. I felt my father's bloodline aura. After pondering, The woman's right hand pointed to the spot between her eyebrows. The 7 stars suddenly began to rotate until they were a blur. Then the 7 stars suddenly fused into one to form a blood mark. This blood mark gave off a demonic red glow between her eyebrows. Outside the wheel formation, the middle-aged man that was split into 9 and fused back together let out a roar at Wang Lin. The moment he roared, he raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. As he pointed, his right hand formed a strange seal. This seal had no attack power, it was a symbolic gesture. After forming the seal, the man pressed his hand against his chest. A shocking battle intent appeared in his eyes. Ancient clan battle mark. When Wang Lin saw this mark, battle intent also erupted in his eyes. In Wang Lin's ancient inheritance, he saw this mark. Such a mark existed in the 3 ancient clans, or it's better to say that it was a supreme mark in the ancient country. This mark was named Battle Mark. This was a mark that had to be offered when the ancient ones battled each other. If an ancient one displayed this mark, the person that was pointed at would have accepted. This was a life and death battle. Once a person died, then, according to the law of the ancient clan, the loser's everything belonged to the winner. If you refused battle after seeing the mark, then you wouldn't be worthy of being an ancient one. This was completely different from the Celestials. Once this mark appeared, you had to fight. Of course, if the cultivation level between the two was too large, then it was fine to avoid the battle. However, if the cultivation level difference wasn't much, then the person who refused to fight would be considered weak, and in the ancient clan, the weak couldn't survive. After displaying the battle mark, the middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin, waiting for Wang Lin's decision. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit, and then the battle intent in his eyes erupted. He raised his right hand and pointed at the middle-aged man outside the formation. He also displayed the battle mark and pressed against his chest. The moment he made this mark, the middle-aged man let out a roar. His 10,000-foot body moved forward like a giant toward the formation. Popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body, and he walked forward. His body swelled like crazy to 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000, until he was a 10,000-foot giant. With one step, Wang Lin stepped out of the wheel formation for the first time and stood in the ancient star system. As the middle-aged man roared, a thunderous roar came from Wang Lin as well. Battle! Since you want to battle, let's battle. Wang Lin would never admit defeat. He had lived his life amidst countless slaughter. He had no reason to refuse the middle-aged man's challenge. He wanted to beat the middle-aged man and obtain everything. The ancient aura had a deadly attraction to Wang Lin because it could help him attain 8 stars. The moment Wang Lin walked out of the formation, the middle-aged man closed in. His right hand formed a fist and a thunderous rumble echoed as his punch flew at Wang Lin. The ancient clan members mainly battled with their bodies. Spells were used as support, but in the end, they relied on the terrifying force of their bodies. Once they reached a certain cultivation level, the world would decay but their bodies wouldn't. The world would fade away, but their bodies wouldn't. At this moment, this punch was less than 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. The distance of 1,000 feet was extremely close for Wang Lin and the middle-aged man. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. His right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch as the other party closed in. There was no need to speak. Once the battle mark appeared, they only needed to fight. Their fists came closer and closer until they collided. At this moment, a shocking rumble that spread across the inner and outer realms set off like a storm. A gust of wind erupted from where their fists collided, scattering in all directions. It blew back Wang Lin's white hair and the middle-aged man's black hair. As their white and black hairs danced, they couldn't cover the battle intent that was as bright as the sun in both their eyes. Zifeng inside the formation was pale but didn't make any sound. She didn't want to distract Wang Lin. After silently pondering, she lowered her head to continue warming the wine for Wang Lin. She believed Wang Lin wouldn't lose. Bang! Wang Lin's body trembled and the energy and blood in his body churned. Blood flew out from the corner of his mouth and he was forced back a few steps. Every step he retreated created a bang as if he was standing on the pulse of the star system, causing the star system to tremble. Popping sounds came from the middle-aged man's right arm and a ripple spread across his arm. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and he was forced to retreat several steps. A cultivator that had a much higher cultivation level than Wang Lin could directly injure him like this by colliding with his spell. However, between the ancient clan members, the terrifying collision of two bodies with similar force could do this. This was the difference between the Ancient Ones and Celestials. While retreating, Wang Lin's right foot stepped back, stopping himself from retreating more. The battle intent in his eyes became even stronger as he charged out once more with a roar. The middle-aged man also stopped his retreat. When Wang Lin charged over, he let out a roar. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the star system once more. The two of them collided 9 times. Every time their fists collided, a powerful ripple spread in all directions. After 9 punches, the ripples were like monstrous waves that swept the star system. This caused the tens of thousands of cultivators to retreat more than 100,000 feet. They were terrified as they observed the two fighting with their divine sense. The wheel formation also distorted greatly when the impact landed on it, but it dispersed a lot of the aftershock. After 9 punches, Wang Lin coughed out blood. He felt as if his body had been hit by 9 planets in a row. His body was knocked back toward the formation, but he suddenly stopped himself. He looked up with a fierce gaze. Not only did the battle intent in his eyes not lessen, it became even stronger. The middle-aged man also coughed out blood and was pushed back. He stopped hundreds of thousands of feet away. He wiped the blood from the corner of this mouth before he let out a roar and charged forward once more. The space between the two was filled with the blood they had spat out. 1 drop landed on Wang Lin due to the shockwave. That blood didn't belong to Wang Lin but the middle-aged man. Wang Lin wiped off the blood and licked it. His eyes were filled with battle intent, which then became a strange light. He jumped into the air and his 2 hands clenched into one giant fist. He let out a roar as he descended from the above and smashed down. With this, Wang Lin was above the middle-aged man. From above, Wang Lin's fists were clenched together, smashing down on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stopped and suddenly looked up. As Wang Lin smashed down, he pointed up. A giant ancient god shadow appeared before him. This ancient god shadow was incomparably large and was wearing a full set of armor. There were 8 stars between its eyebrows. The middle-aged man's finger was pointed up, so the ancient god also pointed up at Wang Lin. Ancient god finger. The giant, illusory finger collided with Wang Lin's fist. The moment they collided was like a picture. If there was a way to preserve this image, it would shock anyone's mind. The star system's background. Wang Lin was tens of thousands of feet above and his hands were clenched together as they smashed down. Below, the middle-aged man's black hair fluttered and shined as he looked up. The shadow had its finger raised, and because it was so large, just that finger was over 1,000 feet tall. And it was pointing at Wang Lin. With a thunderous bang, Wang Lin's double fist collided with the illusory ancient god. When they collided, a thunderous rumble echoed across the stars. Wang Lin coughed out blood and his white hair was blown back, but his body didn't retreat. He let out a shocking roar as his fists smashed down. The illusory ancient god finger collapsed. It was penetrated by Wang Lin's fist as if it were split in half. As the finger disintegrated, Wang Lin broke past the finger of the ancient god shadow, broke open its right hand, and directly split the ancient god shadow in half. When the ancient god shadow dissipated, Wang Lin charged at the middle-aged man with powerful killing intent. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin was within a few hundred feet of the middle-aged man. A few hundred feet of distance for the Ancient Ones was less than 7 feet for mortals. The instant passed and Wang Lin's fist collided with the middle-aged man's finger. The resulting cracking sounds were difficult to hide even under the thunderous rumbles. The middle-aged man's finger shattered and blood spattered. His finger was a bloody mess and he was knocked back. How could his finger compare to Wang Lin's fists? Now that his finger had collapsed, Wang Lin's fists landed on his chest. Wang Lin mercilessly smashed down. The middle-aged man's body trembled as his chest sunk in. But he was an ancient one, just like Wang Lin. As he coughed out blood, his right foot swept at Wang Lin. Collided with Wang Lin's fists. A powerful force came from his foot. At the critical moment, when Wang Lin was releasing all the power in his fists, the middle-aged man's foot collided with Wang Lin's fists. Wang Lin's body trembled and blood flew out from the corner of his mouth as he was thrown back tens of thousands of feet. His fists trembled, and although he hadn't used any ancient god spells, that was the strongest physical force he could display with his Ancient One inheritance. Nirvana Void cultivators would collapse before this strength, and not even Spirit Void cultivators could resist it. Even Arcane Void cultivators would have to use a powerful spell to block it. The ancient clan's warmark was a life-and-death battle. However, in a life-and-death battle, the brave will hold the advantage. And Wang Lin didn't lack bravery. His eyes turned red and he charged out toward the middle-aged man, ignoring his injuries. Killing! Wang Lin roared the first word in this battle. As his voice echoed, he was like a ferocious demon god. This caused the expression of the retreating middle-aged man to change for the first time. Ancient demon, devour the heavens. The middle-aged man's left eye shined and the three ancient demon stars turned into 3 drops of blood. They flew out from his left eye and turned into a giant ancient demon shadow. This ancient demon shadow actually had 9 ancient demon stars. The moment this demon appeared, it let out a sharp scream and its body rapidly expanded. It opened its mouth and tried to devour Wang Lin. Ancient devil, devour the earth. The 3 ancient devil stars flew out from his right eye. The 3 stars turned into 3 drops of blood, and then a pure, devilish energy erupted to form the shadow of a giant ancient devil. The moment the ancient devil appeared, the world changed colors and the star system shook. Wrath of the ancient god. The middle-aged man's 2 ancient god stars appeared like 2 drops of blood. As the shocking ancient god aura spread out, the ancient god shadow appeared once more. This time, the ancient god shadow that appeared contained boundless anger and roared at Wang Lin. Father Ancient One from Ancient Shadow? The middle-aged man roared, and behind the shadows of the 3 clan members, an even larger shadow appeared. Wang Lin was familiar with this shadow. It was Ancient One Yimo. Compared to him, the shadows of the 3 ancient clan members were like insignificant children. When Yimo's shadow appeared, the middle-aged man formed a seal and pointed at Wang Lin. I'm the child of Yimo, and you have obtained my father's inheritance. I'll take back my inheritance. With one point, the shadow of the 3 ancient ones roared and charged toward Wang Lin along with Yimo's shadow. Yimo had no child. Before he died, he scattered 3,000 drops of blood that became the 3 ancient clans. Among those 3,000 drops of blood, there were perhaps 9 drops of essence blood that contained extremely powerful ancient aura. I fear you were formed by those 9 drops of blood that were collected by the sovereign after killing countless ancient clan members. Even so, you only have 8 drops. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he licked that drop of blood before, he began to analyze. After battling until now, he was certain of his speculation. As the 3 ancient clan members and the Yimo shadow closed in, all of Wang Lin's ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil stars began to rotate rapidly. As they rotated and the power fused, the ancient aura that belonged to him appeared. As this aura spread, the ancient one head without the left eye that Wang Lin had obtained in his inheritance appeared. This was a life and death battle between Yimo's inheritance and the offspring formed by Yimo's essence blood. If Wang Lin won, he could absorb those 8 drops of pure ancient one blood. Those drops of essence blood would likely allow Wang Lin to form his 8th ancient god star. It was also likely for his ancient demon and ancient devil stars to increase in number. This would be key for when he went to the ancient tomb the second time to obtain the full inheritance. The hair of the middle-aged man who called himself Yimo's child fluttered in the air as he stood there. As his arms moved, the 3 ancient clan shadows roared non-stop and charged at Wang Lin. Behind the 3 ancient clan members was the shadow of Yimo's giant body. At this moment was walking toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. His hands formed a seal, and instead of retreating, he stepped forward. pointing ahead with his right finger. The ancient head without a left eye let out a roar and flew forward, merging with Wang Lin's 10,000-foot body. With this fusion, Wang Lin's body gave off a dazzling glow. After fusing with the ancient head, Wang Lin was standing in the hole where the left eye was. Since Yimo's inheritance was missing his left eye, then today I'll become the left eye so it could be slightly more complete. The glow from Wang Lin's body shrouded Yimo's left eye. This made the head look complete. At this moment, the head flew out and collided with the middle-aged man's 3 ancient clan shadows and the shadow of Yimo. In a flash, a thunderous sound storm echoed. The middle-aged man's 3 ancient clan shadows were like 3 sharp swords that pierced the eyes and the area between the eyebrows of the ancient head. Shortly after, the Yimo shadow formed by the middle-aged man closed in and threw a punch. At this moment, if the star system were the heavens and earth, then the heavens and earth became twisted. Wang Lin's ancient head opened its mouth and blew a gust of ancient aura out. This breath was the essence of Wang Lin's inheritance and a spell of the ancient clan. Thunderous rumbles echoed. As Wang Lin and the middle-aged man collided, the middle-aged man trembled. His 3 ancient clan shadows collapsed and the shadow of Yimo also disintegrated. The middle-aged man's face turned pale and he coughed out blood before being knocked back. Wang Lin didn't fare any better. The 3 swords that had been stabbed in between the eyebrows of the ancient head pierced through and hit his body. There was also the punch from Yimo's body, which caused the ancient head to tremble and explode. Wang Lin coughed out blood and rapidly retreated. There was a wound between his eyebrows, leaving behind a line of blood. 2 shocking lines of blood tears flowed from his eyes. His vision was blurry, dyed blood red. While Wang Lin retreated, he looked extremely ferocious. He raised his head and stared at Yimo's child. Yimo's child also looked up at Wang Lin with monstrous killing intent. This was a life and death battle where either he would die or the other person would die. There was no third choice. At this moment, he raised his head and battle intent filled his eyes. He stepped forward, but he didn't reform the illusory bodies. He flew forward and pointed at the void. Stars, become the heavens, Yimo's child roared. Then the space outside the wheel formation became distorted. It was as if a power had surged in and messed up the inner realm. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The strange distortion of space shocked him greatly. It also gave him a sense of life and death. This made all the hairs on this body stand up. Wang Lin was very familiar with this feeling. It had accompanied him for most of his life. Without hesitation, Wang Lin reached at the void and a green light flew out. There was a small shield inside this light. This shield had been restored, and although it wasn't indestructible, it contained a spell called Dream of Ancient Times. With Wang Lin's low cultivation level in the past, using Dream of Ancient Times was enough to kill a Heaven's Blight cultivator. Right now, with Wang Lin's research, he had managed to change it by using the Dream Dao. With the green light shield in his hand, Wang Lin's ancient power surged from his body and entered the green shield. It was going to summon that spell. A feeling of desolation appeared from the star system. The star system around the wheel formation seemed to have gone back to ancient times. The space was replaced with heaven and earth. Although all of this looked false, it was real. It would shock one's heart. On the earth, the giant shadow of the ancient demons, ancient devils, and ancient gods appeared. The rumbling spread across the earth, and the sky was also trembling. As the 3 ancient clan members appeared one by one, they covered the ground. Although there were only 3,000 of them because their bodies were simply too large, they looked endless. There was wind in the ancient world, but even the wind was ancient and filled with death. Yimo's child was pulled into the dream of ancient times. He looked up at the sky, and after clearly seeing the world around him, his expression changed greatly. Just at this moment, the world distorted and a giant foot stepped down from the clouds in the sky. A thunderous rumble echoed, causing the earth to tremble violently. Cracks began to spread endlessly. When the large foot lifted, a deep pit was revealed. This time the foot was landing on Yimo's child. Yimo's child had a ferocious expression and his hands reached out. After casting the previous spell, he formed the seals for the next spell. At this moment, he let out a thunderous roar. The strongest strong spell I have inherited from Father. I will turn everything in the world into heaven and use my ancient hands to rip open the heavens. This spell is named Tear the Heavens. As he roared, Yimo's child mercilessly grabbed the void and fiercely pulled. A sharp, tearing sound echoed and the world trembled. The world trembled and he actually tore open giant earth. This tearing power was an extremely powerful spell from Yimo. Even Wang Lin only knew of its name from his inheritance but not the method of using it. When the foot landed on Yimo's child, he let out a roar and raised his hands. He tore again and the giant foot trembled. It was unexpectedly ripped in half by the tearing force. After tearing open the large foot, Yimo's child turned around and stared at Wang Lin in the distance. He charged at Wang Lin while tearing layers of heaven apart. The world rumbled and large rifts appeared. Every shadow of the three ancient clans that blocked him was torn in half by this heaven-tearing force. Yimo's child couldn't be blocked when he used this spell. It was as if all living things before him would be torn apart by him. Dream of ancient times wasn't able to stop him at all. His roar was filled with madness as he rushed through layers of ancient clan sieges. He tore open a blood path and was less than 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent and solemnity. As Yimo's child closed in, he raised his right hand to form a palm and pressed down. As this palm fell, Yimo's child let out a roar. Wang Lin's palm was like the heavens, and he used the tearing the heavens spell to try to tear Wang Lin's palm apart. Wang Lin's right palm landed and his fingers clenched into a fist, making the karma print appear. His right hand formed a fist and pulled out an invisible aura form Yimo's child's hand. Wang Lin crushed this aura, causing Yimo's child's hands to pause for a moment, but he still tore at Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt a sharp pain spread from between his eyebrows, as if two large hands wanted to tear him in half. What a powerful spell! Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he retreated. The tearing the heavens spell shocked him, but at the same time he was filled with desire. He wanted to kill Yimo's child to obtain his everything, including this spell. While Wang Lin retreated, Yimo's child seemed to go crazy and rushed forward. His hands moved to tear once more. With a thunderous bang, his hands stopped as if there was resistance when he tried to tear Wang Lin apart. Tearing the heavens! Yimo's child roared once more. An intense pain washed over Wang Lin. A line of blood spread out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows, reaching his chest and lower abdomen. Blood sprayed out in a line and he could hear his body being ripped. He could feel that his skin was ripped and his bones were exposed. The blood line had also spread out to between his eyebrows, revealing his skull. Even his nose and chest were the same. The skin was split and the bones were revealed. Even his bones began to struggle and began to break. At the moment of crisis, Wang Lin's left hand raised and his hand filled with life force slammed down on the ferocious Yimo's child. At the same time, his right hand filled with death also smashed down on Yimo's child. The life and death seal appeared. However, this wasn't able to stop the crazy Yimo's child. He doesn't care if he became injured or even died. The only thought in his mind was to tear Wang Lin apart. Tearing the heavens! With a roar, Yimo's child mercilessly tore at the heavens again. Cracking sounds echoed next to Wang Lin's ears. A crack appeared in his skull, and in his chest, his bones began to shatter. At this moment of life and death, Wang Lin closed his eyes. When his eyes closed, everything in this world became false and all the pain disappeared. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his hand and waved with his eyes closed. This wave caused the sky to become dim and the earth to wither. The three ancient clan auras disappeared. One portion flew into the sky and another flew into the earth. Dream Tao fused with dream of ancient times. This dream will be my dream. Auras of the three ancient clans. Turn into the power of dream to form my spell, Immortal Dream. With my eyes closed, everything is false. With my eyes open, enter my dream. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. Wang Lin had studied Dream of Ancient Times, and although it was strong, it had limitations. Dream of Ancient Times was just the owner of the shield summoning everything he remembered and turning it into a dream to kill. However, the master of the shield had died and the dream was also dead, unable to change. Wang Lin's own dream Dao was inspirited by this. At this moment, he became the master of the shield and the master of this dream. When he became the master, his thoughts could change everything about the dream. The moment he opened his eyes, he became the dream of ancient time. His eyes opened and the illusory heaven and earth trembled. Heaven became his eye and the earth also became his eye. When his eyes opened, the world opened. The world had become Wang Lin's eyes. Yimo's child's face turned pale as he looked back. What he saw shocked him, so much so that he awakened from his madness. He saw a faint pupil appear in this world, and it was filled with coldness and killing intent. The sky was the upper eyelid and the earth was the lower eyelid. Together they formed a giant eye. If this was it, he wouldn't be terrified. What terrified him was what he saw with his divine sense. His divine sense spread out and broke free from this illusory world. He saw that there was a giant face outside. His body was located in front of the left eye of the face. That wasn't just a face but also an infinitely large body. The body had a white robe and white hair that fluttered in the wind. It was Wang Lin. This scene shocked him and he was stunned there. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing with this divine sense and eyes. He froze. Just as he froze, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's left eye and it slowly closed. A power that could kill anything spread out as the left eye closed. Impossible! Yimo's child turned around to look at Wang Lin, who he was tearing. But when he turned around, he saw no one before him. Wang Lin had disappeared. Not only had Wang Lin disappeared, but this rapidly closing world had nothing beside him. A sense of fear from being alone immediately filled his mind. What kind of spell is this? Yimo's child's face was extremely pale. His eyes were filled with horror and he quickly retreated. But he wasn't faster than the collapsing world. Wang Lin's left eye slowly closed. I don't believe it. It's all fake. Yimo's child suddenly looked up at the sky that was pressing down and threw punches at it. Thunderous rumbles echoed, but he couldn't stop the sky from collapsing. A moment later, as the world continued to squeeze, there were only several thousand feet of space left. Yimo's hands held up the sky and kicked against the earth. His expression was twisted from pain as he resisted. This is all fake. With a bang, Yimo's child's knees collapsed and he knelt down. The world squeezed until it was only few thousand feet high. I'm Yimo's child. I was formed by the essence blood from his head. I can't lose. Yimo's child let out a painful roar and his arms exploded. The world darkened and completely closed. There was no gap remaining. If one looked from a distance, the giant Wang Lin's left eye had completely closed. Then his body flickered and dissipated into specks of crystal light. The dream was over. When the dream ended, the world disappeared. They were still in the space outside the wheel formation. The tens of thousands of cultivators watching didn't know what had happened at all. From their view, Yimo's child had just stopped there and started letting out painful roars. There was nothing before him. Wang Lin stood tens of thousands of feet away with his eyes closed. After less than 10 breaths of time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with fatigue and killing intent as he stepped forward like a meteor. There was a flash of blood light and the blood sword appeared in his right hand as Wang Lin closed in on the terrified Yimo's child. At the moment Yimo's child opened his eyes and revealed a confused gaze, Wang Lin flashed by with the blood sword. Yimo's child's body was split in half. Even at the moment of his death, his eyes were still filled with confusion. When his body was split in half, the two halves turned into 8 drops of purple blood that flew toward Wang Lin and entered his forehead. Wang Lin became even more exhausted. After taking the 8 drops of blood, he didn't immediately absorb them but took one step toward the wheel formation. When he entered the formation, he could no longer suppress his injuries and coughed out blood. He immediately sat down next to Shi Zifeng and began healing. That battle earlier was extremely dangerous. Killing Yimo's child was extremely difficult for Wang Lin without the Li Guang Bao. Although he had won, he had been injured by that terrifying Tearing the Heavens spell. The Tearing the Heavens spell still made Wang Lin feel a lingering sense of fear. That line of blood still existed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Everything that had taken place in Dream of Ancient Times was real. He was nearly torn to pieces and killed by Yimo's child. At this moment, the tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators saw him healing. After a brief moment of silence, roars filled with killing intent echoed. He is injured. He is healing. This is the best time to kill him. When he is injured, the wheel formation can't function properly. Break the formation and kill him. Those tens of thousands of cultivators became hot-blooded when they noticed that Wang Lin was injured. They all rushed toward Wang Lin, who was inside the formation. Thunderous rumbles echoed. As the tens of thousands of cultivators attacked like crazy, the formation became distorted as it withstood the attacks. Shi Zifeng sat next to Wang Lin and anxiety appeared in her eyes. Outside the formation, the 5 injured third-step cultivators clenched their teeth and also flew out, ignoring their injuries. They began bombarding the formation with their Joss Flame spells. As the tens of thousands of cultivators bombarded, the wheel formation faintly trembled. The countless slave souls pushed the wheel to offset all those destructive attacks. However, just as Shi Zifeng was worrying and Mu Bingmei and the woman in pink also became anxious, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes gave off a cold gaze. Although I'm injured, it isn't difficult killing you all. Wang Lin suppressed his injuries. His right hand formed a seal and pressed down on the formation. Wheel appear and rotate. Wang Lin roared as his cultivation poured into the formation. The formation rumbled and a giant wheel appeared outside the formation. This wheel had countless slave souls pushing it, making it turn. This wheel had the power to change how the world functioned. As the wheel turned, it erupted with the power of death. As the wheel continued to turn, all the Outer Realm cultivators trembled and their bodies exploded. Their origin souls were absorbed to become slaves to turn the wheel. Tens of thousands of Outer Realm cultivators retreated in terror, and in the blink of an eye, the wheel turned 3 times. After 3 turns, countless people died. At this moment, the Outer Realm cultivators lost their wits. They rapidly fled and no longer dared to turn back. Just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly stood up and waved his hand. The drop of celestial blood appeared from between his eyebrows and the Li Guang Bao appeared. Wang Lin pulled the bowstring back until it was fully drawn. Although Wang Lin was tired, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the void outside the formation. Take one more step and I'll kill you again. When he said that, ripples echoed 1,000 feet outside the formation and the sovereign appeared. He stared at Wang Lin, and after pondering for a long time he left. After the sovereign left, Wang Lin put away the Li Guang Bao, and the injuries in his body became even worse. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he sat down. Time moved like a river without any pause. In the blink of an eye it had been 9 months. During these 9 months no Outer Realm cultivators had come. Shi Zifeng had warmed the wine again and again, but he never drank it again. Then, after 1 full year passed, Shi Zifeng looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression before letting out a soft sigh and leaving. After her, the person that came to Wang Lin was the woman in pink. In the 5th month since the woman in pink had been next to Wang Lin, he opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of foul air. His eyes were replaced with a bright glow. However, there was exhaustion in his eyes. Wang Lin had been injured by the Tearing the Heavens spell from Yimo's child. Even when he thought about it now, he felt that its strength was terrifying. You've awakened? The woman in pink, who was very beautiful, sat beside Wang Lin. She looked toward Wang Lin and smiled. She left. Wang Lin turned around and found that Shi Zifeng was gone. Only Mu Bingmei sat motionless in the distance. You spent more than 1 year healing. Little sister Shizi already left. The woman in pink spoke softly. Her beautiful eyes looked at Wang Lin, and then with a smile, she said, before she left, she asked me to pass a message to you. She went to planet Qingling, but she didn't find Xianxia, the disciple you spoke of. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit and then nodded. At this moment, there seemed to be nothing for them to say. As Wang Lin pondered, the woman in pink also became silent. The star system was very quiet. Without the outer realm cultivators coming, one could sometimes see the distant stars shine. Their weak light was very beautiful in this starry sky. With the stars and starlight accompanying this man and woman, an inexplicable feeling arose between them. After a long time, the woman in pink looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and softly said, "It has been many years since we parted. Do you know who I am?" Wang Lin didn't look at her. He looked at the inner realm and calmly said, "Red butterfly. So you already knew." The woman in pink closed her eyes. "It was Zhou Wutai who reminded me. He found a formation in Shuiyu that had a strand of your hair. It seems you avoided that calamity by using that formation." That formation appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. This woman in pink was Red Butterfly. However, the proud woman from the past had changed a lot since then. That pride had been hidden deeply. From the outside, one couldn't see how she was brilliant as a butterfly like in the past. "Do you still remember what happened in the Rain Celestial Realm back then? At that time we fought each other." Red Butterfly smiled as she recalled the past and spoke with Wang Lin like friends. "There was a period of time when I hated you, Wang Lin. You cut off one of my arms in the Rain Celestial Realm." Wang Lin smiled bitterly and subconsciously rubbed his nose. He didn't speak. "I never would have thought that we would talk like this after 2,000 years. When Red Butterfly saw Wang Lin rub his nose, she covered her mouth to smile. Her eyes squinted like a crescent moon while she smiled, looking very beautiful. "At that time, you wanted to kill me and I didn't even provoke you." Wang Lin shook his head and also laughed. "Although little sister Shizi is gone, she left the wine here." Red Butterfly looked at Wang Lin as she grabbed the jug of wine and handed it to him. Wang Lin accepted the wine jug and took a sip. "Also, on planet Suzaku, during our battle you stole my soul lasher." Red Butterfly laughed. "It's all in the past now, but you still remember." Wang Lin smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. "Of course I remember. If I wasn't seriously injured, I wouldn't have been controlled by Gonfeng. Speaking of that, thank you for freeing me in the Suzaku tomb." Thinking about the past, Red Butterfly let out a sigh. "There is no deep hatred between us, and it's all in the past now. You asked me to go to Shuiyu to find the blue rose, and I found it." Red Butterfly was the woman that had given him the deepest impression beside Li Muan and Lu Mei. Her red butterfly-like figure, this proud woman was something difficult to forget. She had the soul formation stage in just 100 years. She was a blessed woman. "At that time, I didn't think you would reach this point today. Everything is like a dream. I have this unreal feeling." Red Butterfly shook her head. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. Wang Lin didn't heal but recounted memories with Red Butterfly. They slowly recalled the feeling of what it was like being a weak cultivator. This feeling was very warm, very comfortable. "Later, in the battle between All Heaven and the Alliance, I saw you, but you didn't remember me anymore." Red Butterfly looked at Wang Lin. She had seen him on planet Suzaku and watched his light become brighter and brighter. This light slowly spread until it shrouded the entire inner and outer realms. Red Butterfly also felt admiration for Wang Lin. There was no one Red Butterfly liked in her life. If there was anyone, it was Wang Lin. However, they didn't have feelings for each other but some unexplainable connection. She was not sure what it was. Perhaps just like wine. As time passed, a familiar feeling developed. Their conversation gradually calmed down after a few days. Wang Lin began to cultivate to heal, and Red Butterfly just silently sat there, staring at the stars. There was confusion, complication, and brightness in her eyes. 1 month, 2 months. Unknowingly, the 9th month of the 2nd year passed by. On this day, a soft, blue light appeared outside the formation and gradually filled the star system. This blue light replaced all other lights, and the entire star system was filled with blue light. This blue light was like a sea that dyed the wheel formation, giving it a sorrowful kind of beauty. Blue would often give people a sense of sadness, like melancholy. Wang Lin opened his eyes, looked at the blue light outside the formation, and silently pondered. He saw the two figures walking out from the blue light. It was a man and woman, a father and daughter. It was Tao Master Blue Dream and Li Qianmei. After thinking about it for 1 year and 9 months, Tao Master Blue Dream had chosen to come. He and his daughter stopped outside the formation. Wang Lin's gaze swept over Tao Master Blue Dream and landed on Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei had become a lot thinner. Her expression was dim and she no longer had the demeanor she had before. When Wang Lin looked over, she looked at Wang Lin with a bitter expression. In this world, aside from Li Muin, Wang Lin was able to remember Lu Mei because of Wang Ping and Red Butterfly because of their karma. Li Qianmei was a beautiful and unforgettable encounter. They knew each other due to 3 questions and an undying pursuit. They continue to meet. What Li Qianmei said back then would forever linger in Wang Lin's heart. If there is a day when I'm not there, will you still remember that there was a woman named Li Qianmei in your life? Wang Lin could not make himself forget Li Qianmei. She had smeared blood on his statue for 10 years as her beauty withered. She had even gone to get medicine for him. Then, in the crack in the cloud sea, when she was close to death and was about to close her eyes, there was no regret in her gaze. For her, Wang Lin had gone to the outer realm to find Tao Master Blue Dream so that she could live on. Then, when she awakened, Wang Lin climbed Mount Blue while facing the endless pressure. He just wanted to take a look and see if she had awakened. However, that line, "Who are you?" was like a blade that cut off everything. That line made Wang Lin realize a lot, and he gave up resisting. He allowed the rejection force from Mount Blue to push him further and further away. Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei, and after a long time he said, "You've lost weight." Li Qianmei's body trembled and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She had long awakened her memory and remembered what had happened. Now that she heard what Wang Lin just said, she was unable to endure it anymore and shed tears. Red Butterfly looked at all of this and was startled for a moment. She looked at the two of them and silently pondered. Tao Master Blue Master let out a sigh and brought his daughter toward the formation. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 100 feet from the formation. The wheel formation buzzed, showing signs of activating. Wang Lin's gaze moved away from Li Qianmei and looked toward Tao Master Blue Dream. His eyes shined brightly, but that light soon dissipated. Wang Lin waved his hand and the wheel formation stopped. The oval-shaped hole opened up before Tao Master Blue Dream that led to Wang Lin. Tao Master Blue Dream didn't hesitate and brought Li Qianmei inside. He appeared before Wang Lin and sat down. He looked at the Emperor Furnace behind Wang Lin and his gaze became gentle. "I know you like wine. This is the blue silk wine I made. Do you want a drink?" Tao Master Blue Dream waved his right hand. A water blue wine jug flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at Tao Master Blue Dream. He smiled as he accepted the wine and put it on the side. Tao Master Blue Dream picked up a wine jug and took a sip. He slowly said, "In my whole life, I've rarely been wrong about a person. However, when it comes to you, I admit that I had underestimated you each time. In the illusion formation, I had to act. Part of it was for myself and part of it was for my daughter. At that time, I had always believed that although you were excellent, if you didn't cut your connection with the inner realm, you would not be qualified to be my son-in-law. I didn't think you would reach your current cultivation level. Give me the 5th concubine and become my son-in-law. From now on, I'll take the Blue Silk clan and join the inner realm. I'll use my old bones to sweep the path ahead for you." Tao Master Blue Dream took a big gulp of wine and voiced the decision he had made after thinking for 9 months. Li Qianmei's body trembled and she turned to look at her father. Along the way here, her father didn't say a word. She understood that her father was one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system. With such an identity and cultivation, he didn't just say those words for her mother. Tao Master Blue Dream calmly said, "Let the past be bygones. Wang Lin, I will wait here for your reply." Wang Lin looked at Tao Master Blue Dream. He then picked up the wine pot Red Butterfly had passed him and took a sip before closing his eyes. Dao Master Blue Dream was in no rush. He sat there, looking at the outer realm, waiting for Wang Lin's reply. Li Qianmei was silent for a long time and slowly sat down. Her position was very clear. She was closer to Wang Lin, as if she was on guard against her father. How could Dao Master Blue Dream not notice his daughter's action? His eyes dimmed an indiscernible amount, but Li Qianmei didn't notice. Time passed. In the blink of eye, the last 3 months of the second year had gone by. This second year was very calm. There was no fighting. On the last day of the second year, Red Butterfly stood up and looked at Wang Lin. This year was very quick for her. Wang Lin seemed to notice that Red Butterfly was about to leave. Wang Lin opened his eyes. Wang Lin calmly asked, "About to leave?" Red Butterfly smiled. She nodded and said, "I have already taken up a year of your time. Big Sister Mu is still waiting. Take care." Wang Lin looked at Red Butterfly. He could no longer see any trace of her pride. Red Butterfly smiled and looked at Wang Lin profoundly. She turned to leave, but she suddenly stopped and turned back toward Wang Lin. There was hesitation in her eyes. Teacher said that in her earlier years, she met a grand scholar named Wang. I originally had no chance of survival, but the grand scholar left a formation for my teacher, and gave me the name Red Butterfly. When Wang Lin heard this, his eyes shined brightly. His body became tense and he revealed a look of disbelief and shock. "What did you say?" Red Butterfly saw the change in Wang Lin's expression. She pondered a bit and then repeated what she had said. After hearing Red Butterfly's words, Wang Lin didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. He didn't understand. All of it was supposed to be a dream he had created using the deception Dao. It should have all been fake to give himself a perfect cycle. However, Red Butterfly's words shattered all of this. This suddenly made Wang Lin unable to distinguish what was real or not. How could it be like this? What exactly is true, what is false? Why is it like this? Wang Lin thought he had comprehended the essences, but at this moment he was confused. Had he really comprehended them? Red Butterfly turned around and left. However, after a few steps, she stopped and, with hesitation, turned to ask one more question. "Qing Shui, your senior brother, do you understand him?" Wang Lin forced himself out of the shock. He looked at Red Butterfly and slowly said, "What do you want to ask? Does he have any family?" Red Butterfly bit her lower lip. After a long time, she seemed to have made a decision. Wang Lin frowned and carefully looked at Red Butterfly. He recalled what happened back in All Heaven, when Qing Shui was standing before Red Butterfly. Wang Lin saw from the distance that he was blocking an attack for her. Senior brother has lived a bitter life. His clan perished during his childhood. After that, he entered the celestial realm and his wife died. He also had a daughter who had entered the reincarnation cycle again and again. She has likely forgotten everything from the past. If there was really any relative, it would be that daughter. Wang Lin spoke softly. This caused Red Butterfly's body to tremble and she closed her eyes. After a long time, she opened her eyes. There was confusion in her gaze. His daughter's left shoulder had a red bright mark. This mark will follow through reincarnation and not dissipate. Wang Lin looked meaningfully at Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly staggered a few steps back and her face instantly turned pale. "Thank you." When she said 2 words, she couldn't even hear herself. She turned into a ray of red light, heading back to All Heaven. Her speed reached the limit that her cultivation level allowed. She was returning to All Heaven to see Qing Shui. Red Butterfly left. In the last day of the second year, Mu Bingmei arrived beside Wang Lin. She didn't say a word and just calmly sat there. She nodded at Li Qianmei and closed her eyes. Li Qianmei knew Mu Bingmei. The two had met in the Cloud Sea and knew each other's identities. Wang Lin didn't give Dao Master Blue Dream an answer right away. He was also thinking about what Dao Master Blue Dream had said. It wasn't until 6 months of the 3rd year had passed that Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at Tao Master Blue Dream. I have a wife. This was the first thing Wang Lin said to Tao Master Blue Dream. Li Qianmei lowered her head, so Wang Lin wouldn't see her depressed expression. Tao Master Blue Dream smiled as he looked at his daughter and softly said, "You can still have a second wife. You can continue to think. I'm not in a hurry. This old man has brought his daughter here, and I have no intention of leaving. You don't have the strength to deal with 7-color or old ghost John. Isn't that correct?" Tao Master Blue Dream's gaze fell on Wang Lin. "If I wanted to, I could have entered the arcane turbulent many years ago. If I could survive 9 times, then I could reach void turbulent. It's just that I'm not confident. But even if the 7-color Taoist and old ghost John has powerful cultivator, and even if there is that 3rd existence, with my help, we may still win." Taoist Blue Dream spoke slowly. Li Qianmei and Mu Bingmei didn't understand, but Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. "So it turns out you also know about that." Wang Lin's gaze matched Tao Master Blue Dream. "I should be the 2nd person that was born in the cave who found out, after old ghost John." Tao Master Blue Dream let out a sigh. "When I learned of this back then, I found it extremely absurd, and I wouldn't have believed it, but the person who told me was my wife. Also, the 5th concubine sealed in the furnace behind you. I had to believe her words." Tao Master Blue Dream shook his head bitterly. "When the Celestial Sovereign's 8 concubines descended onto this world, the 5th concubine lost her body and took her soul form. My wife could perfectly merge with her soul, so she was possessed by the 5th concubine. However, she didn't destroy my wife's soul but used it as a means to make me complete various tasks for her. I originally wasn't going to act during your calamity, but she used my wife's soul to force me, so I had to act. I can kill the 5th concubine, but I can't do it. 2 years ago, the sovereign came to find me and promised to help me force the soul of the 5th concubine out of my wife's body. All the people that know of this think that if they can help me do this, I will do whatever it takes, even help them do anything. But they are all wrong. I love my wife. No one understands this more than me. My wife's soul has long fused with the 5th concubine, making it impossible to separate them from each other. If one dies, then the other will die as well. I couldn't bear to take action, so I always hoped for miracle. I could only bear it alone. You have sealed her, and that relieved me of this burden." Tao Master Blue Dream had a complicated gaze as he spoke. "She is long gone and only sadness remains. Every time I acted, I only made my daughter resent me and be even more on guard against me. So I won't act against you anymore, and this battle has already reached a point where it is pointless. No matter how much we fight, we are all cultivators from the same cave." Tao Master Blue Dream stood up and waved his sleeves. His eyes revealed a bright, blue light as he looked outside the formation. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and looked coldly at the space outside the formation. 3 rays of light closed in with shocking killing intent and resentment. Inside those 3 rays of light were people Wang Lin was familiar with. They were Tao Master Miao Yin, Devil Master 9 Heaven, and Great Desolation. These 3 people were originally trapped inside the ancient tomb and shouldn't have appeared here, but they were saved by the sovereign. Their hatred for Wang Lin was monstrous, and they had come here with the intent to kill. Today was the 6th month of the 2nd year. There were still half a year left until Wang Lin's agreement with the 4 great generals. "Wang Lin, this old man knows that you're still on guard against me, and even my daughter didn't trust me as a father while you cultivated. Today, I'll do what I should do as a father." Although Tao Master Blue Dream had said this to Wang Lin, his eyes were looking toward Li Qianmei with fatherly love. With a wave of his sleeve, he stepped toward the outer realm. His body turned into a ray of light and he instantly flew out from inside the formation. "Miao Yin, 9 Heaven, Great Desolation. The 3 of you, scram for me." Tao Master Blue Dream suddenly let out a roar. This roar set off a powerful wave across the star system and formed a storm. This caused Miao Yin and company to stop. "Blue Dream, what are you doing?" "Tao Master Blue Dream, why are you stopping the 3 of us?" "There is no reason. If you all don't leave within 3 breaths, I'll kill you. Blue Dream's hair danced as he stood there. Behind him was the wheel formation, and the 3 people were before him. However, his figure was like a mountain. With him there, no one could take half a step forward. His peak arcane void cultivation erupted from his body. The power of peak arcane void was heaven-shattering. He didn't attack, but just the aura of his cultivation made the star system tremble. It was as if the entire star system had to submit to his strength. Tao Master Miao Yin's expression changed. He, 9 Heaven, and Great Desolation all looked at each other and saw the dread in each other's eyes. The 5 masters of the ancient star system all had varying cultivation levels. Although the sovereign had terrifying power, Blue Dream at full power was even more terrifying. If not for the fact that his wife had caused his Tao heart to become flawed, and he wasn't willing to enter arcane turbulent, then not even the sovereign could order Blue Dream. The 3 of them understood this well. Wang Lin looked at Tao Master Blue Dream. He then picked up the wine pot Red Butterfly had passed him and took a sip before closing his eyes. Tao Master Blue Dream was in no rush. He sat there, looking at the outer realm, waiting for Wang Lin's reply. Li Qianmei was silent for a long time and slowly sat down. Her position was very clear. She was closer to Wang Lin, as if she was on guard against her father. How could Tao Master Blue Dream not notice his daughter's action? His eyes dimmed an indiscernible amount, but Li Qianmei didn't notice. Time passed. In the blink of eye, the last 3 months of the second year had gone by. This second year was very calm. There was no fighting. On the last day of the second year, Red Butterfly stood up and looked at Wang Lin. This year was very quick for her. Wang Lin seemed to notice that Red Butterfly was about to leave. Wang Lin opened his eyes. Wang Lin calmly asked, "About to leave?" Red Butterfly smiled. She nodded and said, "I have already taken up a year of your time. Big Sister Mu is still waiting. Take care." Wang Lin looked at Red Butterfly. He could no longer see any trace of her pride. Red Butterfly smiled and looked at Wang Lin profoundly. She turned to leave, but she suddenly stopped and turned back toward Wang Lin. There was hesitation in her eyes. Teacher said that in her earlier years, she met a grand scholar named Wang. I originally had no chance of survival, but the grand scholar left a formation for my teacher, and gave me the name Red Butterfly. When Wang Lin heard this, his eyes shined brightly. His body became tense and he revealed a look of disbelief and shock. "What did you say?" Red Butterfly saw the change in Wang Lin's expression. She pondered a bit and then repeated what she had said. After hearing Red Butterfly's words, Wang Lin didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, a monstrous wave was set off in his heart. He didn't understand. All of it was supposed to be a dream he had created using the deception Tao. It should have all been fake to give himself a perfect cycle. However, Red Butterfly's words shattered all of this. This suddenly made Wang Lin unable to distinguish what was real or not. How could it be like this? What exactly is true, what is false? Why is it like this? Wang Lin thought he had comprehended the essences, but at this moment he was confused. Had he really comprehended them? Red Butterfly turned around and left. However, after a few steps, she stopped and, with hesitation, turned to ask one more question. "Qing Shui, your senior brother, do you understand him?" Wang Lin forced himself out of the shock. He looked at Red Butterfly and slowly said, "What do you want to ask?" Does he have any family?" Red Butterfly bit her lower lip. After a long time, she seemed to have made a decision. Wang Lin frowned and carefully looked at Red Butterfly. He recalled what happened back in All Heaven, when Qing Shui was standing before Red Butterfly. Wang Lin saw from the distance that he was blocking an attack for her. Senior brother has lived a bitter life. His clan perished during his childhood. After that, he entered the celestial realm and his wife died. He also had a daughter who had entered the reincarnation cycle again and again. She has likely forgotten everything from the past. If there was really any relative, it would be that daughter. Wang Lin spoke softly. This caused Red Butterfly's body to tremble and she closed her eyes. After a long time, she opened her eyes. There was confusion in her gaze. His daughter's left shoulder had a red bright mark. This mark will follow through reincarnation and not dissipate. Wang Lin looked meaningfully at Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly staggered a few steps back and her face instantly turned pale. Thank you. When she said 2 words, she couldn't even hear herself. She turned into a ray of red light, heading back to all heaven. Her speed reached the limit that her cultivation level allowed. She was returning to all heaven to see Qing Shui. Red Butterfly left. In the last day of the 2nd year, Mu Bingmei arrived beside Wang Lin. She didn't say a word and just calmly sat there. She nodded at Li Qianmei and closed her eyes. Li Qianmei knew Mu Bingmei. The two had met in the Cloud Sea and knew each other's identities. Wang Lin didn't give Dao Master Blue Dream an answer right away. He was also thinking about what Dao Master Blue Dream had said. It wasn't until 6 months of the 3rd year had passed that Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at Dao Master Blue Dream. I have a wife. This was the first thing Wang Lin said to Dao Master Blue Dream. Li Qianmei lowered her head, so Wang Lin wouldn't see her depressed expression. Dao Master Blue Dream smiled as he looked at his daughter and softly said, You can still have a 2nd wife. You can continue to think. I'm not in a hurry. This old man has brought his daughter here, and I have no intention of leaving. You don't have the strength to deal with 7-color or old Ghost John. Isn't that correct? Dao Master Blue Dream's gaze fell on Wang Lin. If I wanted to, I could have entered the arcane Tribulant many years ago. If I could survive 9 times, then I could reach Void Tribulant. It's just that I'm not confident. But even if the 7-color Taoist and old Ghost John has powerful cultivator, and even if there is that 3rd existence, with my help, we may still win. Taoist Blue Dream spoke slowly. Li Qianmei and Mu Bingmei didn't understand. But Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. So it turns out you also know about that. Wang Lin's gaze matched Dao Master Blue Dream. I should be the 2nd person that was born in the cave who found out. After old Ghost John. Dao Master Blue Dream let out a sigh. When I learned of this back then, I found it extremely absurd, and I wouldn't have believed it, but the person who told me was my wife. Also, the 5th concubine sealed in the furnace behind you. I had to believe her words. Dao Master Blue Dream shook his head bitterly. When the Celestial Sovereign's 8 concubines descended onto this world, the 5th concubine lost her body and took her soul form. My wife could perfectly merge with her soul, so she was possessed by the 5th concubine. However, she didn't destroy my wife's soul but used it as a means to make me complete various tasks for her. I originally wasn't going to act during your calamity, but she used my wife's soul to force me, so I had to act. I can kill the 5th concubine, but I can't do it. 2 years ago, the sovereign came to find me and promised to help me force the soul of the 5th concubine out of my wife's body. All the people that know of this think that if they can help me do this, I will do whatever it takes, even help them do anything. But they are all wrong. I love my wife. No one understands this more than me. My wife's soul has long fused with the 5th concubine, making it impossible to separate them from each other. If one dies, then the other will die as well. I couldn't bear to take action, so I always hoped for miracle. I could only bear it alone. You have sealed her, and that relieved me of this burden. Dao Master Blue Dream had a complicated gaze as he spoke. She is long gone and only sadness remains. Every time I acted, I only made my daughter resent me and be even more on guard against me. So I won't act against you anymore, and this battle has already reached a point where it is pointless. No matter how much we fight, we are all cultivators from the same cave. Dao Master Blue Dream stood up and waved his sleeves. His eyes revealed a bright, blue light as he looked outside the formation. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and looked coldly at the space outside the formation. 3 rays of light closed in with shocking killing intent and resentment. Inside those 3 rays of light were people Wang Lin was familiar with. They were Dao Master Miao Yin, Devil Master Nine Heaven, and Great Desolation. These 3 people were originally trapped inside the ancient tomb and shouldn't have appeared here, but they were saved by the sovereign. Their hatred for Wang Lin was monstrous. and they had come here with the intent to kill. Today was the 6th month of the 2nd year. There were still half a year left until Wang Lin's agreement with the 4 great generals. Wang Lin, this old man knows that you're still on guard against me, and even my daughter didn't trust me as a father while you cultivated. Today, I'll do what I should do as a father. Although Tao Master Blue Dream had said this to Wang Lin, his eyes were looking toward Li Qianmei with fatherly love. With a wave of his sleeve, he stepped toward the outer realm. His body turned into a ray of light, and he instantly flew out from inside the sitting inside the wheel formation. Wang Lin looked outside. Miao Yin and company didn't leave. They thought that, with the 3 of them working together, they could battle against Blue Dream. Li Qianmei had a nervous expression as she watched her father fight the 3 of them. There was worry in her eyes. Outside the formation, the star system trembled. Blue Dream was fighting 3 by himself and was remaining calm. Every time he attacked, he released blue light that turned into powerful spells. After watching for a moment, Wang Lin closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to any of this. The thunderous rumbles were blocked from Wang Lin's ears, and he focused himself on cultivating. He left a sliver of origin soul around him, so if anything happened, he would know. During the 2 years of healing, Wang Lin had recovered most of his injuries. He had spent most of this time comprehending the tearing the heavens spell from the 8 drops of blood. He had to learn the skill and be proficient in it. Wang Lin had personally experienced the tearing the heavens spell and knew how powerful it was. As for integrating the 8 drops of blood to increase his ancient power, it would take even more time. The current environment wouldn't allow Wang Lin to immerse himself in this. So he delayed it. 3 days of time passed in a flash. Wang Lin seemed to notice something and opened his eyes. The space outside the formation was in tatters, and there were many black holes all around. They were created by Blue Dream and company fighting. There were countless dead Joss flame souls floating among the stars. They were like invisible smoke that slowly drifted by. After taking a few glances, Wang Lin could feel how fierce the battle was. He didn't see the other tree, but he saw Blue Dream step into the circle in the formation and arrive before Wang Lin. Tao Master Blue Dream looked tired. It seemed that even for him, battling the 3 of them was not easy. Miao Yin is seriously injured, so much so that he can't recover to his peak cultivation in 100 years. His cultivation level fell to Spirit Void, so the next time you see him, you can kill him. 9 Heavens injuries are slightly less severe than Miao Yun's, but his Joss Flame Realm was destroyed by me, injuring his mind. In the future, he will not be your match. Great Desolation was injured the most and escaped using a secret spell. He won't last more than 10 years. With that, he sat down and closed his eyes to cultivate. Li Qianmei's expression was complicated. She had witnessed the 3 days of battle. She had watched her father fight and saw the dangers he had faced. Wang Lin silently pondered, and after a long time he slowly spoke. I already have a wife for my life. Tao Master Blue Dream opened his eyes and stared at Wang Lin. His expression became gloomy. Even with me helping you, you won't change your mind. This old man doesn't want you to give up your wife but to give my daughter a promise. This matter should not be difficult for you. If not for my daughter, even though you've reached the Spirit Void stage and have the ancient inheritance, even though you can kill early-stage arcane void cultivators, you wouldn't amount to much in my eyes. You could pull the Li Guang Bao to kill these old bones. But even if I die, I won't bring my Blue Silk clan to the inner realm. I, Blue Dream, was born in the ancient star system. I'm one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system. Do you think I would lie to a junior like you? What do you have that would make me want to lie to you? This old man has cultivated for countless years. I won't sink that low. The heaven-defying bead is in your hands. If I were greedy, I would have taken it long ago. You hadn't even reached the 3rd step back then. If this old man wanted to kill you, I could have done so long ago. If not for the matter between you and Qianmei, why would I delay until now? The matter between you and the sovereign, the battle between the inner and outer realms, and the battle between the 7-colored Taoist and old Ghost John, I could just guard my Blue Silk clan, and no one can force me to join this battle. It is likely that they will even give me favors if I join them. Right now, I have given up everything only for you to give my daughter a promise. Wang Lin, Don't force me to go too far. Blue Dream stared at Wang Lin and anger appeared in his eyes. Everything he had done was just as he said. For his daughter. Li Qianmei shed tears. She only now understood what her father had done for her, what he had sacrificed. Wang Lin revealed a complicated gaze. He stood up and clasped his hands at Dao Master Blue Dream. Junior doesn't doubt what Senior has done. Don't say more, you? Dao Master Blue Dream saw Li Qianmei's tears and his heart softened. He stared at Wang Lin and swallowed the words he was going to say. This old man can take one step back. I want you to make me a promise. If your wife resurrects, then you and my daughter will become brother and sister, but if your wife can't be resurrected in the end, you will become a Dao couple with my daughter. This is my bottom line. Wang Lin, choose wisely. Dao Master Blue Dream's expression was cold. Wang Lin silently pondered. He stood up and looked into the distance. After a long time, his eyes were filled with confusion as his gaze moved toward Li Qianmei. He saw her tear and how she lowered her head to avoid his gaze. You, forget it, this old man doesn't want your immediate answer. You think about it and come find me back in the Blue Silk Clan. Dao Master Blue Dream stood up and decided not to heal here. When he saw the sadness in his daughter's gaze, he felt a sting in his heart. He had come here with the hope that everything would work out and Wang Lin would agree. But it ended like this. Dad, let us go. Li Qianmei wiped away her tears and gently stood up. She arrived next to Dao Master Blue Dream. Dad, before Meng Er didn't understand, but now I do. Let us go home. Once we reach home, let us never leave. Li Qianmei pulled Dao Master Blue Dream's hand and felt the warmth from her father. She looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Wang Lin, can you give back the mountain and river painting you gave me? That painting was called Forgot Each Other in the World. Back then, she returned it to Wang Lin and chose not to keep it, but today she wanted it back. Wang Lin's mind trembled as he looked at Li Qianmei with pain and struggle in his eyes. His wife was Li Muan, who had only accompanied him for a few years before death. But her soul had accompanied him for more than 2,000 years. However, Li Qianmei was different from Mu Bingmei and Shi Zifeng. She had sacrificed a lot for Wang Lin. Those 10 years of smearing blood and all those things that happened, how could Wang Lin forget? Her obsession, her love, and her bright smile and eyes. Wang Lin didn't have a heart of stone. How could he remain indifferent? Return it to me, please. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip. Her face was pale, but she kept smiling. She didn't want to shed her endless tears before Wang Lin. Give that painting back to me. Wang Lin. When Li Muan awakens, you have to bring her to see me. Wang Lin stared at Li Qianmei. His right hand trembled as he raised it up. With a wave, his storage space appeared and a scroll flew out. That scroll contained the Forgot Each Other in the World mountain and river painting. Wang Lin held the painting, but he didn't have the feeling of relief like when he first gave it to her. He couldn't calmly give it to the woman before him like in the past. Dao Master Blue Dream looked at this and the anger in his eyes turned to sorrow. He looked at Li Qianmei and knew that his daughter's heart was dead. Her heart was dead. Mu Bingmei also watched this unfold. Her mood was complicated and she couldn't bear it anymore. However, she wasn't qualified to persuade Wang Lin, even though she was Wang Ping's mother. Looking at the father of her own child saying farewell to another woman. This made Mu Bingmei feel a stinging pain in her heart. Return it to me? Li Qianmei smiled as she walked before Wang Lin. She looked deeply at Wang Lin's face and raised her jade-like hands to tidy his clothes and hair. The tears hidden under her eyes could no longer be hidden and began to flow. She gently hugged Wang Lin, and her tears fell on his clothes, causing his white robe to become wet. If you don't like me, why did you save me in the cloud sea? Wouldn't it have been better for me to die with hope and stay in your memory? Wang Lin, don't understand feelings. Li Qianmei murmured in Wang Lin's ear and left Wang Lin's arms. She grabbed the painting in Wang Lin's hand and was about to pull it out to leave. However, her hands holding the painting suddenly stopped because Wang Lin gripped the painting tightly. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and the painting he held didn't move at all as Li Qianmei pulled. Her face became even more pale as she looked at Wang Lin and saw him open his eyes. "You don't need this painting anymore." Wang Lin squeezed and they forgot each other in the world. Painting collapsed and turned to dust. It disappeared from his hands, her hands. Wang Lin looked at Li Qianmei. His words were filled with determination as he gently said, "From now on, you are my woman. Wan Er is my wife. When she awakens, let us get married together." Li Qianmei was startled, and after a long time, tears flowed. She began crying in Wang Lin's arms. Wang Lin hugged Li Qianmei. Since he had made this decision, he wouldn't regret it. This was the first woman he had accepted in more than 2,000 years aside from Li Muan. Her name was Li Qianmei. "Brother, I have 3 questions to ask. Can you help me answer them? When I leave, will you send me off? If one day I die, will you still remember me? Wang Lin, I can't hold on much longer. All my blood has dried up. Will you awaken soon? I don't regret it. Wang Lin, you have to wait for me to bring back the medicine. You will definitely wake up. Memories are like water in your palm. Although the water will flow away, the palm will remember the temperature of the water. Then, when the palm holds the water again, the palm will remember, and the water will also remember the warmth of the palm." Li Qianmei eventually left with her father, Blue Dream. The 5th concubine was taken away by Blue Dream. They would return to the Blue Silk clan and bring their entire clan back here. They would then pick an area in the inner realm to become the new home for the Blue Silk clan. With Dao Master Blue Dream here, although he was injured, there would be no danger unless the sovereign acted personally. Even the sovereign wouldn't dare to force Dao Master Blue Dream too much now that his Dao heart was no longer flawed. Because Dao Master Blue Dream could enter Arcane Tribulant as long as he willed it. Once the Arcane Tribulant started, even the sovereign would have to retreat. Li Qianmei disappeared into the outer realm with her father. After the two left, the blue light outside the formation slowly dissipated and the star system became dark again. When Li Qianmei left, she was very happy. Her smile was the same as the past. She looked at Wang Lin with a tender gaze. This was the man she had chosen. She didn't regret it before and she wouldn't regret it now. Even if she were to die because of this, she still wouldn't regret it. This was Li Qianmei's personality. At this moment, inside the wheel formation, only Wang Lin and Mu Bingmei remained. She had witnessed everything that had happened, and her mind was a mess. There were no words that could be said between the two of them. After a long time, Mu Bingmei opened her mouth to break the silence. But Wang Lin had closed his eyes to cultivate and comprehend tearing the heavens. Mu Bingmei's words dissipated in her mouth and she never spoke. Her personality was not the same as Li Qianmei's. She was different from Shi Zifeng and even from Red Butterfly. She was herself Mu Bingmei. Soon, 5 months of the last half-year passed, leaving only 1 month. On this day, Mu Bingmei stood up. There was no complication in her eyes. They were clear. She looked at Wang Lin for a long time. "Take care." This was the first thing she said and the only thing. After that, Mu Bingmei turned and walked toward the brilliant void. She was the saintess of the brilliant void, so she needed to return to the brilliant void. It was as if she had accompanied Wang Lin for 11 months just to say that one line. Mu Bingmei left before the year finished. 11 months, still 1 month short. Mu Bingmei remembered this month and placed it to the side. Her lonely figure traversing among the stars looked extremely lonely and bleak. She felt weak, and anyone who saw her would feel their heart ache. She had nothing else. She envied Li Muan, she also envied Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei still had her father, and Li Muan had Wang Lin, but she had no one. Her home was gone, her teacher was gone, and all the people she was familiar with, those who accompanied her as she grew up, were all dead. If there was anyone, then it would be Wang Lin. It was a fact that couldn't be changed, as she was Wang Ping's mother. "Even if I die, no one will know. Ping Er hates me too." Mu Bingmei's expression became dim as she walked further and further away. It wasn't until Mu Bingmei's figure disappeared that Wang Lin opened his eyes. He looked at where she disappeared to and silently pondered. Wang Lin no longer felt hatred toward Mu Bingmei. but there was also no love. One more month. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he looked at the space before him. He raised his right hand and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. With this, Wang Lin trembled and popping sounds echoed inside his body. As the popping sounds echoed, Wang Lin's body became blurry and turned illusory. It was as if two Wang Lin were overlapping, and the overlapping became unstable due to that point. After a few breaths, the figure distorted and another Wang Lin appeared. The overlapping figures separated and the popping sounds were gone. The blur disappeared and two identical Wang Lins appeared. The one sitting there was Wang Lin's original body. The one with the ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil stars that has the inheritance of the ancient one. The one standing was his cultivator body. There was a period of time where Wang Lin was always like this. His original body cultivated while his avatar went out. This way he cultivated both at the same time. It had been a long time since he did this, but now his avatar was out again. His original body and avatar looked at each other. A moment later, his avatar disappeared and went into the inner realm. His original body closed his eyes and sat inside the formation to guard for the last month. Wang Lin walked through the star system in a white robe. At this moment, he no longer had a powerful physical body, but his cultivation level was still mid-stage spirit void. This was something that wouldn't change. The him right now was a pure cultivator. He would be unable to kill enemies with his body. He would have to rely on his spells. This is the last month before the four great generals come out of the ancient celestial realm, and there is still something I have to do. I need to reform the four great celestial realms into a new celestial realm. From now on, the inner realm cultivators will live in the celestial realm and will be able to condense Joss flames. All the cultivators born from now on can cultivate to become celestials. After they reach the soul formation stage, they can go to the celestial realm to cultivate. Wang Lin's expression was solemn as he moved through the inner realm. Throughout the ages, only the previous lord of the sealed realm had done this. He had created the four celestial realms so that the inner realm cultivators could gather Joss flames. However, when he died, the four celestial realms collapsed and the inner realm could no longer gather Joss flames. However, now it was different. Wang Lin had destroyed the realm sealing formation and the aura of the ancient star system had flooded in. The limitation on Joss flames in the inner realm was gone, and now was the best time to reform the celestial realm. Before him, there were others that wanted to do this, but the conditions were not right. They didn't have the Lord of the Sealed Realm's treasure, and at that time, the realm sealing formation hadn't been weakened enough. Wang Lin stepped forward. The first place he went to was the Wind Celestial Realm in the Cloud Sea. The Wind Celestial Realm was well preserved and occupied by a large amount of mosquito beasts. Wang Lin's cultivation level back then wasn't high enough to shake that realm, but now he could. Also, thanks to his connection, Wang Lin knew that the mosquito beasts that had separated from him during the battle back then had survived and settled down in the Wind Celestial Realm. With a step, ripples echoed and Wang Lin disappeared. When he reappeared, he was deep in the Cloud Sea at the entrance to the Wind Celestial Realm. Returning to a familiar place, Wang Lin entered the rift and rushed into the Wind Celestial Realm. The knife-like wind howled through the Wind Celestial Realm. The sobbing of the wind was the only sound here. The desolate wind moved through the sky. The dust on the earth was peeled layer by the wind until there wasn't any dust left. After a sweep of his divine sense, Wang Lin charged forward without hesitation, his white hair waving as he moved. The wind was unable to stop Wang Lin, and not only could it not stop him, but the wind collapsed before him. Deep in the Wind Celestial Realm, there was a continent where the wind was stronger than everywhere else. There were two groups of mosquito beasts there, and they were slaughtering each other. Each of these two groups of mosquito beasts numbered in the tens of thousands, and as they fought, large amounts of casualties piled up. However, those that died were all from one group. The other group revealed bloodthirsty expressions as their mouths stabbed into the others' bodies. This group of mosquito beasts was actually unscathed. In just a moment, the flock of mosquito beasts that died and suffered heavy casualties let out mournful cries and retreated in defeat. This group of ferocious mosquitoes rushed out and surrounded them. A golden mosquito beast over 1,000 feet long that was as big as a small mountain flew out from a distant peak. The moment this mosquito appeared, a powerful pressure spread out. It looked ferocious and had a sharp mouth more than 100 feet long. When it appeared, it was as if the king had arrived. The giant mosquito beast rushed out into the group of retreating mosquito beasts. It rampaged through and was extremely fierce. Miserable screams echoed, and in a few short breaths, several thousand mosquitoes died. As the mosquito swarm behind the giant mosquito rushed out, it wasn't long before the mosquito swarm that had tens of thousands all died. Not one escaped. The giant mosquito beast was covered in the blood of its fellow clan members. There was sadness hidden in its cold eyes. In this 100-year period, it had always been sad because it couldn't find its master. It could only kill to vent its sorrow. The giant mosquito let out a sharp hiss. This was not out of excitement but a mournful cry like an abandoned child crying at the heavens. As it hissed, the surrounding mosquito swarm also hissed. The sounds of their hisses linked together was heaven-shattering. As they hissed, a large amount of mosquito beasts flew off from this continent and quickly escaped. Some of them had very large bodies, but they also escaped in fear. In their memory, in these past 100 years, there was a group of mosquito beasts that was extremely crazy. They continued to kill and grow stronger. Whenever they came to a new continent, they would do the same and kill. If you didn't leave, they would do whatever it took to kill you. However, just at this moment, the giant mosquito beast suddenly trembled and its roar completely collapsed. It trembled as the coldness in its eyes collapsed and was replaced with a sense of confusion that had disappeared for 100 years. The confusion was soon turned into excitement. The giant mosquito moved with excitement and joy. It let out another hiss and flew into the distance like it had gone crazy. It was as if it had suddenly felt its master's aura after being separated for a long time. It had forgotten everything and went crazy trying to find that aura. Wang Lin was in the air in the wind celestial realm. He turned to the left and revealed a happy smile. The wind to his left howled and a black line rushed toward him. This black line was tens of thousands of mosquito beasts, forming a shocking sight. At the front was the ferocious mosquito beast that was thousands of feet tall. Its eyes were filled with excitement, and when it saw Wang Lin, its body began to tremble. A sharp roar echoed as the mosquito beast rushed forward, directly colliding with Wang Lin. The wind created by its movements was like knives on Wang Lin's face. In particular, the scene of it charging forward was enough to terrify anyone who saw it. This mosquito beast was already accustomed to Wang Lin's powerful body, so it rushed forward in excitement. Wang Lin could only let out a wry smile. He was only here with his avatar, so he couldn't withstand the mosquito beast's fierce embrace. Wang Lin raised his right hand and gently patted forward. A ripple echoed and surrounded the mosquito beast as it closed it. This caused the mosquito beast to slow down. The mosquito beast let out an excited hiss when it arrived next to Wang Lin. Its mouth started to rub Wang Lin, and deep inside its excited gaze lay a deep sense of attachment. Wang Lin was indeed its master, but he was more like a parent. This thought was already deeply engraved into the mosquito beast's soul and would never disappear. As it rubbed Wang Lin with its mouth, the mosquito beast let out whimper, as if it was complaining about Wang Lin taking so long to come and find it. Wang Lin laughed and was very happy. In a flash, he stood on the mosquito beast and looked ahead. He saw 10 of thousands of mosquito beasts surrounding him. Some obviously knew Wang Lin, but those that joined later looked at Wang Lin with puzzled gazes. Wang Lin's heart was filled with joy after reuniting with the Mosquito King that had accompanied him for so long. He had been lonely all his life and only had a few fierce beasts with him. This mosquito beast had been with him the longest. Wang Lin patted the Mosquito King's big head and smiled. "You seem a lot more powerful than before." The Mosquito King let out a roar and revealed a smug expression. Its roar seemed to be telling Wang Lin of its experience over the last 100 years. But unfortunately, Wang Lin couldn't understand it. However, Wang Lin had watched it grow up, and after pondering for a bit, he guessed a few things. "Okay, Take me to the deepest part of the wind celestial realm. Wang Lin smiled. The Mosquito King's eyes lit up and it went on its way. It moved in a flash and quickly shot forward. The tens of thousands of mosquito beasts quickly followed, and the storm of mosquito beasts charged forward. The Mosquito King's speed was much faster than before. As Wang Lin stood on its back, he took a closer look. His eyes revealed a strange light. Although the mosquito beast wasn't weak back then, it was nowhere near as strong as it was now. It was infinitely close to a third-step cultivator, as powerful as a fifth heaven's blight cultivator. This change surprised Wang Lin greatly. It seemed as if the mosquito beast was just one step away from transforming into a terrifying force like a third-step cultivator. This was beyond Wang Lin's expectation. What kind of fortune did it obtain to progress so much? While Wang Lin was pondering, the mosquito beast let out a roar as it flew past across countless fragments. It seemed very familiar with this place, and it brought Wang Lin to the depths of the wind celestial realm. Wang Lin had been here once before, and he immediately saw the thick fog ahead. There was a giant rift inside the fog. This rift led to an unknown place and gave off a cold aura. There were several continents below the fog, and they remained the same. One of the continents had a human-shaped statue before. However, there was no trace of that statue now. The corpse of a mosquito beast 10 of thousands of feet tall laid on top of a continent. Its eyes were open, but there were no light in them, and death aura filled its body. When Wang Lin saw this, his eyes narrowed. The Mosquito King led Wang Lin into the fog and landed next to the corpse. Its mouth stabbed into the corpse, and as it inhaled, its body gave off a golden glow. The tens of thousands of mosquito beasts surrounded them, but none of them dared to come forward and absorb. Wang Lin jumped down and stood beside the corpse of the mosquito beast. This mosquito beast had been dead for many years, but its body had not rotten. Instead, it seemed dried up, but it still contained the essence of the mosquito beast. Although it had died, it still gave off a powerful pressure. Wang Lin could clearly feel this pressure, and it was similar to the pressure a third-step cultivator would give off. After carefully observing it for a bit, Wang Lin saw the fatal injury that caused its death on its neck. The injury was 3 holes, each the size of a finger. If one didn't look closely, it would be extremely difficult to find this injury. Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he arrived beside the wound. He looked at it for a very long time before he slowly stuck 3 fingers into those 3 small holes. They fit very well. These 3 small holes were indeed made by 3 fingers penetrating through. What kind of spell could kill this beast with 3 fingers? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had seen this beast before. It was the giant mosquito beast that had struggled to fly out of the rift. Its size was different from before, but its aura was extremely similar. 3 fingers. The aura from the 3 fingers that remain on this beast feel vaguely familiar. I feel like I have sensed this somewhere before. The mosquito beast beside Wang Lin withdrew its mouth from the mosquito corpse, looking very satisfied. It looked at Wang Lin before flying up into the air and pointing its mouth at the giant rift inside the fog. Wang Lin raised his head and his eyes lit up as he looked at the rift in the fog. The Mosquito King let out a hiss and flew toward the rift. Wang Lin stepped forward, following the Mosquito King, and they both arrived at the edge of the rift at the same time. Although it was inside the fog, the coldness that came from the rift caused Wang Lin to become alert. He didn't immediately enter. In truth, he hadn't come to the wind celestial realm to investigate this rift. However, now that he was here and had seen the mosquito corpse along with the familiar aura from the 3 fingers, Wang Lin started to feel doubt toward this rift. What exactly was inside this rift? This was the first time Wang Lin had observed this giant rift up close. As he observed, Wang Lin slowly found something to be wrong. The edge of the rift had jagged edges, but there were marks showing that they used to be connected at some parts. While pondering, Wang Lin waved his right hand and a jade appeared in his grasp. He squeezed and a cracking sound came from the jade. The jade split in half, and there were irregular edges along the crack. When he put the 2 pieces of jade back together, it was complete once more. Then Wang Lin injected some of his cultivation into the jade and glued it back together. Now he could only see some fine cracks. Staring at the jade, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he squeezed it again. The jade split in half once more. Some of the glued-together parts separated, but new edges also formed. Holding the jade, Wang Lin took a few close looks. Then he looked at the edges of the giant rift once more. His eyes slowly became bright. It's very similar. This rift must have been ripped open then mended back together. But later it was torn apart again. As a result, these edges were crafted. The second time it was ripped open was during the collapse of the Wind Celestial Realm, making it a haven for the mosquito beasts. Then, when was the first time the rift was opened? Who opened it? A hiss interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts. Wang Lin's mosquito beasts was wandering outside the rift and looked like it really wanted to go in. It looked back at Wang Lin with an eager expression. Forget it. Let us go inside and see. Wang Lin looked at the mosquito beast and nodded. The mosquito beast let out a hiss and then flew inside the rift. From its movement, this wasn't its first time going inside. It seemed like it had gone inside more than once over the last 100 years. Wang Lin raised his foot, but he was extremely cautious. This caution had accompanied him for his entire life and would not decrease due to the increase in his cultivation level. The higher his cultivation level, the more he understood how mysterious the world was. After entering the rift, a cold aura surrounded him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he activated his cultivation. He didn't spread out his divine sense but swept the area with his eyes. With one sweep, he was frozen and his eyes shined brightly. The inside of the rift was a bright world with large, glowing ovals. These ovals were countless mosquito beast eggs. The mosquito eggs filled the area and were filled with mosquito beasts waiting to awaken. At a glance, there were millions. The deeper one went, the more eggs there were and the larger they were. There were even eggs thousands of feet large, and the mosquito beasts inside emitted a golden glow. They had completely taken form and seemed ready to wake up. The moment Wang Lin's mosquito beast entered, it let out a cheerful hiss and rushed toward a string of eggs. Its huge mouth stuck into an egg and sucked everything from it. As Wang Lin looked at all of this, he understood why his mosquito beast had changed so much. It was all because of this place. What is this place? Wang Lin spread out his divine sense as he silently pondered. He slowly expanded his divine sense until it shrouded this whole area. When his divine sense spread out, he instantly saw this whole place. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock. He subconsciously took a few steps back and suddenly looked up.